Yes, friends. It is OGP, the One Giant podcast. And we're coming to you on draft night, just as we said we would. We've got the Giants banner hanging from the rafters. Andy Makowitz will be in with us a little bit later on as he gets himself set up, situated, and ready to go. He's got everything you're going to want to see. The spread that he has planned to get himself through what should be, hopefully not too long of a wait before we hear the Giants get into their 5th overall pick, get some clarification around it. I've got the Vegas lines up here. We'll hear Andy obviously talk about that when he gets himself in the door here a little bit later on. What up? There you are. There you are, sir. Davon Griffin right on the board. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for coming in, man. Anybody, if you're in the chat as you're dialing it up, feel free to throw out your comments around what you want the New York Football Giants to do at 5, what you hope they do at 7. Obviously, there's been a lot of movement and a lot of expectations kind of getting set here leading up to the draft. It's been kind of crazy, if I'm being honest, when we think about what the New York Football Giants have in front of them and then what you've been hearing. The movement around a guy like Trayvon Walker, who, if you go all the way back to maybe a month and a half ago, you would have heard me saying, hey, I really like Trayvon Walker. Now, I didn't have Trayvon Walker as high up on the board as he now sits, the Vegas odds on favorite to go number 1 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. But I liked him. I like what he brings to the table. Now, all of a sudden, a guy like Hutchinson, who seemed like he put everything on film that he needed to, he's sitting there, maybe getting lucky and going to stay at home and be drafted by the Detroit Lions. But there's even rumors that Detroit could possibly go with a Sauce Gardner, something we, fingers crossed, hope they don't do, so that we get a chance to take them there. I've got a list of names when we talk about getting beyond this first round. We're going to be doing our live draft coverage tomorrow night for rounds 2 and 3, right back in on Saturday for the noon kickoff for rounds 4 through 7. So we're going to be walking it through here. But before we do, let's get down on some of these Vegas odds. Going to keep my eye out over here. Griffin, since you're the one chatting, you're the one getting fired up. I hope we get all the right players. We have 11 picks. Yeah, you know what? That's probably, as Andy and I have talked about a lot with this, it ultimately does come down to, it's like, just when the draft is over, let me feel like, yep, you added players, you filled needs, and you feel like you address those key areas of concern. And it's funny, like Andy's mentioned a couple of guys. I've said it too. There's some guys maybe have some off the field red flags or players that are coming off injury. Even at the top of the draft, a guy like Stingley, I think when you hear the way Joe Schoen has talked about, and Brian Dable for that matter, reliability, consistency, right? You want guys that are going to show up. Injuries are a part of that. We know how many injuries the Giants have on their roster at this very moment. When you think about number 1 wide receiver coming back off of his rookie campaign, Kadarius Toney, he has some level of injury concern. You have Sterling Shepard reduced his contract so he could stay with the team, but he obviously has major injury concerns. Will even be available to start this year. Blake Martinez in the middle of the defense, injury concerns, right? Even Kenny Golladay missed a couple little bits here and there, came in from Detroit, obviously with injury concerns as well. So these are the things that you want to mitigate as far as when you're looking inside of the draft and talking about prospects that you want to see. But yeah, man, fill the needs. Just fill the needs on the board. And then when you turn around here, let me know that it feels like we've improved the offensive line. That seems like an easy one, right? That we've added some talent to the secondary. That can be just a cornerback and safety. And then up front defensively as well, right? Inside, outside linebacker, edge rusher, nose tackle. Like nothing is going to come up here in terms of player prospects or a point in the draft, barring a couple maybe spots where you say, I can't believe they went with that position. You're always going to look at these guys and say, yeah, that's a plug and play. Right off the top, just before we dive in here, we know the official draft is going to kick off at 8 p.m. Got 10 minutes on the clock for every single one of these draft picks at the top. And we know for the drama of it all, I wouldn't anticipate, no matter how certain some of these picks may seem, that you'll see them instantly come off the board after 10 seconds. They're going to draw it out a little bit. So we will have a little bit of lead time coming in there. Let's run through where we stand right now over on VegasInsider.com. Trayvon Walker, minus 450 in terms of being the number 1 overall pick, followed by Hutchinson at plus 400, followed by Aquano at 750. Don't have to go further than that. Minus 450. It would be shocking if it doesn't end up being him at that number 1 spot. When we talk about second overall, Hutchinson's right there at minus 150. That's the Detroit connection. Makes all the sense in the world for them to snag him. It's a need and also just ends up being a great homecoming story in that regard. As we work our way, though, through, and just at that second overall, the only one after that would actually be Thibodeau, plus 120 there at second overall pick. So there's some world where the Michigan product, as good as that may be from a story and a narrative standpoint, you end up seeing them say, you know what? Thibodeau's the guy that we like. We're going with him. Here's an interesting one for me. Third overall pick, Derek Stingley Jr. Andy mentioned this on yesterday's podcast episode, or it came out earlier today. I've done nothing but be on here. This morning with Andy, we did an episode, had Pessimistic Mike in for a live session midday, and now we're here. So it feels like I've lived several days over the last 10 to 12 hours. But Derek Stingley Jr., this is one of the names, right? Has injury concerns coming out of LSU. He's obviously a fantastic product when he's on the field, but I think depending on where you are in your organization, you maybe have a little bit of reservations around that. And it's hard at the top of the draft when you're investing serious draft capital on these guys. You want to feel like you're getting a quality pick. You want to feel like you're getting a reliable pick that's going to be there to anchor that position. Second behind Stingley at third overall would be Aquanu. So they could flip and go that way, pick up an offensive lineman for themselves at plus 200. And then Ahmad Gardner plus 450. So if you're thinking just from a Giants perspective, I like the way this board is building out here because the guys we're not mentioning are Neal, someone that we really like, or even Ahmad Gardner being that third one there. Now at the fourth overall pick, this is why it says plus 300 is going to be Hutchinson, because if Thibodeau were to go anywhere in those first two, then all of a sudden it pushes back this value that Hutchinson would obviously be. And then in behind it, you're talking about Ahmad Gardner, even money, both plus 300 there. So that's a flip of a coin there. And then it's Aquanu at plus 350, plus 400 for Jermaine Johnson. How about that one as a little bit of a wrinkle ahead of Thibodeau at plus 500? So fifth overall pick. This is the big one. I had mentioned this going back a couple episodes when we said, who do you think? What do you think? I said, I think I want Charles Cross. He's plus 175 right now at the fifth pick overall. New York Giants hold that spot. Now, again, this is about, as Andy would clarify, this is just where these guys are going at this pick mark, not necessarily a full association with the teams that are going to be drafting there. And then it's Aquanu, and then it would be Gardner. And I'm only going to go up here to 7. And then we talk about seventh overall. It's going to be a sixth overall, Aquanu and Charles Cross. Those are going to be the guys there. And then it's going to be Ahmad Gardner is plus 250 at that mark at the seventh overall pick. So this is where it becomes really interesting. If you're the New York Football Giants, you're talking about, could the board just kind of fall to you? And an interesting one would be the odds-on favorites don't have Neal going. They actually have him falling back potentially a little bit. And that's what makes it kind of exciting to see where this goes from here. Incidentally, as Griffin says, we need people who will give Daniel Jones time to pass. Yeah, of course, man. And listen, I was going to contextualize this as well. Remember, this is the New York Football Giants who did not pick up the fifth-year option on Daniel Jones at just north of $22 million. They could, if they brought him back after this upcoming season, franchise tag him at about $30 million. So, you're running a small risk, but you'd certainly be willing to pay that price. I don't think that there's anything to worry about in that regard. But then on the other side of it was Dexter Lawrence, who had that fifth-year option picked up at just north of 10 million. To your point, all this is about is bringing in quality across the offensive line, whether it's for Daniel Jones this year, whether it's going to be maybe for a Tyrod Taylor as a bridge quarterback next season at some point, or the incoming rookie that they may take, depending on how things break down here at the top of the draft, 5 and 7. We've heard the reports. We know. I think if I was putting the hierarchy together here of what the New York Football Giants would prefer to do, I think they prefer to get whatever offensive lineman of their choice, and may have multiple perfectly happy selections there for them. And then I think they wouldn't hate trading down, giving themselves extra capital this year and then extra capital next year as well. Because when you look inside what they need to accomplish, it's not all going to happen in this draft class. This is not a one and done scenario where the New York Football Giants are sitting here saying, you know what? It looks like we're a complete team now. They're going to have to do it again next year. And just having that flexibility. We talked about it earlier with Pessimistic Mike. How many wins is this team going to have? Based on that, will they be high enough to sit there and say, we're one of the top 3 or 4 teams and we can just go ahead and get the quarterback of our choosing next year? Or are they going to need a little bit of extra assets? And you'll sacrifice ones in the 2024 draft if that's what it takes. But I think you do like to set yourself up for that. And by the way, one of the worst case scenarios of if it played out that the Giants drafted at 5 and then selected at 7. And by the way, they have it right here. They have the Giants trading down in one of the NFL Network mock drafts. They have them trading down with Seattle and then taking a wide receiver. And I want to get into some of the variables in and around that. Got to do a couple things here in the background as we are just about 15 minutes past 7 o'clock, another 45 to go. We're going to walk through a lot of the different iterations of what we think the Giants could do at the top, where the best value might be, the ifs and, the if then scenarios of if they trade out, what else can they pick up additionally moving back? And then, of course, as I said, with all these days of the draft ahead, we'll just touch on. I have a little list of names that I'm going to put up here in a second that I'm just kind of keeping in mind. And this isn't even the full list. When you talk about from 36 back to probably 112, big collection of names, a lot of talented players that I think are just worth keeping on the mind of New York Football Giants fans. But the first thing I need to do is just make sure that we're going to have Andy up, ready, and able to get in here with us. As I said before, if you go over to Twitter, you follow us at One Giant Podcast. You go ahead and hit us up with a DM. If you want to get in, it'll just be audio, obviously, no video necessary. But if you want to come in and give your predictions around what you think the New York Football Giants are going to do or what you want them to do, go ahead and reach out. And I think we'll have plenty of time here to pull a couple of voices up because I do like hearing from New York Football Giants fans. Where do you think the Giants go? What do you want to see them do? Even though at this moment, I feel like a lot of the consensus for most Giants fans is just take good players. Just don't screw it up, right? And it's funny to feel relatively good about Joe Schoen and Brian Dable and Kafka and Wink Martindale and still just a little bit, have this kind of sense of shell shock from the Dave Gettleman era and trying to like put the pieces back together around, man, all we want to have happen here is, don't make the Saquon Barkley mistake. Don't make what looks like very well could be the Daniel Jones mistake. Don't make the mistake that maybe now reflecting back on it, they have 5 and 7, but maybe the mistake of not just taking Rashad Slater in last year's draft class, right? Because even though the Giants would only have one pick at the top now, and they wouldn't have Kadarius Toney, guess what they would have? Another starting offensive lineman, and then you could add one more here at the top and feel like, hey, our first round work has certainly been done. This says nothing of the trade possibilities around Bradbury. I think I've backed off the last handful of episodes around Saquon Barkley and anything really happening with him. Just because there hasn't been enough chatter or movement around it. The other really big ones that we're hearing now is Darius Slayton moving on from him. That's what could make taking a wide receiver important here. And we can focus inside of that for a second. One of the big reasons why we think about wide receiver maybe rising, and I've given some names, we'll get into some ones in the later rounds, is because if you look inside this wide receiver room, what do you see? You see Kenny Golladay, now a guy who came off injury coming from Detroit, had some nagging ones to start his career with the New York Football Giants, didn't exactly show up. A lot of factors involved, like with everyone on this team. He's a little bit older though, right? He's closer to the end than the beginning, closer to slipping out of his prime than living comfortably inside of it. Sterling Shepard, pay cut, he's there, will even be there to start the season. Darius Slayton, 5th-round pick from the previous regime, not sure if he's going to be here. And then Kadarius Toney, incredibly talented, also a pick from last regime. And even if he's a stud and he's locked in, we have one guaranteed commodity at that position. I think we have a high level potential for Kenny Golladay to bounce back here. But that's where you can look inside this draft and say, listen, adding a wide receiver at a reasonably high spot. Andy's talked about Sky Moore at 36. I talked about Christian Watson, who's now just risen clean out of the opportunities. Mentioned Alec Pierce now out of Cincinnati, and then some guys in the later rounds. I think building out this wide receiver room is something that you don't have to do all right now in this moment with all the other needs, but you can start to see where this rises up the board just a little bit. Griffin, man, I'm just gonna keep firing you off in here. I didn't believe anything. It was coming from the old coach we had. Yeah, listen, it's yeah, there's nothing this is the let's try to turn the leaf over, right? And I mean that across the board. Let's turn it over from our expectations. Let's turn it over from our confidence level. Let's turn it over from what we can reasonably expect, regardless of if we see the players' names that we prefer get called. Again, and I did this with Dave Gettleman, by the way, all through his tenure. I still turned around and said, listen, once the player gets drafted, he's a New York Giant. Done deal. Right? When Daniel Jones got drafted, did I have him on my board for the Giants to be taking at 6? Of course not. But once he got drafted, I dove in on it, tried to see if I could find what he does well, how he could benefit playing with the Giants, how the Giants could build and grow around him. and then it falls apart. Now, going back to the Saquon Barkley draft, that was one where I knew that that looked like it could be coming down the pike, and I was disgusted by the fact that Dave Gettleman turned away all possible trade offers and went hard-headedly towards a running back at the top of the draft. Now, again, one season Big Blue, I supported Saquon Barkley, and if you listen or follow us on YouTube or on the podcast, you know that I spent a lot of my energy this offseason talking about how the smart decision would have been to move off of Saquon in some form or fashion. Andy has mentioned wanting to go with a running back in this draft, Pierre Strong, and that maybe is going to be like 81-ish, 112-ish, something in that range. Unless you're trading Saquon Barkley, I have a really hard time putting my stock into another running back here. You have Matt Breida. I'm high on what he can do for this team. If you're going to have Saquon Barkley this year, so be it. But then you got to lump in, obviously, Breida with them, and you say, we have talent here. Too many needs to fill in this draft to be considering what I would say, just overspending. Uh, Let me go ahead and just make sure that Andy is all set up here. I'll take a brief little pause. It's going to be, 30-second pause here. I'll throw up a hold screen for you. Go get yourself a glass of water. I'll do the same. We'll come right back in, and I just want to run through the names that I have after this first round and what the New York Football Giants can accomplish. Great collection of players here. We'll run that down. We'll see what the ETA for Andy is going to be. Also have a couple of potential guests stopping by from Locked On Network, where I do the work over with the Locked On Nets podcast, and then a couple other friends back from the Sportscaster days. We'll see how it fleshes out. Worst case scenario, my friends, you're stuck with me. You're stuck with Andy, breaking it all down for you, and we're going to have a lot of fun along the way. Back in 30 seconds to discuss some of those key names to prepare yourself for going into days 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft. Sorry, get myself back on track here. Left myself offline. So as we dive back in on this conversation here, pull up this set of names that we said we wanted to talk about here for the New York Football Giants. We're gonna debate. We're gonna discuss what they do at 5, what they do at 7, obviously. But this is a collection of names, as I said, from 36 going all the way back to 112. And you have a smattering of different players that they can look at here. There's some guys that I think, as you've seen, starting to see the numbers move a little bit. A player like Ebikidi, who I talked about out of Penn State, edge rusher, pairs really well with the premise of getting Neal and getting Gardner. And then what's the next biggest need on your board? It's going to be edge rusher. Will he still be there at 36? That's the new question here, as we've seen a lot of mocks where he's going at the back end of the first round. I think I saw a couple where Kansas City went up, not went up, but took him certainly there. So you have to keep your eye out for that. A guy like Travis Jones, he's the defensive lineman, the nose tackle, the big boy. You think about pairing him in there with a Dexter Lawrence, with a Leonard Williams, and really using some of that muscle and power because there's different ways here. Everyone always talks about, and if you think about Wink Martindale's system, he's not talking about sacks all the time. He's talking about pressure, talking about moving quarterbacks off their spot, right? Forcing them to get that ball out of their hands a little bit earlier. And if you look at a prospect like that, you're talking about a guy who could certainly force that issue up the middle, benefit Dexter Lawrence, benefit Leonard Williams, and then benefit, of course, the linebacking core in behind them there. When we get into what I consider to be most of these guys are fairly, I think, in order as far as how the draft board plays itself out. But when you look inside some of the names, like a Tyreek Woolen, that's going to be the cornerback. Doesn't have a ton of experience under his belt, but long, really nice prospect. I list him up a little bit higher because you don't know and probably won't necessarily be there at 36. So that's a possibility. The rising name of Anderson, the linebacker, he's the Swiss Army knife that we talked about a little bit. He's played on both the offensive and defensive side of the ball. I think you like him inside of a Wink Martindale system from a versatility standpoint, right? Line him up on the inside linebacker, off the edge, move him back in space. Again, maybe you use him for some trick plays on the offensive side. So there's a lot of opportunity and versatility for him there. We talked about Alex Pierce. I mentioned Nick Cross going back a ways. That's a safety, maybe back at 81 in that range. If you think you want to add that value, especially if you go Gardner in the top of the draft, then you want edge. Maybe you want another lineman. Maybe you want a wide receiver. Still good to fold in a piece here that obviously can complement what Xavier McKinney does. This guy's a thumper, big boy out of Maryland. So I like him a lot. I even right below there, the line below, you see Cook. I told you safety there, not the running back out of Cincinnati. He's another physical safety that I like to complement to play in down by the box. Didn't mention Brisker here, closer to 36. Again, another name. He maybe is shuffling a little bit and falling closer to 67 than up towards 36, but it depends on how the board shakes out there in that regard. And then you have in between here a guy like Malone. That's an edge rusher. Now, he's a little bit undersized, but I think the value could be there on him if we're talking depending on where he falls. Some of these names, the good way that I like to associate them is saying, well, if you're sitting there and you've made your pick at 36, now you're watching the board fall. And as it unfolds in front of you, you may see Pierce looks like it's going to be a good spot here, right? Cross, maybe it's Malone, Strange, Cole Strange, the guard out of Chattanooga. If we see a value here, take my 112 and 67. And let's just jump up here a few spots to make sure that we get a player that we think really fits one of the needs that we have. Or if this guy falls, we'll be excited to take him. We don't have to reach for him. We don't have to give up anything, knowing all the holes we need. You want to keep the assets, but certainly you want to have that flexibility around it. Martin Emerson, he's that player out of Mississippi State. He was scouted and recruited as a safety, played at cornerback in college, though. Big boy, 6'4", again, physical, gonna need a little bit of developmental curve, but he could certainly be a value selection there. I don't know if he gets past 67, but you like him. I really like Owazariki. This is, again, in the list of players that have risen up my board after I mention them. Maybe it's just circumstantial. Feels like it's more than that. And that's going to be when we talk about Owazariki, a player that in a lot of drafts I was getting at 173. I was taking at 182. Then all of a sudden he's not there anymore. I start trying to hunt him down. You find him now, okay, 147. That's going to be the sweet spot for him. And now depending on how the board breaks, all of a sudden 112 doesn't have to be out of the realm of possibility for him. It's probably a guy that I would say, well, I'm on the fence about if 112 would be too soon. He's a little bit stiff in the hips. But if you picture a Leonard Williams, that's what this guy kind of profiles as, but he plays over the nose as well. So now I think you start talking about the versatility with him and with Dexter Lawrence and just being able to rotate players around. Saw him line up on the outside in the 3-4 front, over the nose in the 3-4 front. So a lot of opportunities to use him. Does a nice job, has some good strength. I think he's going to get bigger, going to get stronger as he gets into his pro career. And then the last two guys we'll talk about, one familiar face, one familiar name. That's Dontario Drummond out of Ole Miss. I love him. Go watch highlights right now. I'll put some links even in the chat here actually for some highlights on these guys. When you watch his tape, he didn't have a fast 40 time. None of the measurables jump out off at you. But as Andy would say, he's a football player. He just goes out and gets the job done. He runs good routes. They say he's not necessarily a perfect deep route guy. And yet I went and watched some film and you talk about those 20 to 40 yard passing routes. He's getting the job done out there. I look at him as the replacement for Sterling Shepard in the big picture. Not the same speed, but certainly being a chain mover, a guy you can line up in different places, and a smart football player. That's what I like about him a lot. And then Izudu, he's an offensive lineman that I thought was worth throwing in here as well. He could be a guy you talk about going in there in the 4 through 7 range. That could be a nice player that you want to bring in. You want to give him a year to get his feet underneath him. We can flesh out some of these guys a little bit more as we move along. But those are a couple of the names there. I give you a big group of them. I think about 14 up on that list there. You think about from 36 all the way to 182. A lot of opportunities for the Giants to have a ton of success. Didn't even mention a couple of the other of their safety names that I like there. Anderson, I said Anderson EN for the linebacker, Anderson ON Tyson for the safety position. That's a later round option that the Giants could certainly have on their board as well. So there's just I'm telling you, the level of opportunities that it looks like the Giants are going to have here to fill out this roster is one that I'm really excited about. Now, the other thing that I will say here, as far as how you fill this out, because a lot of these names I'm mentioning, there's going to be movement in here. There's going to be some opportunities to either, get a really talented player at 67, but maybe miss on a chance to take another offensive lineman, an inside linebacker, edge rusher, etc. And that's where 36, depending on what happens on the board there, is going to be 1 second here as we just communicate with Andy. Um, Seeing if he's going to be ready to get in here. When we talk about sitting there at 36, one of the things that you're considering is, to me, if we don't see Ebikidi there. Now the one wrinkle is the way people talk about safety for the Giants. I just, Petrie, some people talk about Braxton Hill. I think he's already going to be gone anyway, but if one of them is there, it seems like there is some traction around those names in that regard. I get not nervous, but I would wait. I would just wait until 67. But if the edge rusher has come off, if you've gotten the two key needs out of your way and you don't think the edge value is there, I know we've heard about Boye Mafa. Certainly he's fallen a little bit, but then you saw a couple of different mocks here where he's going in the first round. He's going to go top 30. And that's because of where this edge rush run begins and how that impacts where other teams think they need to take someone because they won't be there mid or late second round. Now they're gone. So you try to jump the gun there and maybe take them in that first round, especially if your team that has multiple first round selections. But that being the case, if some of those names are off the board there, I would be sitting and saying, I take a modest trade back here. Can I look and trade back with maybe Seattle at 40, not much further than 42, because you don't want to lose the value of where you're selecting? You can think back, not to give any credit to the previous regime, but trading back in the second round, still getting yourself Azeez Ojulari, right? That was a really nice move that gave you extra capital. If the Giants could pull that off in this year's draft and get themselves an extra pick, something that lives in between maybe the 81 and 112, because you have that big gap there. If you can grab another pick around 80, 85, in addition to moving back 5 or 6 spots there at the top of the second round, I think there's tremendous value there. It's where, names or players that you don't see me bringing up, tight ends. They have 2 tight ends on the roster. Obviously brought in Seals Jones, add in Atkins, Akins. I keep saying Atkins. It's not a diet. It's a player. In there from Houston, they're pass catching tight ends. We know the offensive system isn't going to lend itself for multiple tight ends or inline tight ends. And if that's the case, then you don't need to overinvest. But it doesn't mean that either one of those players is the long-term answer there. I think at the right spot, you'd be willing to do it. It's just a matter of, do you have enough assets to say, not a luxury, but pseudo luxury pick? Otherwise, if it's me, I start to lean to the back end of the draft there and say, let's see where the value is. If you come up at 173, 182, and you see a tight end that you like, okay, go ahead and make that pick. Because by that point, you hopefully have checked what you think are a significant number of boxes that make you feel comfortable to say, okay, we can go ahead and get the tight end here, a guy that maybe won't see a ton of reps early, but as we work our way towards the back end of the season and looking towards the offseason, we say, okay, we now we have that box already checked going into free agency and then going into the 2023 NFL draft. As we wait to see when Andy will make his first grand appearance here on the One Giant podcast draft night coverage. They're looking beautiful down there on the dais, by the way, in Vegas. We mentioned the numbers here at the top as far as where Vegas has the NFL draft kind of unfolding here. Well, I'll reiterate it just because we came in here, got the ball rolling, obviously, on the broadcast. Let's see if there's any different movement here. And I'll reverse engineer this here. Sauce Gardner is the Vegas odds on favorite at plus 250 to go seventh to the New York football Giants, or at least that seventh slot, followed closely by Derek Stingley Jr. So that could be an interesting one to keep an eye on as we have something coming in here. And then when we talk about the sixth overall in between the Giants' two selections, Iquanu would be the odds-on favorite with Charles Cross right in between there. So unless a trade down happens with Carolina, or Pickett is actually the third highest on the board there. So they might prefer to bolster the offensive line and worry about drafting the quarterback next year when the class is deeper. At 5, the odds-on favorite is Charles Cross right now for the New York Football Giants. Iquanu behind him. Gardner is listed third there, and then Evan Neal. So the two things we've talked about a ton, those are the ones that are listed there. Moving up the board at 4, it's Hutchinson, it's Gardner, it's Iquanu for the New York Jets potentially at that spot. And then these are the interesting ones, right? Derek Stingley Jr. plus 150, odds on favorite to go third to Houston. That's a really interesting change that's happened here over the last 12 to 24 hours, essentially driving him up the board. And you would think if you're a team going for a cornerback, just, Sauce Gardner has been just the obvious one, it felt like. Now we're saying, well, maybe not. You go back, you keep watching that tape, and you say, while there's an injury history there, if he's healthy and on the field, Stingley Jr. can certainly be a number one corner and a lockdown one at that. And then it's Hutchinson to Detroit. Right at the top, it's going to be Walker, that minus 450. So that's where we currently stand at the top end of this draft class. We'll have to see how things work their way out. We talk about Griffin saying, do you talk about any New York teams or only the New York Giants? Oh, well, there's a little off the NFL draft coverage. I do host along with my partner Doug Norrie the Locked On Nets podcast over on the Locked On Podcast Network. You can find links over on my Twitter there. You can search Locked On Nets for that content there. And currently, those are the two big ones. We have some other things in the works that I think should be launching over the next couple of weeks with some really great guys from across YouTube. We'll keep it slightly hush hush. Also, some people that I worked with over the years on Sportscaster talking about sports in general, NBA, NFL, little bit of MLB coverage. Might tap into that a little bit more coming up now. So there's going to be some really good content if you're enjoying this experience, Griffin. I highly recommend keeping your eyes peeled. I'll mention it, of course, on all the work that I do. But the idea is going to be to start doing a little bit of daily and then also weekly content, kind of talking about regional New York-based sports, everything from the Mets and the Yankees, obviously in baseball. Start to keep a little bit of an eye on our stadium brothers in the New York Jets. And I grew up a Devils fan, so I'll even extend it into New Jersey a little bit. Though we won't begrudge the New York Rangers or the Islanders. So keep your eye out for that, certainly. The other things that we want to kind of get to here is what I'm really curious about. If you're in the chat, throw up your opinions around Thibodeau. This is the one. Andy really likes him a lot. My stance on it, and he'll come in and state his case, is when you see the kind of movement that we are seeing with Walker coming all the way up to be the number one overall, with Hutchinson considered to be consensus number one, and then sliding just a little bit to 2, and then a guy like Thibodeau, questions aside, but what's the sense here? You have 3 players that you feel like are all possibly worth the number 1, number 2 overall pick. And at that point, all it tells me is that means that none of them need to be considered, while they could still be elite players and go on to have epic careers, Pro Bowls, everything else, right? And be a menace on the defensive side. But it doesn't mean that any of them necessarily are head and shoulders this consensus, hey, this is the guy, right? So once you see that shift, for me, I take a little bit of a step away from that. Now, when you talk about needs as well, offensive line is first and foremost. That's the top of the line. Number one thing that I need the Giants to address here. And we actually did do a little bit of work on this. I went and took a look at the top offensive line prospects in next year's draft class as well over on DraftBuzz. And when you do that, what you end up finding out is you can get pretty deep. You can get all the way to Green. You can get even beyond him and start to talk about Parham, maybe even a Cole Strong out of Chattanooga. All those guys right now are head and shoulders above the top prospects coming out on the offensive line in next year's draft. And while they can go over the course of this year and certainly bolster their draft stock and improve their game, because we know there's still young players that are developing at the college level, in this moment, that has to inspire you at the top of the draft to say, that's why we want one of these players, right? That's why even Charles Cross, to whatever we think, you don't have the full sample size on what he can do in run protection. You got to look at him and say, nope, the quality is there. And I can't, quote unquote, risk going into next year's draft and still having this area of need. The big one for me, and Andy brought this up, and why I think I do tend to lean towards, hey, if Neal's there and it works and it fits what you want to do, let's go grab him. It's because he's plug and play at right tackle. He's done it at college. Now, again, doesn't mean that anyone is incapable of transitioning over to that side of the line, but I do think you have to at least stand there and say, I want to make sure, there's a caveat here. I want to make sure the player that I pick up here, Andrew Thomas, gets to stay anchored at left where he's developed and looks strong. And then on the right side, I want a guy that's ready day one. Now, in theory, you didn't pick up the option on Daniel Jones, and this is a growth year, right? This is a rebuilding year. So if Cross came in and had to go through some early struggles like Andrew Thomas did, okay. Sorry, DJ, you got to take your lumps, right? There's nothing that we can do. You're at the mercy of where this franchise is right now. It's a shame, but if you think that Cross is that type of talent, you can go ahead and do it. Joseph Clark, frequent flyer of the YouTube channel, of course. The only name associated with the Giants that worries me is Stingley. Yeah, yeah. And that's a great point because we mentioned about the odds, the Vegas odds at number 7. It's Sauce Gardner, and then it's Stingley Jr. And again, you tend to think that with the way they've talked about it, with the way the Giants brass has communicated, they're going to stay away from some risks, right? They have enough injury concerns existing on the roster as it stands, and that's where I'm going to say that smoke signals a little bit. That's a little bit of if you are one of those teams just outside the top 10 and you need a cornerback. If you're Seattle, if you're Atlanta, these guys that maybe want quarterback over cornerback. But if you're somebody that's in the market for it and you might be thinking, hey, Stingley could fall here because he hasn't played. Well, now all of a sudden you're inspired to pick up the phone, call the Giants and say, well, I know you wanted Sauce and you missed out. You're thinking about Stingley. What do I have to do to take him off the board at your spot there? And maybe the Giants can move back. A great team that even though they had injuries, I think you could also think about is the Baltimore Ravens, who are turning over what they're going to be doing on that defensive side of the ball. Do they want to add another talented prospect? And then I'm just speculating on players in that, 10 to 15 range as far as a draft pick goes. That would be viable options for the Giants. If they want to come up and give you a little something, you have to feel good about that. And then, of course, Devin, I think my New York Giants will take a quarterback from Ohio State next year. Yeah, listen, and that's where we think we are, and where I know we are is at the point of being able to welcome in. I mean, how long do I have to carry the water for you, my friend? Andy Makowitz joins the show. He doesn't join the show. I mean, he is a part of the show, but he finally makes his appearance here. Listen, this guy, he's got a full spread, full setup. He's locked in. He's ready to go. He has incidentally been relegated to the lowest level of his home from his family, but that's okay because that's what draft night requires, Andy.
Look, Adam, I got the flat screen TV going. I've got some pizza. I've got, the listeners are going to watch me crack just a perfect Budweiser. It felt like tonight was a traditional one, knowing that the Giants are going to go in the trenches with someone like Evan Neal at 5. I really just wanted to get an ice cold Budweiser while I enjoy the victories of our spoils.
I don't
tonight.
want to take away any of the hype here, but I would assume, not that we're not open to some sponsorships, but I doubt that that's a good idea. Just to be flaunting the booed on the live camera here, but we'll find out. We'll find out along the way. Maybe they're inspired to become a part of the OGP family. You may be doing a marketing campaign that we don't even realize is occurring in the background right now.
Well, you didn't get the memo that we're now sponsored. We're semi-official, semi-official.
In that case, then I guess we're good to go. Listen, I had run down. Let's not do it full again because I already hit it a couple of times here at the top. But I did hit where the Vegas odds currently stand. And, we're in a pretty good spot if you go by just positional as far as 1 through 7, obviously. Charles Cross right now is the odds on favorite at 7 to be the selection right now. It's interesting that when you go through VegasInsiders.com, you don't see Neal's name get called before them there as far as odds on favorite, but Charles Cross is the odds on favorite. Do you, I mean, as we stand here right now, I know that you like Evan Neal obviously a lot. Are you pot committed on him being the answer there? And if it isn't him, then you're at least mildly disappointed that it's Cross, or can you just take, give me offensive lineman, I'm happy?
So I really do believe Evan Neal is going to be the best offensive tackle in this draft. So for me, he is 1 and 1A. With that said, though, we know the Giants need to fix the offensive line, and so whether it is Kwanu, who I think is just a drop behind Evan Neal in my rankings, or it's Charles Cross, I will be happy. It'll be kind of like well, I guess like it was okay if we get
Hmm.
Charles Cross, but at the same time, I will be thrilled, excited, almost doing handstands if it ends up being someone like Evan Neal at 5.
Yeah, and I said too, one of the things that you do benefit from is going to be that, say Cross is the pick and you think, well, he's going to need a little bit of time to develop and run protection. Guess what? We got time. You know what I mean? Like the impetus of needing to be a stalwart immediately is a little bit different, especially when we think about changing over to a right tackle position, something that would be not familiar to Cross as opposed to for Evan Neal. The other one too, then obviously is Thibodeau. This is what I want to bounce off of you, because I don't know if we talked about this leading up to it with our picks around the fact that Hutchinson and then that Walker comes out of nowhere and now he's in the mix with Thibodeau. You got three edge rushers. They're all in the mix here, right? It's all coming up. Doesn't, to me, it waters down a little bit as far as how the urgency that one of these players is a game changer for you, as opposed to saying they're all incredibly talented, they're all going to be great pros, but I don't need to feel compelled to take one of them at 7 if one of them happens to be there. It looks like Thibodeau could be that guy.
Well, you hear everyone talk about how this isn't a particularly strong draft. They talk about how many first round talents, first round grades most of the scouts have. You really hear the number of anywhere between 12 and 16. Usually it's 20 to 24 are the general consensus of guys that could go in the first round. And those are usually the first round graded guys. This draft is wide open, and it does feel a little bit like maybe at the top, you do feel like there are some strong guys. I do think the top 3 offensive tackles, top 3 edge rushers. You could even include Jermaine Johnson in there. There are some really good talents that are going to make an impact straight away. I think once you get to like 12, the problem that everybody has is all the guys between 15 and say 35 all feel like they're kind of in the same grade, kind of in the same boat. So like, wouldn't you want to trade out and get as many assets as you can and still get a similar guy 15, 20 picks later?
Well, of course, dude. One of the guys that you and I are really high on as far as that trade down scenario would go, say from 5 or 7, whichever it works out, was Devin Lloyd. And now all of a sudden, you look at the boards, like he's a guy that's going in the 20s now. That like he's falling into this sweet spot, and that has a lot to do with, I think, the one area where we talk about the wide receiver run. That's from 10 to 20. All of a sudden, 3, 4, maybe 5 wide receivers go from 10 to 20, 22, and then you're going to see talent fall out of there. And that's the only reason we talk about the possibility of trading down. I get well, there's the beauty of it, right? If you trade it down a ways, all of a sudden, positions that are getting runs on, like wide receiver, you go, that's fine. We're not obsessed with that in this moment. And then maybe you get some of that additional talent. Maybe, I've been blown away by the fact that, remember, like Trevor Penning, like bubbled up and then settled back down. Like it's interesting that you would have thought maybe Cross could have fallen to that same type of range, right? Dropping out of the top 10 into the mid-teens, closer to 20. Instead, he seems to have held up at the top here. Meanwhile, a guy like Penning specifically, just because we're talking about tackle, right? He seems to have settled down into that 20-ish range, maybe a little ahead of that, probably going 15 to 20, somewhere in that range. But it's interesting to think about. If that opportunity knocks for the New York Giants, you can sit there again. You could be sitting there at 20, at 22, 23 and go, boy, linebacker. Maybe you even talk about wide receiver at that point. Obviously, offensive line, Zion Johnson. Like for the Giants, the trade back has this benefit. In the draft overall, it might not be as robust as some teams want.
Well, you mentioned a couple of different guys like Trevor
You list
Penning
on
have
views
come
and
and
stuff.
gone. But think about a guy like Tyler Linderbaum, right? Who just
Yeah, yeah.
as recently as a couple of weeks ago, people were saying, could you take a center and with the first top 10 pick? Now they're saying is he going to be available still for the Giants at,
The
in the
30
second round?
36. Yeah.
Right. Right. So like, you're talking about, that's kind of speaks to the idea of there's like 10 or 12 guys that everyone kind of looks at consensus and is like, yeah, those are the guys. Everyone else is kind of like throw a dartboard at who you like, throw a guesstimate at a position of need at the next available guy. It does feel kind of strange after you get to like 10 or 12. People are saying look out for fireworks. I'm curious to see what happens once you get out of the top 10. Like who's liking someone so much that they're going to be trading up back into the first round.
Well, and don't forget, right, with so many teams with multiple first round picks, it's like what it's if you're at the top of the draft like the Giants are, I think that's also the difference too. It's not a very deep draft class. Okay, but I'm at 5 and 7, two top 10 picks. I'm probably going to get two good players. If all of a sudden you find yourself though in the teens like the Saints are, you go, well, I'm kind of in this weird middle ground a little bit, right? And we've heard about maybe Malik Willis. If he falls there, he just kind of comes down the board. That's maybe an opportunity to take a look at him. But you could be talking about taking two guys from 15 to 20 that in general you might be looking at going, I think we might have got like two late first, early second round player like talents here. And you compare it to the following draft class, and it's disappointing. And I wonder if need for other teams in from behind could get some of these teams out of some of those double picks there in the first round. Just let someone say, well, I have a nice target here. I don't have that mid first. I'll come up for one key player.
Right. And it depends on one of these guys that might fall. I mean, you talk about Jameson Williams, if he didn't hurt his leg in the national championship game, they're talking about him being a top 10 guy. Could he slide because of the ACL injury? And all of a sudden he's available in basically, I don't know, the 13, 15, somewhere in the teens, someone that's really needy. Like think about the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Would they go up and mortgage their next first round draft pick to be able to get someone like that? Good replacement for someone losing Tyreek Hill. It is, they talk about not superstar quarterbacks, not particularly deep with first round talent, but I think that actually adds to the intrigue of this draft in terms of the different ways people can approach it. Like it's not like everyone's mortgaging the future to trade up to get quarterbacks this year.
Yeah.
You really are thinking about how do I build a roster so that we're ready when we do find the quarterback of our future.
And so one of the things that I mentioned before too around this offensive line piece, and say even if it was Cross, I wanted to highlight it because I said you go into next year's draft class and you just think about where some of these players are who can get better, as we know, over the next football season. But you're talking about Kirkland out of Washington. You're talking about Patterson out of Notre Dame, who's a center, by the way. So even a player that's talented, the position, just like Linderbaum, may have him fall. There's actually in the top six, there are four of the top six offensive linemen are centers with Stromberg, with Gibson, and then even with Schmidt coming out of Minnesota. And then mixed in there in the middle is offensive tackle Nelson out of the University of Miami. And my point right there is those are like even the top five guys. They are 81 to 85 in terms of their rating over on Draft Buzz. And the reason why you can look at this and say, where's the value? How do you know that you're getting good value here? We'll come back into the 2022 draft right now and look at the offensive line class, where I can tell you that when you want to get down to 81, which is where they had the fifth best player on the offensive line in next year's draft class, I'm already down to past Zion Johnson, who's 86. He's going to be going late in the first round. I'm already moving into page number 2. By the time I get down to 81, we're talking about players like Parham, who's going to maybe go somewhere, 67. Maybe he's still there at 81. So while this draft class may not be that deep, the nice thing for the Giants is, incidentally, that the position of need they have could actually be one that they could really benefit from this year. The question now becomes, how do other teams look at that and think about the idea of a Parham, a Cole Strange, whatever it may be, and go, well, I see what's happening next year. Maybe at 45, Parham is worth it, quote unquote, even though he might be closer to 70 or 75 in terms of where he's slotted in this draft.
And we mentioned before on one of the podcasts, if Joe Schoen truly believes that this is a multi-year rebuild, and you think about where you want to go, are you necessarily going to reach for some of these different linemen that are going to go earlier when you say, no, let's build out a roster. Let's take that cornerback as opposed to reaching 10, 15 spots for a guy like Cole Strange, in the mid 60s. Let's just take the best player available. Maybe it's a wide receiver. Maybe it's a linebacker to fill in for when Blake Martinez isn't there anymore. There's so many different ways that they could go about this where it doesn't feel like you necessarily need to jump at some of these guys just to be able to say that you took a guard in this draft early or took a tackle at some point, even though you and I both know we really do want to tackle at the top.
You better believe it, man. I'm gonna drop Andy out for a second here. Let him get his pizza slices set up. Let him get his notes in order. I've been sitting here since 7 o'clock. I may have brought Andy directly into the action before he was fully ready and geared up to go. So we'll go ahead and just give him a minute there to get himself situated. We know though, man, we're talking about, listen, we're 9 minutes away from this thing kicking off. We have the NFL Network on in the background here. Again, I mentioned Devin Lloyd, one of those trade back kind of players we were talking about. 19 is where he's on the mock draft board to the Saints right now. 21 is Zion Johnson to the Patriots. Burks, the wide receiver to the Packers at 22. These are the kind of things I think if you're the New York Football Giants, you are keeping an eye on, right? A guy like Karlaftis, who was all the way up in the top 10 and maybe still considered to be that right now as a draft prospect, he's going in the mid 20s. And then you get into the first running back. He has a Bryce Hall going there at 25. So that's interesting as well. So, I mean, I think there's just some different players here that we look at and say it's going to be about value. It's going to be about need. But if you're the New York Giants, you're certainly monitoring that, right? You're taking a look at it. And then we see Boye Mafa. He's going 29. Wide receiver George Pickens. That's the 2 picks back to back for the Chiefs. This is on Daniel Jeremiah's mock board. And then Ajabo. That's a fun one. He goes first round, even though in spite of the injury, the Bengals pick him up knowing what he can be. And then it's the Lions just sitting there at 32 and managing to pick up Malik Willis. I mean, if you want to talk about a dream scenario for the Detroit Lions, it would be to have Hutchinson, hometown hero. And then I think Malik Willis may be from Detroit as well. So they can just sit there and let the board fall to them, have everything work out perfectly, get there what they think could be a franchise quarterback behind Jared Goff. No pressure to get in there immediately. We know Detroit's still a little ways away, but you already have some nice pieces there in the backfield. Amon-Ra St. Brown, one of my guys that I was really high on in last year's draft class. He showed up in a big way this past season. So there's just so much opportunity here for not only the Giants, but every team. I mean, this is what it's about, right? When you feel like you are staring down the prospect of having hope for crying out loud, right? Hope is the opportunity we're trying to find for here. By the way, Thibodeau in now Bucky Brooks one, he's going 9. That's going to be Seattle. You got Hamilton going 11. So just keep an eye on some of these names that we're familiar with. Jermaine Johnson of the Texans at 13. Big boy Jordan Davis goes to the Ravens, which makes a lot of sense for them at 14 as well. So you see, and then Trevor Penning that we were just talking about, that's to the Saints at 16 overall when he has Chris Olave going to the Eagles. That's a dangerous one, man. We talk about looking around the division. We had a pessimistic Mike in earlier tonight. And we were saying, good Lord, they already have some weapons there. We know Devontae Smith from last year's draft class. Whatever we think that team can be at the quarterback spot, you still have to believe they have a lot of weapons there on the offensive side. They're going to be a dangerous team. So that's an interesting one to certainly keep an eye on as well. Boy, we are just minutes away from this thing officially kicking off, from the fans in Vegas booing the commissioner, as is tradition. And we're really, could not be any more excited about this opportunity for the New York Football Giants coming up here. And by the way, the beauty, maybe the biggest beauty of it is what you end up finding yourself doing is the second they make the pick, what are you immediately going to do? If it's offensive line, bang. Okay. Now, how does that impact Daniel Jones? How does it impact Saquon Barkley? How does it impact the receivers? How does it impact what they do through the rest of this draft over the next 2 days, right? Likewise, if it's Sauce Gardner, boom, all of a sudden the phone calls can start happening on James Bradbury. How much money are the Giants willing to eat in order to get him off the books? Or how much of a diminished asset are they willing to take for a player that still has real value in the NFL, just maybe not in this system and maybe not at that price point if you're the New York Football Giants. So these are really some of the things that I just find myself looking at, considering, and getting pretty dialed in on here now, as we feel like we just have moments away before this kicks off. I can't imagine. I wonder what the temperature is in Vegas. If we're being fully honest here, what is it in Vegas right now? Because they are packed in like sardines. You want to hear those boos against the commissioner. You want to hear those cheers when they get to come up, obviously, as well. Oh, there's one thing that I want to shout out that the New York Giants are doing for this one as well. A really great gesture by the Giants, great by Joe Schoen, which the organization has been known to do. We'll touch on that here in a second as well. First thing we want to make sure that we do as we're working our way towards the draft, go ahead and just make sure that the people over on Twitter are aware that we're over here doing our live draft coverage. You guys know about it. You guys know about it, so why not everybody else? I'd be very curious though. Again, in the comments, shout it out, man. Who is your pick? Who is your pick? Who's your stay away from guy? I think sometimes is the bigger one, right? Who do you not want the New York Football Giants to draft? And I specifically keep coming back to Thibodeau. Like, does anyone have a problem with the Giants taking Thibodeau? I know offensive tackle, but let's assume offensive tackle is one, and then the second player the New York Football Giants take. Is there an issue if it's Stingley? We heard that get mentioned in here. I understand why that would be a problem. Is it a problem if it is Thibodeau? Is it a problem if it's Cross? Do you have a problem with Cross? What if it ends up being Gardner at 5 and then at that 7th pick because you're happy with getting Cross? Is that an issue for anybody? Or do you feel like there is enough value all the way through? Is Hamilton the sneaky one that Peter King suggested that really sent Andy Makowitz through the roof here? Just a couple days ago, as far as what could happen here. He's a name that's falling down the draft board a little bit. It's a devalued position, one you don't necessarily want to get locked into on a big price tag coming up. And I do have um, one other thought around that as far as the potential of why some teams, not necessarily the Giants, but the way that the Giants could be looking at that safety position, knowing how much we have high hopes for Xavier McKinney. Had an injury riddled first season, had a pretty strong second season, but where is he in his development and where is he in the hierarchy for the New York Football Giants? Because you're talking about a player, he's in his third year. You get one more year, and then you're talking about him and what does his contract look like at that safety spot. Oh, Kelvin, saw you come in the other day. I wouldn't mind Tibbs, but he may be a me guy, right? Which I of course would want to. Oh yeah, exactly. You know what's funny too, and this is we talk about it, right? This is the silliness around this sometimes. But I saw them coming in pre-draft, getting geared up, and I saw them saying, you had Thibodeau doing his interactions on the red carpet, and you see his suit and the attitude and the swagger, and it's all there, and you can love some of that bravado that he has. Then when Sauce Gardner comes up, he's very soft spoken. Now, by the way, he's rocking a beautiful Sauce chain, which I absolutely love, but he's just kind of quiet, right? It just seems reserved, and he wants to come in any way that they want to use me. And I'm not there aren't right or wrong answers necessarily to it, but I do think about those things that way. And if you're thinking about a year from now and we're talking about who's going to be representing the New York Football Giants potentially as one of the faces of the franchise, right? Because one of the things that we haven't really talked a ton about here is just that if you think about how Saquon Barkley might not be back here and Daniel Jones might not be back here, and you have Leonard Williams, he's maybe one of the vocal leaders potentially on the defensive side of the ball. But where do you really stand? Where do you stand in terms of who is going to be the vocal leader? And is Thibodeau, like you say, a little bit of a me guy? Is that the guy that you want there? If he feels like he's closer to Kadarius Toney than to Xavier McKinney in terms of demeanor and approach, yeah, I think that those things do play a factor. And obviously, you want to have a guy that you feel comfortable with saying, you can be the man that leads this team forward. Again, Leonard Williams may be here now. He's not going to be here forever, right? Dexter Lawrence, I like his demeanor and style of play. So there's things like that. There's questions like that that I do think you keep in the back of your mind as you're working towards these decisions. And we have heard this before, right? We've heard this before from teams, especially at the top of the draft. These are high value picks that we're talking about. So at some point, you need to feel comfortable in as many aspects as possible with taking a player that not only for right now, but that in 4 years and with the fifth year option, you're going to turn around and say, and now we're going to give you even more money, right? Like that's the goal here. You want decade players. You don't want someone that you say, well, we'll see, right? Hopefully. We don't want the we don't want the Eli Apples, right? We don't want even first round picks. We don't want the Evan Ingrams of the world, right? We don't want the Eric Flowers, right? Like these are you can't have that happen. It's far too important. And if that were to occur here, it would be a huge stain on Joe Schoen's new record coming in as the Giants GM, and it would mar everything that you want to accomplish here as well. I think I missed on reaching the third round for Cooks. Reaching the third round. No. I mean, you can take him 81, I feel comfortable with that. What I'm going to say on him is, though, and I said this about the running back position in general, unless you're telling me that the New York Football Giants are trading Saquon Barkley, I don't know why. Like, why am I taking that running back at that spot right now? Now, you can tell me a year later when you don't bring back Saquon, now you have his replacement in place, and I can wrap my head around it. Um, but I'd be a little bit in between on whether or not I think there's more valuable talent at that point in the draft. Whereas maybe now, if you tell me you trade back a little bit from 81 in some scenario, or as I highlighted before, do you trade back from 36 a little bit and you grab 85? Well, then there's a luxury pick there for you. And then you can say, well, I took Cole Strange from Chattanooga and I bolstered the offensive line. And then, yeah, I took the heir apparent, a guy that's really dynamic, great as a runner, also excellent as a receiver out of the backfield. We know what that kid's capable of. And then maybe that makes it a little more tangible. But I think that's probably the line that I'm feathering there with a lot of those players, especially when you look at some of the running backs later in the draft class, even. Yep. Yep. That's right, Kel. I know, right? Isn't that what you want? Extremely confident, tons of bravado. He said his rookie expectation, he said, be a Pro Bowler. He's like, I set unreasonable expectations all the time, and then I go out there and I do my best to try to get it done. And that's all that's what you want. And it doesn't have this sense of, and I've already accomplished it, right? And these are such stupid things, man. Because he has all the swagger and all the look of a guy that wants to get the job done for you. But when I hear Thibodeau shouting out Gucci for the shoes, I don't know. This is the stupid stuff. This is when you're in the weeds a little bit. And again, that's once you get past the idea of the talent at the top of the draft, the needs that I think you want to fill first and most importantly. And then again, about players that I see throughout this draft class. Remember, big drop off here when you talk about the cornerback position and places that you may go instead of Sauce early on. It's going to be really hard. Sorry, as we're waiting for Andy to get himself back in here. Really hard to figure out what the fractional marginal differences are between some of these guys. We get Andy back in here now. He's got himself beautifully tucked into a little bit of a nook there. I think that's nice. He's cozy. I think Andy feels cozy here. We're talking about, man, we were debating a little bit here about the fractions of decimals of things that you think about when you're trying to decide between maybe a Thibodeau or a Sauce Gardner. As Kelvin was pointing out, all this lead up, it just seems like Sauce Gardner is filled with confidence, but also filled with like a humbleness about him too. Just wants to go out there and get the job done for you. Whether or not it matters entirely in these decisions, there's a little bit of that fine line of bravado and what feels like confidence, and also someone that could be the face of the franchise versus someone that you may one off season later be like, is he showing up for any camp voluntary, or do we have a small issue here? And you'll unmute yourself, and we'll be right back in here. We know it.
Listen, it's tough putting the kids to bed and trying to get everything
I
going. The
said, by
dog's
the way,
barking in the background. I'm like, I just want peace and quiet while we get ready for the NFL draft. I'm like
Andy
explaining
has
to my wife.
variables. Andy has variables. I only have to just turn it on. I let my obviously my partner Courtney know I'm going to be doing this, but she's an adult. She gets it. There's not necessarily a negotiation process there that I have to go through.
The dog is barking. My wife's like, why is this so important? It's just the draft. They're not actually playing the game. I'm like, no, this decides whether I'm happy or not when they're playing the game. Like the people that they select now will be my happiness in the future. But Adam, I love that Sauce Gardner chain. I mean, he has a bottle of hot sauce as one of his chains, wearing it to the draft. It's so great. And I do like the softly spoken, walk tall, carry big stick type of thing that Sauce Gardner has. But I will say, I love me some Kayvon Thibodeau, though. And I know that you were just talking about his machismo, his me mentality. And listen, like he's a guy that, yes, you hear from people at Oregon, they never really had a bad thing to say about him. The only thing that the knock on him was he was very interested in getting NIL deals to be able to make money. And you're like, okay, like he was also doing like charity work. In all of his interviews, he came back and said, I will always constantly remember that football is the one thing that gives me a platform to do anything else that I do. And like, I am excited to get a guy with his
Sure.
athleticism and his excitement. When you think about having a guy like him on the defense, he's an intimidating guy. He's a guy that could change the game in one play. And so I like Sauce. I think he works great in Wink Martindale's system. But man, if we could get to the quarterback with Azeez Ojulari and Kayvon Thibodeau with Dexter Lawrence and Leonard Williams pushing up front down the middle, like that to me gets me excited.
But isn't the difference as we are what we got here? We're in it. We're in the thick of it. I mean, we're waiting for Goodell to do his thing and to get booed, and then we can finally get into the action here. But isn't the difference that if I could tell you right now, the Giants end up with Trayvon Walker, hey, we can get after the quarterback. We can move the pat. We can make him get off his spot. We can bring pressure. If I tell you that it's Hutchinson, hey, man, we can get after the quarterback. We can bring pressure. If I tell you it's Jermaine Johnson, who I actually like maybe, even more out of all these guys, not that I'm saying he's going to go that high, but hey, get after the quarterback, set the edge, all those things. And then I say, you can get Sauce Gardner. You don't have another name that you say that you go, oh, yeah, but you could just get, assuming if it's 2019 still, Stingley Jr. can get that done for you. Like, I think that's the big difference for me is that you don't have that same value chart at the top of this draft to say, if not him, then someone else. And the fact that you could say, I could be as happy with any of these edge rushers as I would be with Thibodeau. That's the only reason why I say, then you should feel okay getting away from it, let alone where the draft unfolds when we get to the second round and where the value starts to drop off from the cornerback spot versus I think where you can also, by the way, here's another piece of it I'll bring up here. And let's just highlight a couple of mentions here real quick. We've got Sauce number 4. Hey, Neil, you knocked that kind of nonsense off. Welcome in to the show. We've heard those rumors. I think, you know what, though, maybe Thibodeau will be better for you, though, at 4. I think Thibodeau will be a really nice fit for you, right? He's got that swagger. You'll be ready to cross the stadium. And yes, and here we do go, my friend. So as this gets fired up, the difference also to me, when we're talking about it is cornerback is that thing on the island, right? Like you can't piece together in the same way, though we have confidence in Wink Martindale. You can't piece together mano a mano, man on man press coverage on the outside. What you can piece together is a linebacker, an edge rusher, a nose tackle. All of a sudden, the collective front for the defense of the Giants can get that accomplished of getting to the quarterback. But you can't manufacture man coverage, right? You can't manufacture that in a way that we've seen how the Giants and how a guy like James Bradberry, right? It's why they're trying to move off of him because in single man coverage, you go, hey, I thought James Bradberry, he's just 7 yards back. He's out of camera frame right now. That's why you don't see as player X is streaking down the sideline.
Yep, and Adam, that little dig from Neil, he's someone that lives about a mile away from MetLife Stadium, somewhere in
Son of a
my
gun.
general vicinity.
Okay.
Just happens to be a Jets fan, so he's actively excited about what the Jets are going to do. I think
what's
most Giant fans are saying, yeah, sure. Why don't you take Thibodeau and just leave Sauce Gardner alone?
Yeah.
He seems more like he'd look good in blue, which I think is what he's wearing tonight.
Hey, listen. But yeah, by the way, I think it was like a very light powdery kind of blue. Oh, look, we got a little bit of a celebrity kicking this thing off. Boy, I tell you what, celebrities, actors, musicians, you certainly get a little bit of a bigger sense of how big or small they are when they're on a stage with football players. Start to look a little bit tinier when you see Ice Cube introducing the NFL draft in Vegas and you go, huh. And by the way, I'm not a tall guy, but a booster seat might be necessary or a little step stool. I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Adam, there's one thing about the NFL draft that's great. It's like there's 3 known things in life: death, taxes, and Roger Goodell getting mercilessly booed as he shows up on stage. It's like it comes around every year. You're like, oh, it's a different city. Maybe they'll feel different. Nope, he gets booed off the building until they bring someone else in. It's great.
I think, man, like you have to have a certain level of, as Derek Carr's also getting up there in front of everybody as well. I think you have to have, listen, by the way, it's not like Goodell doesn't get handsomely paid for it, but you have to have like that sense of like, what's your role as commissioner of any major league sport? To be the heel. Like, that's it. You're here to be the punching bag, right? And you're making money for the owners, but this is a commitment to show up every year to these drafts, and especially the NFL draft, which is obviously by far the one that gets the most attention and national coverage and everything else, and just walk up there and go, hey, everybody. And just have them rain down on you.
Think about the difference too. I mean, listen, Roger Goodell is an older man, but you look at Baker Mayfield on his podcast being like, I'd like to go to somebody's job and boo them. And it's like, yeah, well, Baker, if we were all making $20 million and playing football and people came and paid and they booed you, like you're not even understanding what it is that happens. It's like, No, we get fired from our day jobs when we don't do what we need to do. You just get booed by fans. It's like, look at Roger Goodell. He gets, he makes $40 million a year. He's getting booed mercilessly and he's embracing it. Like he knows, like you said, he is the heel. He is the guy that needs to absorb all the bad energy so that people get excited about their draft picks shortly to come.
Oh, of course. And officially, as we know now, at the 9-minute mark, a minute into the official start of the NFL draft, as we talked about throughout this process, there's no world where even if Vegas tells you Trayvon Walker is the pick here, that the Jaguars, what's the over under on when this pick actually gets submitted, Andy? Is it over under 4 minutes? Let's say that.
You know what? To be honest with you, I think I've heard this once before that like the first pick is ready to go, and the NFL and Goodell makes them hold on to it
Right.
for at least 5 or 6 minutes because they want to get people in their seats. People are just finishing up dinner. They maybe had to walk the dog, eat pizza, and put their kid to bed. Like who does that on NFL draft day? But
Noticing some
they
connections here. Yeah.
basically like they know who they're picking. Yet here we sit for at least 5 minutes. My guess is at the 3 to 4 minute mark, they'll probably announce who the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to take, and we all presume it's going to be Trayvon Walker.
What as we sit here, obviously with a handful of picks, probably somewhere, but could be up to 40 minutes that we're waiting before the Giants get on the clock. Could be a little bit less, but do you have any sense that that trade down scenario is in play here? What because we talked about it before. We have our desires, but I think realistically that if Sauce Gardner is there at say 7, the Giants are really excited to do that. Even if Thibodeau is there, is it reasonable to say that the Giants, if they could, they'll be open to potentially trading down out of that spot there? Like, I think that it's marginal here, but we talk about no buzz around quarterbacks, but maybe still something could happen like that. Is that what you prefer to see happen here? Assuming, boy, this is tricky, man, because I get caught in between about I'll take Neal, I'll take Aquan, I'll even take Cross, and then if you can trade back, trade back. But then I keep picturing Sauce Gardner, and I have a hard time letting go of that.
Well, so I was just on a Twitter space with Art Stapleton, beat writer for the New York Giants, I believe, for NJ.com. And essentially, what he was saying, he was actually doing the Twitter space outside the Giants facility. And
Yeah, I was trying to wrap my head around. You told me that, and I couldn't. I was like, what is going on?
He's like, it's windy. I can barely hear you guys, but I'm going to do a Twitter space because I just stepped out of like Joe Schoen's office. I'm like, tell me everything that you know, please.
Right.
What he said and what's been the rumor is that the Texans are thinking about going offensive tackle at 3 and then trying to jump back into the top 10 to get either Stingley or Sauce Gardner. And they're eyeing the Giants at number 7 as a potential trade partner. So really the question is whether or not the Giants want to move from 7 to 13 and potentially pick up an extra first-round pick for next year, dropping back 6 spots. But to your point, that means Sauce Gardner's off the board. Jermaine Johnson's probably off the board. You're now getting into a little bit of a different range of players. Perhaps Devin Lloyd. Devin Lloyd comes to mind.
About like wide receiver, like all of a sudden bubbling up into this conversation for the Giants if they traded back a little bit. I've seen modest trade backs to 9. Where then they start talking about, and then the value chart is in and around wide receiver. And I highlighted it here. I've highlighted it before about how if you look at the wide receiver room, what's the reliable piece? Let's say that Kadarius Toney is the one reliable piece, right? If we check his box, Kenny Golladay isn't, Slayton isn't, Shepard isn't. Like you don't have anyone else in that room. And we always talk about I don't believe or look at it as well. You got to give Daniel Jones weapons to see what he is. But you do need to have weapons there for whoever the quarterback is. And that does make an interesting dynamic, at the top there.
Well, speaking of weapons, shout out to Mike Albo. He's talking about the Jets could have 3 hours and still screw up both of their picks. The
Can
Jets
I ask you something here real quick, Mike? Because this sounds like another friend of the show. Can I just real quick here? As I grew up, my grandfather was a Yankees fan. I grew up watching the Yankees. I'm a Giants fan. That's how I grew up. And now I understand the Yankees. They were bad a long time ago, but they've mostly been productive. But as a Giants and Yankees fan, I always grew up with a sense of like, hey, we're right there, man. It just takes this one thing. I have a cousin who's a Jets and a Mets fan, and their entire existence is predicated on the idea of when are they going to F us over? Like, when is it going to go bad? When is it going to go south? Do you believe in karma? Do you believe in the energy that you put out into the world? And that if the collective Jets fan base thinks that they are going to screw this up, they will inevitably ruin this for you? You can't have nice things. Sorry, please, Andy, go ahead.
No, it's funny that you say that
It's
because it's
philosophical.
like
We're not just
it's
doing
like a
draft
car
coverage.
crash. Yeah, it's like a car crash waiting to happen, and you just expect it to happen. Whereas Giant fans are like, with one pick, we could turn this all around. Jets fans are like, in purgatory, constantly being like, how are we going to find a new way to
Right.
screw
The
up whatever it
Giants
is?
drafted Daniel Jones, 6th overall, right? The Duke quarterback that no one anticipated being taken in the first round, maybe. And we all still went, maybe this will work out, though. Maybe we know something they don't know. Like that's where Giants minds naturally go, is we must be so much smarter. The first pick is in, just a hair under 5, I think. Held it for out of 5 spot. And now the Jacksonville Jaguars are in. That means that we know we're going to have the Detroit Lions on the clock. And this is where I think, as you said, the first pick, they wait a little bit. If you're worth your weight as the NFL, because if it is Hutchinson, and it's a homecoming Michigan product, this is where, after you announce Jacksonville, you should let Detroit sprint up there and make it this joyous occasion instead of saying, no, 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 let's see what happens here.
Yeah, I'm just watching Trayvon Walker. I think he's sitting at home and he's like, "What's going on? Like, am I allowed to put on the hat yet? Like, what are we doing here? You know?"
It's holding just off the screen. He's going, this is Evan Neal, maybe at the 5th overall pick, going, no. Oh, no, I didn't mean, it could happen at any moment here.
Let me ask you a question right before the pick comes in,
Sure.
Adam. I see Kenny Pickett's there, Matt Corral's there. These are guys that aren't guaranteed to go in the first round. Like, if you were like a fringe guy going in the like potential to go in the first round, would you show up to the NFL draft, or would you just stay away altogether, being like, I don't want to be the last guy in the green room?
Yeah, I'd be curious, because they said that I think 20 players are at the draft live in Vegas. So that means there's 12 guys, presumably a handful of them towards the back end, that are like, listen, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to Vegas to sit there and then show up the next day, whatever. Man, if you're one of those quarterbacks, maybe not, just because, there's already a bad sentiment around your QB class. Why then be the guy that also sits there and rides it out?
I mean, if it was in
They should be
Indian,
making it.
if they were like in Indianapolis or something, maybe you'd stay home, but they're in Vegas. Like, I guess this is the
That's
one
true.
time
Yeah,
where you're
listen,
like, you
worst
know
case
what? If I
scenario.
get picked, we go out and party. If I don't, we still go out and party.
Officially, Trayvon Walker is the selection for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He did it, man. He surged all the way up the board. The 6'5", 272 Georgia product is going first overall. The rating scores 80 overall, 86 athleticism, 61 production. That's the old, hey, it's not about the sacks. It's good enough to have the pressures. Obviously, Jacksonville is taking a player that they believe, you play in Georgia, you're behind a lot of other talented players. Obviously, a lot of other guys get to feast because of what you're doing. They're drafting this kid based on what he's going to do, not about what he did at the college level.
Yeah, this is all about traits, not production, Adam. Like, they look at the skills, they look at everything that they think Trayvon Walker can bring to the table. He, they keep showing him. He doesn't seem too excited. Like, you're the number one overall pick in the NFL draft, and he's kind of just hanging out. But
Well, let's be fair, man. Not for nothing. Like, now, and this goes for the Giants, as well in these scenarios. If you're one of these players and you get picked, it's like, Jacksonville. Well, and as we see Aldo talking about Albo, excuse me, about like it's been a long time if you're a Jets fan / not in your lifetime if you're a Jets fan. And if you look at like Jacksonville, listen, I get it. You're going to be playing in Florida. The money's a little bit sweeter down there, but you're also saying, like, I haven't. Trayvon Walker in his lifetime hasn't seen the Jacksonville Jaguars and said, they got something going on there. All he knows is this is one of the worst teams in the league, and that can be difficult. If you're a young player, man, especially a player coming from Georgia. I come from a winning program, and I'm going to, just like Trevor Lawrence, right? I'm going committing to losing at least 14, 15 games for maybe the first 2 or 3 years of my career. That's brutal.
Well, to be honest with you, though, Trayvon Walker's he must be stoked to go to Jacksonville deep down inside, because he is from Georgia.
The pick is
Jacksonville.
very quickly in. Sorry, the pick is
Oh, the pick
very
is
quickly
already
in for Detroit. They did it. I
already in.
told you. Let them do it. Let them grip it and rip it.
I mean, if you're Detroit, you're like, we got a steal with Aiden Hutchinson at 2. Like, if he's the pick,
Unless it comes up Thibodeau, though. Could come up Thibodeau here.
this would be the first real shock to me if it's not Aiden Hutchinson. The guy went to the University of Michigan. He's like a local guy. It just makes too much sense. The Lions need an edge rusher. Like, it makes way too much sense.
Yeah, they had said here, we're talking about Vegas insiders. It was Hutchinson at -150 here, Thibodeau at +120, and then Trayvon Walker obviously the odds are bad because it was assumed he would go at the top there, but Thibodeau not too far behind, so it looks like it's marginally the idea of bringing home a player like this. And like you say, man, whether or not Trayvon Walker ends up being the best edge rusher out of this group, the thing you have to think if you're the Detroit Lions is, so the guy that was the consensus best player, potentially number one overall, much through the college season, and then much through the combine, and then leading up to the draft, we end up getting him at 2, right?
Yeah, it's a steal. Like you're getting the second pick. You're like, oh, they get the pick of the litter. Trayvon Walker comes out of nowhere. You never even thought you had a chance at Aiden Hutchinson. It's unbelievable right now. I mean, I even joked around like if he was available at 5 for the Giants would have had to just run up and send that pick in as fast as Detroit did, right, Adam?
Well, and by the way, yeah, listen, not for nothing. We talk about all the marginal things, right? These little tiny details. If I, knowing nothing, if I knew absolutely nothing, came in blind, and I just heard about where Hutchinson was to start the draft, where he was regarded, and then he's there at 5, you go, well, how is this not a no-brainer? Whereas Thibodeau at least has had movement, right? You know that he's somewhere in that top 10 range, but it's like Hamilton, right? This guy is coming and going, the position, the value, everything else in there, and it is Aiden Hutchinson staying in Michigan, staying with the Detroit Lions. That's great, man. I saw his red carpet interview. Seems like a great guy. He had in the lining of his jacket all of these phrases and things about like be the best, be an all whatever conference player at college. All these goals that he wanted to achieve that his mom had written into his jacket for him. So it was a great story.
Yeah, I mean, they've done some recon at the University of Michigan. They said he is like a full team first guy. He's always in the building first. He just wants to be great. And to that point, we talk about the guys that have that quiet confidence. He seems like that type of guy. He almost reminds me a little bit of TJ Watt, like
Yeah,
where
yeah.
where he's got that like uncanny ability to get to the quarterback, but you don't really hear too much from him. He just goes about his business, quiet leader. Like, yeah, I mean, if the Giants would have been able to get him at 5, that would have been like the utopian crazy situation for the Giants. But we knew for the last couple of weeks that Aiden Hutchinson was not even going to be in consideration for the Giants.
Well, by the way, too, it's like, I mean, it would be interesting, right, to show up there. And then because all of a sudden, what are you saying? What you're saying is like, just like that, you go from saying, we absolutely have to get the offensive lineman to, whoa, Hutchinson, watch yourself. Like, you have to at least have a sense of where the board is going to be at 7 for you. But as Jordan Renan, he painted that really weird, unique picture where could the Giants actually not get an offensive lineman at 5 or 7? Maybe there's a trade down, or they end up going with that weird combo we talked about. Maybe we each get that sexy pick that we want. You get Thibodeau and I get Gardner, and we're both left a little bit confused about what happens next potentially.
Well, Adam, a question. So knowing that the first overall selection was Trayvon Walker from Georgia, the second selection just in Aiden Hutchinson, University of Michigan. How does this? We talked about this scenario on the show as recently as this morning, saying that this was probably going to be the likely outcome. How do you feel for the Giants' chances right now to be able to get what they want at 5 and 7?
Oh, yeah. And very quickly here, Michael R., who's been a frequent flyer over on YouTube, he's on a plane from North Carolina to New Jersey and listening
Love
to
it.
the draft on OBGP. Like, I mean, come on. Come on. That's a nice kind of shout out I want to do. Yes, like now we say, right? Now it's Houston. This is going to be the first time we've seen some little wrinkle. Stingley, his Vegas odds shot up here about maybe they like him enough to take him because they like Stingley enough. It gives you a lump in my throat around, does that mean they might like Sauce Gardner here? And then also offensive line, though, right? Like they know they could go with anyone. We would think Aquanu or Neal here to start. If one of those comes off the board, then you're only one step away from getting to the New York Football Giants. And ironically, it's the best of both worlds. You either get the right guy you want, or you know that you'll be able to see the guy you missed out on literally inside of your same building with the Jets picking at 4.
Well, so for me, the biggest pick that is indicative of how this draft will go for the Giants is up next with the Houston Texans because they have been very close-lipped in terms of exactly what's going to happen here. As EB Norsha shout out, it says Stingley to Houston. That's exactly what we want to see happen. If Derek Stingley Jr. goes to the Houston Texans, we will be doing backflips because that essentially means that all 3 of the offensive tackles are available there. And it means that Sauce Gardner is still there and Kayvon Thibodeau is there. And if those 5 guys are still there, you're guaranteed to get 2 of them. You're basically, sitting there saying the Giants can't screw this up in any way As long as they take one of those 5 guys, with each of the picks.
And one real quick thing I want to say here, as the pick is in for Houston, so we'll get to that when it comes up here. But also, just I saw this over on Twitter. New York Football Giants. Joe Schoen did this great thing. It was obviously, Make a Wish, New Jersey. Sam Prince is going to be announcing a draft pick live from Las Vegas over this weekend. There's a great video over on Twitter. I'll throw the link actually up if I can into the comments here in a little bit, but it was just absolutely awesome. He totally slow played it. He said he needed someone responsible to take care of that pick for him. He asked for advice from Sam, who said, "Don't screw it up." I thought, and then by the way, Brian Dable in the room just gave him a little dab, like, that's up. Let Joe know he can't go screwing this up for us here. But no, 100%, man. The pick is in for Houston, hasn't been announced yet, and whatever happens here. And this is what's interesting too. It really does set the expectation bar now, right? Even if they take an offensive lineman, here's what I do like about it. In the world that they take Thibodeau, let's say, for my perfect scenario, what I like is knowing that if all of the offensive linemen are there, the Giants are taking their pick. Like, they're taking the guy that they wanted. There's no speculation around, well, Neal wasn't there, but we really liked Aquanu or whatever the case may be. No, everyone's available. You get to make your choice. In the same way that if somehow Houston could take Stingley here, then you would know. If it's Thibodeau, Gardner, offensive lineman, every choice the Giants make is predicated on who they wanted to have here. And from the way Joe Schoen spoke about it, it was, I want best player available. That's what we want first. And then we want the value of maybe the trade back, et cetera. So as we get go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, it feels like if the pick is Sauce Gardner or Evan Neal, I feel like that's probably the worst case scenario for the Giants right now. If it's someone like Stingley.
It's Derek Stingley, baby.
Yes.
There we go.
Everything
is up on the board here. The only thing standing between the New York Football Giants and possibly the best version of this draft, at least from my perspective, very close to being perfect for Andy, still go his way. But as long as the Jets do not take Sauce Gardner here, I am absolutely elated, because it means there's a really good chance the Giants could sit at 5-7 and get their offensive tackle, get their cornerback, and really put a stud on both sides of the ball.
It's just shocking to me. Like, listen, I know Derek Stingley's 2019 tape was tremendous. We talked about it this morning on the pod. Like, it might be the best film ever for a cornerback in college.
2022.
Like, we're now in the 2022 draft, and he's had injuries and has never played up to that. But everyone remembers how good it was when it was the best. But I don't like.
Real quick here, Vegas insiders, they've had this exactly right in terms of the odds-on favorite. It was Trayvon Walker, it was Hutchinson, and then it was Stingley. That's how they had it playing here, which would mean if you go by 2024, you can't take Hutchinson. He's already gone. That makes it was plus 300 for Hutchinson, plus 300 for Gardner, and then plus 350 for Aquanu, with Jermaine Johnson right there. Farthest one back would be Thibodeau. So that's interesting in that regard, because, again, which way is this going to go here,
Oh, couldn't agree more. And the crazy thing about Stingley.
Oh, God, don't let it. Oh, God.
Stingley coming off the board is huge for the Giants because it leaves Sauce Gardner there. And
I got invested, Andy. I'm invested in what happens here. I apologize. I'm invested in what the next name is.
Well, the issue, I mean, I don't even know what to say, because now I'm nervous, because
if it's Sauce Gardner, he's going to be in the same freaking building.
I know.
Like,
he's gonna be wearing green.
Take Icky, even take Neal. By the way, I'm gonna say it right now. You could take Neal here if you wanted to. I prefer that over Sauce Gardner, and even a little bit maybe over Thibodeau, just in the sense of, I don't just need to see this guy doing his thing too. Like, take an offensive lineman. They end up being one of many, not necessarily, no one's gonna go, what a freak it turned out to be Evan Neal.
We're going to find out very quickly whether or not the reports about Mekhi Becton over the last few days were either a smokescreen or not, because the Jets have their ability to pick any of the offensive tackles. For anyone that didn't hear, the report out of Jets camp is that Mekhi Becton may never ever take a snap for the Jets again, because they're so fed up with him. At one point, he was over 400 pounds as the offensive tackle, injured on the left side. They don't know if it's motivation, effort, care, hustle, whatever it may be. But if the Jets brass is that upset with Mekhi Becton in terms of what he did for them, they have their pick of their offensive tackle, and they would take them. You're going to find out. If they pick Sauce Gardner, then a lot of this is overblown, and they did a tremendous job being able to do that.
And by the way, like, when you talk about, just when we're saying about in the top of the draft here, when you talk about the odds-on favorites here, going all the way through the 10th pick here, what's interesting is what you don't see is you don't see Evan Neal on top of any of these positions as you work all the way down to 7 with the New York Football Giants. One of the things you do see is, and which is maybe the wrinkle here, the odds-on favorite at 7 is Ahmad Gardner for the New York Football Giants at plus 250. Then it goes to Stingley. He's not there anymore. And then it's Charles Cross, who, by the way, is the odds on favorite at the 5th overall pick for the Giants at plus 175. So something's happened here inside of this, right? We talked about the same way with Andrew Thomas, where it seemed like he was maybe falling down people's boards, but he stayed atop the Giants. Maybe similar with Evan Neal, but that was my little tinkering was like, it just seems like Evan Neal is not being regarded in the same way that he once was, and that Cross has not fallen out of this conversation.
We're still waiting for the Jets pick to come in. There's 3 minutes to go. Maybe they won't turn a pick in, Adam. Maybe they'll forget that they're on the clock and it'll just go to the next team.
I pass.
I yield back the rest of my time is what the Jets say.
I yield my time. Do you what happens if you don't get your pick in? Is it automatically done, or do you fall back like to the back of the first round? I'm trying to remember how that mechanic works.
I think they just skip you. I think
Good
it's
Lord.
like you have 10 minutes to make a pick. If you're not there, see ya. And like, I don't know if that's ever happened. That's something that if anyone out there is listening, like that, like, yeah, there's been things where like people are trying to get a trade done. They thought they had it at the last second's pulled and they're like not ready to go. But man, I mean, that would be crazy.
Doing a little bit of side research here to say, go ahead.
The one thing I was going to say about Becton, that we talk about Dave Gettleman and how he messed up quite a bit, and we've moved on. We're now part of the Hall of Shame. That is where we are. But Becton was one of the players like Jedrick Wills and Tristan Wirfs that everyone said, I can't believe the Giants went with Andrew Thomas. They had their pick. And it looks like now Andrew Thomas might be the best left tackle out of all 4 of those guys. So for all the knocking of Dave Gettleman, he may have gotten that one right, which is what we wanted all along with Andrew Thomas.
Right. It can go right and it can go wrong for you, right? Like when you have a conviction about the pick that you think. And if it works out like with Andrew Thomas, awesome. If it doesn't work out, maybe in the case of Daniel Jones, you have to live and die with those, right? I mean, that's what this is, man. You're talking about guys that are fractionally different from one another in so many ways. And yet here you are. The funny thing when we talk about the Jets is we obviously know the issues with Becton. Zach Wilson is there. They were dead last on the defensive side of the ball, 26th on the offensive side of the ball. So it's not like taking Gardner here would be so insane. You go, yeah, why not?
I mean, clearly any of the teams drafting in the top 10 pretty much have needs everywhere. That's why you're drafting in the top 10, with the exception of like Trevor Lawrence being drafted last year. But it looks like the Jets pick is in.
Yes, sir. It's in for like a little over maybe a minute now. They're filibustering up on the dais, as we like to say, with, quite frankly, though, a lovely just mirage of water behind them on the Vegas. That's not the Strip, but it's certainly, wow, look at I got to tell you, man, there's people in the crowd there. It looks like they're having the time of their lives, but what's the temperature in Vegas? Do we know? Do we have any gauge about how hot this might be right now as everyone's just kind of baking themselves like sardines?
Oh, it's got to be like 90 degrees for sure.
I love it. Minus 13 total turnover differential in 2021 for the Jets as well here. And then a 59.8 passer rating when under pressure in 2021 for Zach Wilson. Maybe a little caveat there around why they want to get an additional offensive lineman to help protect him. Listen, if you get the franchise quarterback, we talk about this so much with the Giants. If you get the franchise quarterback, you need to be protecting him. And that's maybe what saves the Giants here as far as feeling like they can, still get a couple of their guys. It is Goodell up at the podium. He's, I'm sure, being booed. It's quiet in the background here for me. Sauce Gardner. They take Sauce Gardner. My boy in blue. He's off the board. I had a sneaking suspicion, man. I really did. I had a sneaking suspicion that when they looked at it and you look at their secondary, they need somebody to come do this for them. And now it'll move down to the Giants. So this becomes really interesting, man. Let's push right past the fact that I'm incredibly depressed right now. We'll get some comments up here. I know we have some Jets fans in on it. So we'll go ahead and there you go.
Neil is in his glory. He was basically saying no offensive tackle, please. And
And then,
he
by the
got
way,
his
so we have
wish.
EB saying Neal and Tibbs here. I'm gonna suggest something a little bit different here, as Sauce Gardner might be lost in where he's going right now. He seems to
Well,
be.
wait, if he
Well, you
doesn't
know
make
what,
the
boy?
podium, does the time run out and then he could be drafted by the Giants? Because that would be great.
I'm being perfectly honest with you. This is why you don't draft a kid like this. He gets very confused directionally. You don't know. All of a sudden, you
Look at
say
he
you
doesn't
got to
know
get
where
north and south in a hurry, and it turns out he's running into the locker room on a key possession. So
he's trying
thankfully,
to run and he's got about 6 pounds worth of bling around his neck too. That's the best part. Like, how can he move quick enough?
that being the case, though, so as he makes his way up to the podium,
I mean,
one of the things that so I was saying about EB is talk what
no, I was just gonna say, you said Neil and Tibbs. So prior to today,
well,
everyone knows I'm a gambling man. I put money down that Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeau were going to be the picks at 5 and 7. The way this has played out so far, it really does feel like that might be the Giants' best bet. Now, I will say, if they don't like the personality of Kayvon Thibodeau and they're turned off by it, this is now a situation where you could see the Giants really start forcing the trade back to 13 and say, let's pick up the extra first rounder. Maybe we'll look at a wide receiver. Maybe we'll look at a linebacker at 13 or 14 or wherever it may be.
yeah, that's what I was wondering about. And again, once they draft him, they're a Giant. We're gonna fall in love with them and be really excited about it. God, I can't watch the screen while they're showing the highlights of Gardner. But that's what I wondered about. It's listen, if you tell me it's gonna be Tibbs, good for you, great, let's roll. But right now, as they walk up, every offensive lineman is available for them. So if you want to go by the Vegas lines, it could be Cross here. We've heard a lot about Neal, but it's quiet. Listen, Vegas insiders, by the way, just to be clear, as I was reading these
They've
down
nailed it so
before,
far, right?
they have absolutely nailed it so far. It was Hutchinson would have been if that was there for the Jets, but then it was Sauce Gardner. So by those standards, this would be Charles Cross plus 175 for Charles Cross to go here. Iquanu is plus 300. Evan Neal is plus 500.
I,
Like
I
so, just
can't I can't understand that. It's like I'm in the upside down
and
right now because to
And let me
me,
go ahead and just try to account for these here. He's not listed. When you go back up to the top of the draft, he was not listed in the top 5 or 6 or 7 players for any of these teams at the top of the draft. None of them had Evan Neal listed. Let's go with pick 3 where Houston could have gone for him. Evan Neal was behind Stingley, Iquanu, Gardner, Hutchinson, Walker, Thibodeau, and then Neal comes up there just ahead of Cross. Likewise at 4. Neal was not listed. Neal's outside the top 10 players when they talked about where the Jets could go behind the likes of a Jameson Williams or a Drake London, a Garrett Wilson. They had them going with a wide receiver before they went with him there. So, I mean, listen, if you want to trust, as Andy says, follow the money. Well, the money tells you that this is going to be Charles Cross. And then if by some chance it wasn't, it's going to be Aquanu. Like, you're going to be
I
hard pressed for me to think it's going to be Neal. I mean, just by watching that.
I just can't believe that it wouldn't be Evan Neal. Like, we're talking about a right tackle, not a left
I
tackle, right?
know. Would you
Like,
let me real hold on? Would
everyone
you
thinks
be
it's so
absolutely blown
simple.
away? Would you be singing Joe Shane's praises if it is Neal, just from the sense of like, hey buddy, look at my smoke and mirrors? Like, no, even Vegas doesn't know what our intentions are.
Yeah, that'd be great. Like, I don't care what ends up happening as long as the name on the card is Evan Neal. That would be great for the Giants, right? Because then that means like no one knows what they're doing at 7, and it says the Giants pick is in, boys.
Yes, it is, my friend.
So,
Dable was named
I
head coach of the New York Football Giants on January 28th. As we know they have one pick in between them with the Carolina Panthers. There'll probably be some ruminating here. They've missed the playoffs for 5 straight seasons. You got to like that. Got to like some of those numbers there. I think you got, who do you have there? What is that? Kurt Warner having a talk here. Have not won a playoff game since the Super Bowl. How? Yeah, Big Blue, baby. Watch out. We're coming for you.
I mean, this is it right now. I
Neal
am
in a
just
trade.
hoping.
Okay, see, there you go, EB. That's what I wanted to hear from. I wanted to hear from the idea of, I know you said and Thibs, but if it's Neal in a trade, you're
Right.
fine. See, this is what we want to see. We want to get
That's
some
what
sense of
Neal and Thibodeau is my optimal. But if we can trade out, get another first round pick, and still get an impact player at 13, I'm all in that.
shout out to Neal, who throws up. Last time 4 defensive players went top 4 was 1991. How about
Wow.
that? Which
I
again, you
mean,
know what though, and to your point, like it does speak to where this draft class is, right? And obviously, years when you have quarterbacks, obviously play people move up for that, but just this idea of, and arguably maybe it could have gone differently if the Giants hadn't taken Saquon Barkley at second overall potentially in some of these draft classes, but just that idea, right, of like This is where you get into player and positional value, and you're trying to add a piece to your team. There's John Mara in the war room, as we like to say. There's an emphatic that looked like Dave Gettleman a little bit in the crowd. That might have been Dave Gettleman. He's just trying to sneak in there. He's still wearing his Giants gear.
Oh boy.
Let's see. He is
I'm
making his
nervous. I'm
way.
nervous, but in Joe Schoen, I trust.
And here's our boy. Here's our boy, Sam. Sam is making the 5th overall pick. He's hyping up the crowd. This kid gets it. He's pointing. He's getting aggressive. If Goodell could just get the heck out of the way, this kid could get this job done. Boy, how good is that? Everybody, yeah, I mean, listen, and every team is fantastic. It's all awesome. The Giants are like, no. Our first pick. That's when we're going to have Sam Prince come up here and get this job done.
I
Hey,
love
get
it.
out of the way, guy. Jeez, you got Goodell showboating.
Read the room.
I'm going to
Read
dial
the
this thing
room.
up. Could be a little bit awkward in the background here, but I want to have the sound. The only thing that would make this better is if Sam ripped off his suit and was wearing like Charlie Day, but full blue man suit, and just had the costume on and just went totally ballistic. Oh, Sam wants to be a sports broadcaster. All right, listen, we found the third member of the OGP podcast.
He'll probably go to Syracuse University, known for their journalism school. It's just, incredible.
All right, here we go.
Hit me, Adam.
Kayvon Thibodeau is the pick at 5. There you go, man. A little bit of smoke and mirrors, maybe, right? Like this idea that he was rising or falling. And by the way, this maybe is indicative of how overall everyone feels about the offensive line class. And if you're the Giants, I wouldn't be surprised if the way the top of the draft went is what opened up this opportunity. If you had Neal go or Ekwonu go ahead of the Giants at 5, it would have looked a lot different, I think, for Joe Schoen and the Giants. Instead, you get to sit here and say, whatever happens at 6, everything could be on the table here. You assume they feel really good about getting Neal or Ekwonu or Cross at 7. And that this is, whether or not I had my preference of player, this has to feel like the Giants are getting the best of both worlds, a great defensive talent, and then still getting, arguably, no matter what happens here with Carolina, they're still going to get one of their top offensive line prospects.
Adam, I told you he was one of the picks that I wanted at 5 and 7. I said Kayvon Thibodeau is the guy, and they talk about how he's a me guy. The Giants throw up all these smoke and mirrors saying like, oh, we want a different type of player. They want impact players, and Kayvon Thibodeau brings that. And I love the idea that he didn't just come out of nowhere. Is it sustainable? Is it not? He was the number 1 recruit coming out of high school, right? He chose
all
Oregon.
I care about is show the work on the field, man. That's all I care about.
And then year 1 as a freshman in the Pac-12, double-digit sacks, All-American as a freshman. He continues to deliver on the field. He is a larger-than-life personality. I feel I normally like the guys that are quiet assassins, but there's some swag about him that makes me feel like under Wink Martindale, he feels like a Baltimore Ravens kind of guy, right? Like he feels
by the
like
way,
he's got that energy.
This was the one thing about when you talk about, we say about personality or what have you. We know what Wink Martindale is. 6'4", by the way, 254, ran a 4.58 at the combine. We know he came out of Oregon, obviously. Listen,
Are you watching this? Are you watching this, Adam?
Here's what I am going to say to you. What I do want to see from Kayvon Thibodeau is this is my big piece for him. You're going to get after him. Watch out. He has the long arm moves as they're talking about. They're comparing him to a Sean Merriman in terms of NFL comps. Listen, the sky's the limit for this kid. Show me that you can be everything that you need here, right? Show me the speed, show me the range, show me that you have that get off and go, and then show me that when it comes to setting the edge, that you're still going to be a player that can have some impact and movement there. You don't have to be perfect. You're not a big boy, but you have to show that you can be a full all-down player for this team if you're getting taken 5th overall. And I expect you to live up to the expectations. I'm setting the bar because that's the standard when you're taking 5th overall.
Oh, the expectations are sky high for me. I mean, I was very excited about him. Like this is exactly what I want. I want impact players.
Here's what I like right now, just real quick. They're showing inside. They're showing him now going up the gut on the offensive line, working against a guard. Like that's what I want to see. If you're talking about, you're not necessarily going to see that when we're talking about a 3-4 system underneath Wink Martindale. But if you get a 4th body on the defensive front, maybe you just have him with a stunting inside blitz coming out of a stand-up position potentially. Like these are the areas that he can make a real impact here. And again, You mentioned it, I think, when you were talking about the comparisons, thinking about the idea that this could be a player similar to an OC Umenyiora, right? Like that's the kind of impact with consistency you want to see from this kid. Come do it, man. Listen, this first time the Giants are going to have a talent like this to get after the quarterback in what? Almost a decade?
That's the thing for me is we haven't had a talent like this on the outside. I said it as I joined. I joined right from putting my kids to bed. I said Azeez Ojulari on one side, Kayvon Thibodeau on the other, Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence pushing that line back from the
He's dancing.
interior. I mean, how can when you saw him with Sam Prince, the second they saw each other, they were screaming in their face, on stage, hyped up in the pre-draft interviews with Kayvon Thibodeau. They said, "What do you think of New York?" He's like, "New York is the place I want to be. It's my second home from aside from where I was born." And they're like, "Not LA? You're a West Coast guy. Like, why not?" He goes, "LA is like New York is the original LA. That's where everyone like wants to go to prove themselves and be the guy. I want to be the guy." And like that gets me so fired up. But you watch him, like, man, he is ready to ball out. Like watching him here, are you still like, oh, he's a me guy? Are you like, this guy's gonna bring like some kind of competitive energy and like fire? It feels like the Giants defense could go and rule the world with this guy saying, "Jump on my back. I'm ready to
Well,
go after the
listen, by the
quarterback."
way, yeah, like again, like it's like I don't put overstock into those concerns. I said it, like you're getting to the minutia of it, and I'm not gonna. Again, he's a Giant. I don't hold anything back from him. All I want is now meet those expectations, right? It's the same thing, by the way. You can go all the way back to taking, to taking a player like Kadarius Toney in the 20s, right? It doesn't matter. Once you're a Giant and you've been taken in the draft, now it's about can you show up and do the work, right? So just be the guy that live up to the hype. I mean, that's true of anybody, by the way. If they had drafted Neal there, I would have said, live up to the hype. You're the guy that played both left and right tackle. I need you to come in and be a stud right out the gate. It's the same thing when they took a player like Andrew Thomas and we got a little bit flustered when it wasn't going well at first. You're like, hey, kind of need you to be that guy here.
Okay, so listen, the Carolina Panthers pick is in. We just did a lot of bloviating and grandstanding about Kayvon Thibodeau because I'm very excited about this pick. What I will say is, best case for Carolina, take a quarterback that nobody wants and nobody cares about and live in purgatory again. What I'm worried about
I
is
think they
them.
take Icky here.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is like all the offensive tackles are on the board, right? So like
Yep.
if they take Ekwonu here, if they take Cross, if they take Neal, the Giants are still sitting there at 7 and they're able to get their offensive tackle and their edge rusher of the future. You still have to feel good. Like as long as they can get one of these offensive tackles, they just addressed edge rusher instead of cornerback when Sauce Gardner was gone. And then we looked at 36 to be able to address maybe that, right?
Let me ask you. Well, let me ask you real quick here. Then, I'm not trying to take any of the thunder away from it. Do you think that the Giants were sitting there saying, "Come here, Sauce Gardner. Come here, Sauce Gardner." Okay, no Sauce Gardner. We're still very excited about Thibodeau, but in my mind, I do still sit there and probably say the board was Gardner, Thibodeau, and then whatever tackle that they think about here. That it doesn't make it a bad thing.
We're
It's like
never going to
saying,
know. We're never going to
do I
know.
want to shut down a wide receiver or do I want to punish the quarterback? And to the point of it being, now that you sit here right now, when you make that pick at 5, the question then becomes to me, it's like, are you happy with any of these offensive tackles? Or if we follow the money, which now, as of right now, it's at least off a little bit here from the way Vegas had it, would you say that the idea of a Charles Cross is what makes it capable for you to say it doesn't matter what Carolina does? Because you can't walk in thinking they're automatically taking Icky or automatically taking Neal. But we know that if we know we like Cross, then you would say, yeah, take whoever you want. You don't even know that we want the other guy.
Well, the other thing is, it just depends how closely rated you have your top 2
Yeah.
offensive tackles at that point. So we have 3 available. We know that only one can be selected, but how far is the
What's your
disparity
gap?
between 1 and 2 that you have? If it's marginal and you say Kayvon Thibodeau is 5 points better than Jermaine Johnson on our board, yet
Right.
Ekwonu and Neal are zero point 0.5 points away from each other, then it's a no-brainer decision. You're going to get more value at the top of the draft by going and getting the edge rusher first. So I like what the Giants did. They didn't panic. Even if they had Sauce Gardner higher than Thibodeau,
Oh no,
they did
that of
not
course it is.
panic.
And by the way, I would surmise, if you want to make it feel good or bad, the pick is in. We're waiting for it here from Carolina. Is that you could even surmise that if the Giants had Gardner head and shoulders above Thibodeau, maybe they would have listened to the idea of with all the tackles on the board. You could say, does somebody really like Thibodeau here? anywhere, 8, 9, 10, or even into the teens, you can come up and get this electric player because we would like to regain some even extra value here. So the fact that they were there locked in means, as Joe Schoen said, best player available, best value that we can find there. That's what's going to dictate our board, especially early on here. Panthers will be going with the sixth overall pick. Yeah, they should just go with Malik Willis, right?
Kenny Pickett. Perfect. Move on.
They're going with Ekwonu. Ekwonu is the pick. So now, based on what Vegas has been saying, Neal is there, right? You could easily be like, Neal was the guy all along. He plugs right in at right tackle. Everything makes sense about that. Maybe the only wrinkle is this idea of like, why wasn't Neal listed amongst these Vegas odds when you talk about these teams here? And why was it listed again? Coming up at 7, it would be the list for the Giants was unfortunately, it was Gardner, Stingley, but then Cross was the first one listed, understanding that ahead of them, Ekwonu is where the money said it was going to go at 6 with Carolina.
My only frustration right now, Adam, is the fact that I bet that the Giants were going to take Evan Neal at 5 and they were going to take Kayvon Thibodeau at 7. And I would have been handsomely rewarded for that because they were not the odds-on favorites at either of them. And guess what? I was wrong, but I was still right because we got both of them, and it's going to be flipped the other way.
Sure.
All right. But I mean, I'm saying that because I firmly believe the Giants are taking Evan Neal here. Now,
everything about where he plays makes all the sense in the world. Like that's the biggest component. To your point, even if let's assume, as we knock things over in a fit of rage, let's assume that Ekwonu, Neal, and Cross were all right there in the same group, right? Like let's live on that assumption. Then to your point, if they're so marginally close together, well, the next thing that you do is say, how are we splitting hairs here? The one factor would be we think obviously the Cross can be good in run protection, but he didn't have to showcase it a lot. And then the position they play. If you love having Andrew Thomas plugged in at left tackle, then you don't have to give it a second thought. The one thing I did consider as like a wrinkle inside of this was just the idea of like, is Andrew Thomas in this new regime automatically locked into left tackle? And I don't care who they take here. What if they take Neal? Neal has versatility of both. Like, I don't think you need to sit here on draft night saying the only place that this guy can play is going to be at right tackle. I think it's feasible. It's like it comes out in the sauce, not to use a tainted word here, but I think, it comes out with who fits where the best.
Well, I disagree with you slightly. Andrew Thomas is a blossoming left tackle. He had a 79 Pro Football Focus. He was the highest of the tackles in his draft class that played left tackle. Like, he is the left tackle of the future.
For sure.
We can't do what Dave Gettleman did and just keep moving people around and shuffling the deck. Let's get some consistency and continuity going here.
Well, you mean what Jerry Reese was doing when he was trying to just take an Eric Flowers and just turn him into something that he was never gonna. By the way, what a track record! What a beautiful track record from New York Football Giants GMs being like, you know what I was thinking though? I was thinking maybe something else.
Well, you know what's crazy that I didn't even think about. Ike Ekwonu went to NC State and he got drafted by Carolina. What? Oh, his threads are unbelievable. Like, I like Thibodeau's suit, but Ekwonu is really bringing it with that attire. But again, I don't know why I didn't put the puzzle pieces together of NC State, Ekwonu, Carolina, North Carolina State. Like it just makes perfect sense for them to be able to draft him. Like,
that was interesting. Wasn't one of the footnotes that I went into. It really does. We're talking about we're talking about Hutchinson so much, and Detroit has to be right. But here we go. Oh, we also got, of course, I'm so happy. I'm assuming that's the way that came out when you said it.
Yeah, base. I am with you. I said Kayvon Thibodeau should be a Giant. All this me first personality stuff. I'm like, we need some swagger. We've been stinking. Teams have been running up and down the field on us. The 2-minute drill was abysmal last year. Teams did not fear us. We didn't have game-changing players that could create turnovers. We now have that guy. Now let's hope we go get the offensive tackle we want.
Well, by the way, the pick is in right now, so we're waiting for it. And again, my thing in this moment, and I'm already good with it. I'm adjusting from. I'm not disappointed in Thibodeau. I'm disappointed about Gardner, right? Like, that's my disappointment is about what I thought could have been there. Thibodeau is going to be electric, man. At least he better be anyway. And by the way, what an interesting one here. You talked about how if you're the New York Football Giants, you look up ahead of the draft there. We talk about how things have rotated at the top. Hutchinson goes the second instead of the first. Trayvon Walker was a guy talked about, certainly discussed, but you end up with Thibodeau. Like, just like with those offensive tackles we mentioned with Andrew Thomas, we're going to be discussing this conversation around these defensive edge rushers. Maybe they all end up being studs, right? Maybe it all works out for them, or maybe it ends up being a conversation where one of them is the stud, one of them is the elite talent, and maybe the Giants stole this one here. Maybe they stole this one here. The second pick of the first round for the New York Football Giants is in. The Giants selection, 7th overall. They got Thibodeau coming out of Oregon, the edge rusher, mean mugger, getting after the quarterback. Let's see where the New York Football Giants go here with the 7th overall selection. It's going to be Evan Neal. So 2 for 2, reverse order. And listen, man, I'm ecstatic about this as Andy has sorted out some fine details there. I'm absolutely elated about this one. This is, I think, again, I didn't care. Whoever they took on the offensive line, I was going to assume it's a great fit. It's going to work. It's going to be sensational. You get an obviously overall 9 athleticism 91, production 93. This is pretty much the marriage of every sample size you want at the collegiate level combined with that versatility to now plug in, as you say, right side of the line. You have Andrew Thomas. You finally did. You did in your second pick of the first round. Hey, thanks, Dave Gettleman, for the trade down and getting us this extra opportunity. You now did what the Giants have not been able to do in a very long time. Put 2 bookend offensive linemen on the board here and give protection to whether it is going to be Daniel Jones or any quarterback. You've done your job here if you're Joe Schoen.
Adam, if people don't know about Evan Neal, he is a mountain of a man. He is one of the largest human beings you'll ever see. He is 6'7", 351 pounds. He is enormous. And like when you see him give hugs and when you see him go on stage, you'll realize very quickly that he is going to be the guy protecting the right side for Daniel Jones. He's going to be the guy in
Or for
run
the future
blocking,
quarterback, whoever.
opening up things for Saquon Barkley. Those are the types of things that Evan Neal is going to be doing. I could not be more excited with what the Giants have done at 5-7. I can't believe I had him flip flopped, but I'll take it either way because
He blew it in a big way.
I mean,
Let's talk, and by the way, not for nothing here, right? He's a massive, he's anchor, he has position flexibility as well as we talk about. One of the things that I'm going to say here, as they're showing some highlights around his pass protection balance, just absolutely threw a man to the ground right there. Working here, it looks like I could be wrong. This could be Kayvon. No, that's not Walker there. I'm just trying to see if we get some comparables around the top end of the draft class here. Now he's working over still on the left side here, mauling over guys, burying some of those edge rushers, burying some linebackers, and then getting up and getting back in and involved. The big thing for me is here now, you think about what the Giants did this offseason. What did they do? They brought in some veterans, some experienced players, right? Feliciano from the Bills. He's going to plug in at center, we think. You talk about Gadecki from the Colts. Listen, none of these guys are Pro Bowlers, but what you did was add with Andrew Thomas. Now you feel like the bookends are set. Now, as we've always talked about, all you need is reliability, right? All you need is reliability in between there, and you think you can have a lot of success on the offensive line. So I love it. You got to be really ecstatic, man. We talked about this in last year's draft class. This is a different feeling than that one, I think, right? Giants traded down in that one. You ended up with a wide receiver, a little momentary pause or adjustment. They are right there showing, by the way, the standing high jump that he does on the stacked boxes. This dude could jump and land on my head with balance, by the way. Absolutely fantastic. So he's not just a big boy. He's also an incredible athlete as well.
Yeah, and some of the video clips that you saw and some of the tape that I watched, I also watched him against Georgia and how he performed. Trayvon Walker was coming at him, and he was flinging Trayvon Walker to the side. So the number 1 overall pick.
That's what I thought it was. I did think I saw Trayvon.
It was Trayvon Walker, and Evan Neal just handled him because he's impossible to get around. And Adam, the little piece of Evan Neal and the reason why I like him so much is because Evan Neal's a mountain of a man. You know, if you're talking about the left tackle, maybe a Kwanu or Cross that has a little bit of faster feet where Daniel Jones can't see what's going on. You want a guy that can kind of stay in front of him. Evan Neal on the right side, he's just a mountain of a man. Like even if a guy blows by him, he's so big that Daniel Jones would be able to see some of it coming. So for me, like, you know, the knock on Evan Neal is a little bit about like not being as fleet-footed, just being a bigger guy. But you'd prefer that in your right tackle than your left tackle, right? Like The blind
Yes,
side, you
I'm
want the fast
fine with
feet.
that, but the one thing I'm not gonna do as the Atlanta pick is in here, we're gonna see where the division opponents go here too. I'm fine with that, but, like, listen, what he's really great at, he's really great at. What his limitations are or what the draw those that's it. I'm not gonna make excuses for he's enormous, so he can play the right tackle and Daniel Jones will see it coming. That's awesome. But, like, his skill set is the skill set. I'm really excited for him, and I'm not gonna try to cover up whether or not you have some reservations around. Is he athletic enough to get out and be a pulling guy out in front of the running backs? Maybe not as much, but guess what? The Giants can look to build up the guards to be a pulling guard in those scenarios, an area where a guy like Will Hernandez certainly struggled. Fun little tidbit, by the way. Somebody they went around the league and asked the most underrated players in the league, and Will Hernandez was listed among them. Players around the league said Will Hernandez is an underrated player and a pretty strong guard. So I just thought that'd
You
be a
know who
fun one to
said
throw out
that?
here
You
for
know
you.
who said that? Interior defensive lineman of the opposing teams.
guys that were looking to get paid and went, yeah, but I pay Eagles or the Cowboys or Washington. They went, yeah, but I was going up against Will Hernandez. The guy's a gosh darn beast. What did you expect from me?
Or it was the Rams and the Seahawks and the 49ers because he's now on the Arizona Cardinals. They're like, no, he's totally underrated. Like that guy, he's really good. Just please let me get after Will Hernandez, please.
You know what? I'll take on the challenge. I'll take on the
You,
challenge of Will Hernandez.
Adam, you have to think that Atlanta is probably looking at wide receiver here, given that they lost Russell Gage,
Drake
Calvin
London,
Ridley.
USC.
There you go. It had to be a wide receiver. They're so depleted. Drake London is a guy. I wasn't as high on him as other wide receivers, but it'll be interesting to see how he ends up panning out. He is a big guy, big catch radius, but he's a little bit slow and he struggles to get separation. So a little concerned to see how
You
that
know,
works for Atlanta.
here's a fascinating thing for you as well. I mean, for us to have this discussion about as we shout out their best tackle and the best ceiling for an edge. And you know what? That's a good point to bring up too. I think maybe that's the difference as well. When you talk about a guy who was a very talented prospect comes out, but you would probably argue as well in a positive way that Thibodeau's still going to stand to put on a bit more there, right? He's going to be able to give you even a little bit extra, a little more muscle, a little more strength. So that'll be a fun one to watch out for too. To your point, what I think I find interesting now as Drake London's the first one here, they talked about wide receivers being this opportunity where it was going to go, between that 10 to 20 pick potentially. Now, when you have the first one go here at 7, it's just you keep your eyes open to see how this is going to go here. Obviously, you think about the teams in behind them here. Seattle, they have DK Metcalf, they have talent in that pool. They're going to go another direction here. Do you have any curiosities about? We talked about quarterback movement, right? And where this board was going to fall. Is there any potential, do you think, here that a guy like Malik Willis is just quietly Seattle waiting here? Or does it feel more in line with like a Mac Jones where we go, yeah, talk to me mid first round where the value meets?
Yeah, I don't see a quarterback going to Seattle, even though they may need one. I think the issue here with Seattle is they have Drew Lock, who they just traded for. Whatever
He
you
sucks.
think about him,
Almost.
they like him apparently. They have Geno Smith. They just gave Geno Smith like $5 million guaranteed for this year. They like him. The other thing is, if they really wanted to upgrade, they could just trade like a fourth or fifth round pick and get Baker Mayfield tomorrow, right?
Sure.
So, like, why waste a first round pick on a project when you're not going to be competing for anything now? It's like, if you want to be somewhat competitive, go get Baker Mayfield and figure it out. So, for me, I think they're going to start saying, okay, let's start getting some more positional value. I could see them going Charles Cross here. Like,
Yep.
I could see them going Jermaine Johnson here, just
Yeah.
getting some either offensive line or edge rushers like the Giants just did and start building a little bit in the trenches and figure out the quarterback later.
So let's think about this here then, because Michael R brings up a good one. I'm going to pull up his second point here. He asked about any thoughts about the Giants getting back into the first round. Tibbs coming with a huge chip on his shoulder, obviously, and you're right, because
I love it.
he thinks that he should have gone number 1, by the
I
way,
love
right? So
it.
that's one of the things you love. Any guy that you think maybe has, just hey, is he going to be fully, focused? Is he a little whatever? You go, well, just let him fall a few picks, and this is marginal. Let him fall a few picks to really have him be 100% motivated and locked in. But when you talk about the Giants moving back up in, this is the interesting part. So now you didn't get your cornerback, if that was a big priority, and we have to at least think that if Sauce Gardner would have been in the discussion here for the Giants. What's interesting is we heard the rumor that they liked maybe Elam obviously out of the Florida Gator potentially. When you talk about guys like Kyler Gordon out of Washington, these are guys that are going in the first round. If you wait until 36, pretty big risk reward there that one of those guys won't be there. I've mentioned names. I'm going to throw this in here as well. these are some of those names that I had talked about, just guys that we were discussing from 36 on, right? And you see a guy like Tariq Woolen. He's the relatively recent convert into cornerback, big length, great speed. I mentioned that a little bit further. You talk about, let me get my banner out of the way here, and we'll know what we know when we know it. If I can get it off there. There you go. We're talking about obviously players like Emerson, who he's a bit of an unknown. You're not taking him as high as 36, but the question becomes here now. I'll paint two pictures. One, you've taken your edge rusher, you've taken your offensive tackle. Are you inspired at all to sit here and say, well, you know what we could do is we could go ahead and maybe move back into the first round for Green, a versatile offensive lineman who's played everywhere, and you say, you tell me which guard spot you love the most, and away we go. We've really fixed the offensive line. Maybe even just trading up to the top of the second for a player that you really like at 33 to guarantee you lock into that guy. How much would you be willing to give up? Because when you talk about only having so many assets and no trade down at the top, now you'd be saying, what are you giving up, right? 81 and 36 to move up, or maybe a little bit more even?
Yeah, I'm skeptical that the Giants are going to move back into the first round. You usually do that for a guy like a quarterback, where you want to make sure you get that fifth year guaranteed, which you get on the fifth year option for any first round player that's selected. The Giants just have so many different areas in which they need to address, depth wise. To me, the simple answer is I wouldn't trade back in. Maybe there's a guy that they covet. Maybe there's a linebacker or another edge rusher or something that they like. I'd be very surprised. But to be honest with you, the one thing that I was thinking about with Sauce Gardner specifically that I think is interesting is, when we think about the cornerback position for the Giants, everyone is assuming that because we're trading James Bradbury, because he's going to be moving on because of his cap issues, everyone is sitting here and saying the Giants have to draft a cornerback. They have to draft a cornerback. What they forget is that we drafted two cornerbacks that the Giants like in Aaron Robinson and Rodarius Williams. They're on the roster.
Second, new regime though. New regime though. You have to acknowledge that. You have to acknowledge that here, because otherwise we'd be saying, well, the Giants drafted Matt Pert, so what do you need a right tackle for?
No, I completely understand that. The Giants haven't gone wide receiver, even though they drafted Kadarius Toney last year. I'm saying that from the things that I have heard, they are still high on both of those players. They think that Aaron Robinson can be a starting cornerback in this league. They think Rodarius Williams has the length, like Sauce Gardner. Not saying he's the player that Sauce Gardner is, but he has that length that Wink Martindale likes. He can handle press coverage. He doesn't need to be playing zone coverage to look good. So maybe we have the replacements in the building, and the Giants know that. And so they're not as concerned about the cornerback position as others. Adam, I mentioned it to you on the pod about a week ago. We have Quincy Roche and nothing else outside on the edge rush aside from Azeez Ojulari. Whereas well, yeah, okay, yeah, exactly.
I mean, to your point, I mean, if we're gonna, and I don't disagree with you. If we're gonna list mid-round picks at the cornerback spot and say the Giants feel like they have the answers in the building, then you can't not, you know what I mean? Like none of these cornerbacks were taken. They weren't taken in the second round. These are mid-round picks.
I mean, Aaron Robinson was in the third round, so we're
where in the third round was
here.
he taken?
Middle of the third round.
Okay, so I'm just saying we're talking about a guy. You brought in a player. I can like him as a prospect. I know that people were high on him. The Giants made a concerted effort to go get him. He can develop into it. I'm just, again, now we've added Thibodeau. So in the catalog now, what I'll tell you is, if you want to go by some of the things we hear, then you may not be able to get away from a safety here in the second round, which has been talked about a lot. I like the idea of going offensive line, but I just don't know if the prospects are going to match up there, right?
Yeah, well, what I'm suggesting is maybe they did have Sauce Gardner ranked above Thibodeau, but if they didn't, what I think they're trying to say is we think we have enough internally where that's not as big of an area of need as edge rusher is for us.
Oh yeah, of course.
So that's that. If you said to me we couldn't pick up anyone in the draft, and you either had to start Rodarius Williams and Aaron Robinson or Ellerson Smith,
Like Ellerson Smith,
I mean, I know you like him. And I'm not disparaging him. I'm just saying you feel more confident going into the year with those guys at cornerback, at least in my opinion. And it seems like the Giants agreed so far in this draft.
And you know what the other thing is too, that really works here, as the Seattle Seahawks go with Charles Cross, so they add to their offensive line. The other piece to me is just like we talk about with Daniel Jones, right? we don't know for sure. We want to see new regime. We're not picking up the fifth-year option, but we'll let them play it out. Hopefully, we're pleasantly surprised. Likewise, with cornerback, you can make the case at least we have some guys in the building. Draft capital was spent on them in the previous regime. It might be okay. To your point of saying, let's push the pause button for 1 year. If neither one of these guys turns out to be able to do it, well, okay, that's the result. But if I think Robinson is probably the guy I look at, right? Especially inside of Wink Martindale's system. If you think that you can get him to be pretty consistent, then you have a viable option, at least in the short term. And again, we'll find out when you get to the top of the second here and the way the board falls. We could be talking about, is this an opportunity where Kyler Gordon is there? That's probably what you want to see. Again, confirming our suspicions, right? If a Kyler Gordon is there, or if an Elam falls out of the first round, you'll get pretty quick confirmation around how they feel about the cornerback room if they're willing to go right to that at the top of the second round. Otherwise, where does your mind go? Let's take cornerback off the board here. The Giants are going to come up tomorrow, 7 o'clock coverage. Be right back on here as well. Where do you want to see them go then, now that they've taken offensive linemen, now that they've taken the edge rusher, where there was some talent there at the top of the second? Where does your mind go? Because I have an interesting question I want to pose to you.
My mind goes to two different areas. One, I've mentioned both of these players in the last couple of days,
Sky
but
Moore.
obviously Sky Moore, wide
Yeah.
receiver,
Which I get it.
he is electric, and he is a perfect complement. Not knowing if Sterling Shepard's going to be back week one, not knowing if Sterling Shepard's going to be here long term,
Mm-hmm.
not knowing if Darius Slayton's going to be here. He is an electric type of wide receiver that I would love to have in the room. But the other one that I know is not the sexiest pick, he's ranked about the 38th to 40th best player, is Christian Harris, the linebacker out of Alabama. I know that people aren't super thrilled about the idea of taking a middle linebacker. You're like, what are we doing? But remember, Blake Martinez, coming off a huge injury, just took a pay cut, probably won't be here past this year. The reason why he's here is because we actually saved money by doing what we did. And Tay Crowder. Tay Crowder is the other starting inside linebacker. After that, it's a lot of names of guys that have not proven anything for the Giants. If at 36 you could get someone like Harris in the building, he feels like with Thibodeau and Azeez Ojulari and Harris, you start seeing a defensive scheme that Wink Martindale's like, oh, I could work with these pieces. Like I could get this going.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm trying to contextualize it a little bit, because I don't think you don't necessarily need to. And I like Sky Moore as a prospect. Who else maybe falls there potentially as the Jets are on the board here for the 10th overall pick? Listen, man, I mean, we'll be curious, right? We batted around a little bit. What if Tyler Linderbaum falls there, right? And we're talking about rebuilding the line. I'm kind of neither here nor there on it. I'm just gonna pull up real quick Michael R here. At what time? At one time, Katie was at number one. Yeah, no, 100%. Right, exactly, right. So we talk about, where are we? Oh, and that's actually a nice one to bring up there. He said, what's the next one? Like tight end. McBride would be considered the number one there. And if that opportunity would present itself, good pass catcher. I'd be a little surprised at that one at 36. But hey, listen, I've had my desires, and I think maybe I was right in at number two possible outcome at the top of the draft here by and large. But I was just going to bring up, we said at the top of the draft there, maybe somebody does fall out. I don't think a Green is going to come out of there. I'm just trying to think about players. It's interesting, man. The linebacker position is a good one. The one that I was going to throw out, to your point about helping someone like Wink Martindale on the defensive side of the ball, and I've mentioned him before, that's Travis Jones. I think that if you talk about not having a lot of depth at linebacker inside or on the outside and then across that defensive front, right? Who is it after Leonard Williams and after Dexter Lawrence? What is it? What does the front look like here, right? If you tell me that you can put in a big boy like that can do it in both pass and run defense, all of a sudden you get a little bit more dynamic there as well. So I don't think we're too far off from one another in terms of where's the biggest impact player going to come here. I tend to think it's on the defensive side of the ball. And maybe we're both trying to turn a blind eye to safety, which has been widely speculated could be a big option for the Giants.
And the other piece of it is, if you look no further than the Baltimore Ravens defenses to see what Wink Martindale is going to do. On the defensive line, they have 350, 375 pound behemoths all over the place. And they love stuffing the run. And then they like getting as many cornerbacks and linebackers to stand up and give exotic looks to defenses with a cover one safety sitting over the back. It's not that like it's not crazy complicated. That is the style that Wink Martindale wants to play. If there wasn't injuries last year on the Baltimore Ravens defense, they would have played cover one as their most used and most frequent positional scheme for the last 3 or 4 years, just like they did in 2020, in 2019, and 2018. It's just they lost all of their cornerbacks and they had to start playing a bunch of safeties because they're literally pulling cornerbacks off the street. So
By the
I
way,
know
Garrett
that.
Wilson comes in for the Jets at 10.
I mean, so right now, the New York has to feel good, whether you're a Jets fan or a Giants fan.
Yeah.
You have to feel excited because the Jets were basically saying, they had 7 interceptions last year, least amount of interceptions since 2014. They just couldn't pick the ball off. They were also trailing in almost every game, so like the teams didn't need to pass the ball all that much. But Garrett Wilson really gives another threat to Zach Wilson alongside Elijah Moore. I love this pick for the Jets. It's I don't mind the Jets because I want New York to always like flourish and be good. But I will say the Jets are putting together with Sauce Gardner and Wilson. They have addressed 2 massive areas of need, and they've gotten instantly better in the first hour and a half, 2 hours of the draft.
Forced 19 missed tackles on receptions in 2021 to Garrett Wilson, first team All Big Ten as well. I think you're right, man. The only thing I always want, I say, I want the Jets to do well. I want the Mets to do well. From a Yankees fan, I always want the teams around the city to do well. I just would prefer it not include players that like the Giants or we had our eye on, right? Do it with other players that don't feel like we're actually going to see how they could look there in and around us. But they're showing some there, and now we get into the first division opponent in Washington at 11. And this is where I actually think, Andy, the guy that you were so terrified of ended up coming to Big Blue, maybe high at the draft, Peter King tried to freak you out. I wouldn't be surprised if Hamilton is the pick here, maybe for Washington, who needs some help on the defensive side of the ball. He's versatile, obviously. They have a lot of weapons up front already. And they already know, too, like the quarterback spot is a little bit in flux. So whatever you think about what they did, bringing in a certain veteran, and they have a wide receiver, they have tight ends, like they have a lot of things there in place. This feels like this could be the spot for him, but I wouldn't be shocked if Hamilton continues to fall.
So I get that pick, understand it. I am convinced that the Commanders are going to take a wide receiver as well. The wide receiver run has started. They
I know,
have
yeah, started
Terry.
at 7. Yeah, started at 7 and just kept on rolling.
It has, Drake London. Now you got Garrett Wilson.
Oh, no. Trade with the New Orleans Saints. They trade out.
Oh,
So the New Orleans Saints trade up with Washington. We won't probably get the details straight away about what they send there. Interesting. What
so uh,
they come up, the Saints come up. I mean, they could be coming up for a wide receiver, right? There's been issues with Michael Thomas there, obviously, right? I mean, that's theoretically, but they don't have the quarterback yet. I mean, is this the quarterback play for them? We saw some little
no,
speculation. It doesn't
they
seem like
they
it would
they
be, right?
have Jameis Winston, who they liked, who was winning games when he was healthy before he got hurt. They
Yep.
got Andy Dalton already as a backup. If they draft someone here, that means that they would be getting a third. They'd have to carry 3 quarterbacks or release Andy Dalton. Doesn't make much sense. You are right. Who knows what's happening with Michael Thomas? I could see this being like Jamison Williams out of Alabama could be an interesting one here where they get another wide receiver as another deep threat. Maybe, I mean, could they go with like Jermaine Johnson and look to like pack the defense to like keep them in games, like get some pressure against the quarterback? I don't know.
What about a Jordan Davis? I'm thinking here about like these top prospects that are there right now.
No, see, I don't see that because I don't think they need another
Hey,
defensive
Jermaine
line
Johnson's not a
help.
bad one though. Jermaine Johnson's not a bad one.
I could see Jermaine Johnson if they're saying, listen, we know we're in flux with our quarterback. We just want to go all in on our defense and we want to like hang our hat on that. I think
Would you trade up for this though? Like even whoever it is, like it's like that's what I think is a little bit weird here. Like you have Sean Payton retires.
But they traded with the Eagles earlier in the offseason to put
Yeah,
themselves in this position to move up. There must be a player at the top that they like. And when you think about it, there's only a handful of positions where you get the value for moving up. To
sure.
me, it's edge rusher, wide receiver, and quarterback, as you mentioned. I mean, to trade up here and then take Malik Willis really wouldn't make too much sense, or Kenny Pickett, to be honest with you.
And
And
to your
so
point, Jermaine Johnson is probably like the last edge rusher that was talked about this high in the draft before. Then you're into linebackers and inside linebackers and more wide receivers and cornerbacks, right? Like it probably right. Like why else would you come up? I mean, if not, if not for a quarterback, which I'm not totally convinced they would be doing, but if not that, then I guess it would make, it would make
It's
reasonable
it's
sense to say
it's got to be
edge rusher.
it's got to be Jermaine Johnson or Jamison Williams because those two players are the ones that have the most upside of anyone that's left on the board, at least the way that I see it. And I would actually be shocked if they did all this to trade up for like Malik Willis right now. I legitimately would be.
Well,
And
because who's in behind them then anyway? Like we talk about, because what would you be looking at? We're talking about you're gonna have the Minnesota Vikings come up. They're not in the market for a quarterback. You know what I mean? Like any reason that would inspire them to say, "Hey, wait, to watch out." Now again, what we don't know is Pittsburgh in conversations, right? Like that's maybe if we're talking about a quarterback potentially, and we keep saying Malik Willis could be Pickett potentially, but if other teams are showing interest, then you're just doing the math of how high do I have to go to beat anybody else out. But again, I would be surprised if it was for Malik Willis. It just seems like the Saints, as we talk about a lot of teams, like a year too soon to really be overly concerned about that, especially if you think, again, winning games in Jameis Winston, that's great. But the Saints are certainly further than closer to really being high level competitive, right? So, like next year's draft class in QBs could be that much more impressive for you.
yeah, I'm starting to think. I mean, with the Saints, they had this plan to get more assets to move up, right? And so they had to think that someone was going to be there at 10 or 11 or somewhere in this range that they were thinking about moving up. They probably were thinking they may have to move up to even 7 to be able to get the guy that they wanted. My guess, like I said, between Jermaine Johnson and Jamison Williams, I'd be shocked if it's anyone else. If I have to, I mean, let me get your take. Do you think it's one of those two? And if so, which one do you think it would be? Oh, Adam, we can't hear you right now. I think you're on mute, bud.
I'm gonna tell you again, buddy. Washington got the 16th overall pick from the Saints, along with the third round pick at 98, and then 120 in the fourth round in exchange for the 11th overall pick. So that pick is now in. They moved back 5 spots and picked up a third and fourth round selection in addition, which is nice. Again, I think that's really smart. If it just, we don't like to say this about our competition in the division, but if you're Washington, hey, an extra third, an extra fourth round pick, and we know we made this move to bring in a new quarterback here. We need to recover some assets as well for ourselves. I don't hate it from Washington's side. I'm just very curious right now.
Right, and
I'm
the and
just
the command and the Commanders might even just be sitting there saying, "Well, we may get Olave, Jamison Williams might be there. There's a couple of wide receivers. Like, there's plenty of wide receivers we could still take if we wanted one. If they're willing to give us a third and fourth round pick to get who they want, my guess is they believe that New Orleans is taking Jermaine Johnson. That's my guess because if they really wanted one of those wide receivers, they wouldn't have made this deal with New Orleans.
it's
So
just weird
from
though too yeah. Oh no, yeah, from a Washington standpoint, yeah, I get what you mean. Keep
Like, I'm
keep
trying
the
to read the
targets
tea
you
leaves
have
of
on the
why they
board.
would do this deal, and it's probably like, oh, they wanted to move up to get that edge rusher that they think will make this defense strong. We need edge rushers because we have guys like Tom Brady's coming back. We need to be able to compete with them.
Yeah, and it's coming up. They're coming up here to announce. They got a whole crew of people there, by the way. But and the interesting thing is too is like I guess like it's smart from an organizational standpoint to say we're willing to make this move preemptively on the premise that if one of these guys, and we're talking about offensive tackle, everything that's happening at the top of the draft here, if one of these were to fall, well, then suddenly we can go target a guy that, like, for example, a good one would be like, well, what if the Giants didn't go with Thibodeau there, right? What would maybe you change your perspective on around how far he's going to fall, who comes up next, and then being able to go target? You said maybe the top 10 there potentially. So, yeah, I mean, it's just interesting. I'm just so intrigued by it. And if Jermaine Johnson is that talented, and we know he was talked, even the Giants potentially high in the draft. So this is probably where you're thinking about value really meeting it because you didn't think that Jermaine Johnson could have gone top 5 by some metrics, and here you are seeing him there at 11 potentially. There's
right.
real value to go get that guy.
That's my belief.
All right.
You're gonna hit me with when the pick is in. I don't know what's going on with like the Chiefs fan and the Charger fan because I have it on mute, but it's
Yeah, I don't,
it's
I, I don't I don't understand why Tony
wildly
Gonzalez.
confusing during the
Yeah.
during the 11th pick. But
So, and I think Tony Gonzalez is going to be on Amazon Prime covering a game here or something. He must be doing a horrible job here. He's talking about the Chiefs and the Chargers playing on Thursday, September 15th. Good Lord. Could anyone care any less about this? Can we just literally, it's a pick is in, it's the New Orleans Saints, and I'm watching the Kansas City Chiefs tell me about a game 3 months from now.
Yeah, September 15th, Amazon Prime, a Thursday night game. Like, who did the Saints pick? Can someone
By the
this
way, the
is
Saints aren't even
this
playing in that
is
Thursday night game.
that's what I'm saying. This is
Austin
just
Eckler's
silly.
talking now. This is great. Good stuff. I like this.
Unbelievable. So, are you with me? You think it's Jermaine Johnson? It feels like that's probably the guy, right?
I guess I have to assume. I mean, he's the highest rated player outside of a wide receiver. I mean,
Yeah,
again,
like
like I'll put it this way. I like that the Saints were in a position to move up for someone. I like Jermaine Johnson. I talked about him a lot. Sets the edge beautifully, right? I guess I'm just like, it's interesting for them to come up here for it. Like, what's the ratio of giving up that and the third and the fourth round pick versus they're at 16 and 19 otherwise? What two players would you be looking at 16 and 19 potentially, right? Like, that's all. It's just the value ratio. But I think maybe you're probably right. You've been right so far in a lot of these.
yeah, yes. Surprisingly, a broken clock is right twice
Chris
a day.
Olave. Chris Olave is the selection, and that's why they moved up because they wanted a wide receiver, and the run is happening. Whereas Washington won't be. I knew you were wrong. God, why did I listen to you? No,
I
I'm kidding.
mean,
That's they wanted their guy, and they were not going. They saw the writing on the wall. You're not getting this player waiting at 16 with probably at least two more. The Eagles are in the mix there, right? You're talking about wide receiver needy teams between you and that selection, and Olave is probably the next guy that was going to go there. And if you wanted him, then you have to go pursue him. I don't know if I agree with it, but I get why they did it.
yeah, I'm with you. I don't listen. You do all your scouting, you do all the analysis, and it crunches Chris Olave at 11. I don't know. That's not me. I would have much rather taken Jamison Williams, even coming off of an injury, because I think his upside is way more than
Oh,
Chris Olave.
I love Chris Olave. I mean, I'm just gonna. I love Chris Olave.
I mean, but I had Chris Olave as probably like my fifth wide receiver on the board, and so that's why it's surprising to me that he's going before
Yeah, I mean,
Jameson
listen,
Williams.
I'll frame it this way. Chris Olave has been healthy, right? And there's a lot of the injury concerns around the other wide receivers. And then the other thing is he's a route technician, right? Like, you know what I mean? This dude is clean in the process of being a top flight wide receiver and can take the top off the coverage, right? So the skill set differential here between some of these guys is probably a big factor as well. And if you're thinking about Michael Thomas coming off of an ankle injury, how do you make life easier on him if he's going to stick around, assuming he's happy again at some point? This would be a way to accomplish that. And then, they're a high powered team. They've always been a high powered offensive team, right?
Yeah, well, I agree with you. I think the one thing I
And I
looked
probably wouldn't
at.
have traded up for him, by the way. I mean,
Well,
if we're just
I
being
mean
clear.
that's the thing is that they picked the guy that I would have not necessarily picked, and also they gave up additional assets to go get that guy. So it's kind of like the double whammy for me. Listen, my issues with Chris Olave is not that he's not a good player. It's that Garrett Wilson to me was the best wide receiver available, and Chris Olave was playing right alongside him, right? And so what that means is if you believe Garrett Wilson, like I do, was the best wide receiver there, he's getting the best cornerback. Like the number one corner on every team is going to go to Garrett Wilson. And so Olave is feasting on the second or third cornerback for some of these teams. And so he's getting
Yeah.
a little bit more freedom. Whereas you look at Olave, he's the number one. Jamison Williams was the number one. Like you're talking about Drake London was the number one at USC. Olave's the
Garrett
number
Wilson went
two.
10th overall, and now Olave goes. They're just highlighting here. 2007, Ted Ginn Jr. and Anthony Gonzalez went 5th and 32nd. So two players out of the same alma mater going here in the first round once again.
Yeah, and
And
how'd that
Michael
work out?
Thomas saying, let's run it at Chris Olave. So this dude's all in. He's fully invested back in with the New Orleans Saints.
Oh man, see, I don't know. So this is the one pick where I wasn't right because I'm reading it completely differently than they are. The
I just don't.
fact that
Again, they could have picked Jermaine Johnson, and like you gave a good explanation for it. I just don't. For any of these guys, really, at this point, I don't see the point of giving up a third and a fourth, and and then trading up 5 picks to get player X. Jermaine Johnson, I get the talent. Olave, I get the talent. I just, again, it's the coupling with where you are and what you're selecting. Like, where do you think you are, Saints, in the hierarchy of competition? I don't think it's worth it for them to go to pursue this one player as opposed to, again, 16 and 19. What could you accomplish? Maybe there's still a wide receiver there at 16 and you're picking up another player at 19 or trading out, and manipulating. The one thing I do love is them coming up and taking maybe a wide receiver off the board for Washington instead of maybe, I didn't want to see Washington call Chris Olave here at this spot either.
No, that's fair. What I think is interesting, like you could have waited a little longer and gotten Treylon Burks. You could have gotten Jamison Williams. You could have waited even longer and gotten Dotson from like there's a bunch of wide receivers that I think
And
I
I'm
had
gonna
in the
paint that.
same.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to paint in the same kind of picture, I think, right? So you're there at 16 and 19. If it's me, maybe I say, can I trade back here when somebody wants a wide receiver at 16, be in the mid 20s, late 20s, and then find like maybe with Green Bay Packers, right? What do they do at 22? Then they're there at 28. If I can make that trade back and then get Ebikidi, right? Now I get an edge rusher later in the first round and I pick up assets. Like that's same thing you're talking about, right? Like what am I what am I
Right.
accomplishing here? Trade Lions and Vikings. We're gonna go 12th overall pick and the second round pick at 46 for the Lions, 32nd, and then a second and third rounder going back the way of the Vikings. So they talked about this a lot with the Vikings not having a huge, real clear vision of what they wanted to do at 12. And if you're the Detroit Lions, whatever you're thinking about at 32, this is the trade that makes sense. Like big movement up the board coming from 32 to 12, you're changing the demographic of player you're getting. That's a big shift. And maybe that's the thing when we're talking about the Saints. I don't know how big of a shift you make in the quality of player in that move. Lions are going with,
I mean, is this the run of wide receiver continuing?
or maybe this is your Jermaine Johnson pick. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
but I mean,
Jamison Williams. There you go.
there you go.
So
It's Jamison Williams. Yep. I was going to say it wouldn't make sense after they got Aiden Hutchinson to then
yeah,
trade back up and get another edge rusher. Jamison Williams is a great pick here.
you really, yeah,
Like,
no.
I mean, you're like, yeah, we know.
It's
You
nice too
talked
because
about
they
him
took
at
him off
nauseum.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. This is the balancing of the wide receiver room, right? You liked Amon-Ra St. Brown, but now you add another dynamic weapon that helps keep your offense really talented here.
See, it's crazy because I don't like the move, even though the
I think that's way
Saints
too much.
didn't.
Again, for a wide receiver, that's a lot.
But no, but the Saints gave up a third and a fourth rounder and move up 5 spots and selected a wide receiver that I didn't necessarily have as high as they did with
Right.
number 11. At least the Lions had conviction and they're like, this guy is the top talent, which I agree with. And they trade up. They traded a first round for another first round and swapped a couple picks. Like they were like, we can't wait until the end to just draft anyone. I don't know why I look at this one differently, but I'm
I
like,
know. I
the
was gonna say,
Lions are.
like, I don't get it. The Lions moved up 20 picks to accomplish this feat. The Saints moved up 5 picks.
Because
Now the
because the
details
type
of
of
like,
player because the type of player that was going to be there for the Saints to me was kind of all the same. Jameson Williams type of player was not going to be there for the Lions at 32. So if you want
no,
that
that I
guy,
get. But then,
go
yeah,
get him.
so but you were cool with it if it was Jermaine Johnson. If it was Jermaine Johnson for the Saints, you totally got it, right? Like you thought that'd be a
Yes.
really smart move.
Yeah.
So that's where it's like, again, that's why for me, I'm like, just stay there. Sit tight at 16, see what happens with the board here for anything, no matter what you're gonna do. And that's why once they make the pick, I just look at it on its face. If it was Jermaine Johnson, I get why they do it. If it's Olave, I get why they do it. And if you're the Lions here, maybe you get really. The weird thing to me is, say you're the Lions, what was the asking price to get to 11 if you really liked Olave, and then you were like, well, we couldn't get there, or we thought we wanted Williams. You know what I mean? Like, what ratio were you doing that once Olave got picked, then you're like, now we go up to get Williams, and maybe they just thought that was going to be the pick there.
This
Certainly for
is
the Saints, and then he's still there, and you feel like you go out and get him. And I know they talk about this kid, man. If he comes back healthy, watch out. He's everything you want and more.
this is fascinating that all of these trades are happening for wide receivers and not quarterbacks. Like quarterbacks are usually the first
Not where
round
the
where
value
people
is,
trade
yeah.
up. Yeah, and it's clear that guys like Daniel Jeremiah and Todd McShay, who came out and consistently said, I don't see a quarterback going until Pittsburgh at 20, and I don't think that there's value in trading up for them. And then he gave the caveat, well, a team might trade up to 19 just to make sure they get in front of Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah.
But he basically was saying like 20 is where it really starts, aka like if you want a quarterback, you got to get to 19 in order to start the train.
So then let me ask you a bonus question here then, because it is almost in the same way. We combine it with what's gone on in the offseason, right? Big money getting spent. Christian Kirk just totally blows up the wide receiver market. Big money getting thrown around everywhere. Do you think that a trade now here for the Philadelphia Eagles, by the way, they're trading. See what they do here from 13. Do you think that like it's the same mistake that in the same way, you don't over pursue court, like you shouldn't almost over pursue anything in the draft, right? Like you say, like now all of a sudden everyone's wheeling and dealing to get up the board here for wide receivers. And I get the talent, but over pursuing anything in one draft class relative to where you are competitive wise and what you think you can accomplish in a season, it just seems like like it seems like a panic move. No matter what you're going for, it's like, throw everything out there. We got to go get player X. Now, these are all talented players, but I've long stood on, even if, like giving up the farm, unless you think a quarterback is 100% worth it, is never the move to make, because you're only going to regret not getting what you think, a franchise quarterback, right?
Well, it said trade, and now it says the pick is in for the Eagles.
Yeah, I know. So I don't know if they're going to rotate through this year.
So, like, I don't know what
But
is.
weren't they? But they were back at 15. They weren't originally at 13, were they?
Oh, interesting. Oh, so the Eagles traded
That
up
was
to
Houston.
13.
That's Houston.
Yes, Houston was at 13. They end up trading back. All the speculation was that they were going to trade back into the into the top 10, and then Houston decides to move out of the top 10. Interesting. I'm curious to see what the Eagles gave up to be able to do that. This is also an interesting spot for the Eagles. There's clearly a guy that they like. I mean, Garrett. Oh, when you talk about the wide receivers, the top 4 or 5 are off the board. So, like, are they really moving up this far to get Treylon Burks out of Arkansas? Like, is that their guy?
Right? Is that how far the wide receiver group is now moving? The receiver class is coming up.
Yeah, I mean, and then
And
you're
by the
talking
way,
about.
kiss Sky Moore goodbye.
Well, I was just,
He
I
never
was
makes
literally,
it. Back into the
I was
first round, Kansas City, Green Bay, it's over.
I was just going to say, like, if this is what's happening with wide receivers and they're seeing, okay, if you have to pay a wide receiver in free agency, you got to pay him 30 million. Okay, let's get our future guys so we have 5 years of team control. Like, that is the overcorrection that's happening right now.
Sure.
Sky Moore might go before like the 22nd pick at this point. Like, he could go that early based on what's happening here. You look at a guy like Pickens out of Georgia that everyone loves in the second round. He may end up in the first round. Like, if everyone's doing this run and saying the
Hey,
future is cost control, who knows?
hey, though. Now we talk about a Pickens. That's a very viable one. Sky Moore's been a sexy name, but maybe a Christian Watson just kind of comes just dancing in there at 36 for the New York Football Giants. My once upon a time dream
I mean,
upon a dream.
you would be excited, but you'd have to be shocked if he's there at 36. I
Of course
think
I would.
now,
Yeah, absolutely.
now
Well,
the way that this is
and let
going.
me ask you another interesting question here. This would be a good one because we talked about, well, where are the Giants going to go here? Watson started somewhere, closer to, let's say closer to 90, something around there. Like 81 would have been, hey, like, oh, we could really get this guy here. Now he's all the way up talking about maybe a first round pick. Kansas City's been mentioned. Green Bay has been mentioned, 22 or 28 at that point. But how high, knowing I like Alec Pierce, and we saw that he was moving up the board. We said he's probably getting closer to 50 than 67 over the last couple of weeks. Like, how high? And it doesn't have to be Pierce. Like any of these guys, like how high all of a sudden becomes too high? Because even like Chris Olave, that was saying like, well, he's a guy in the 20s. Well, he just went 11th, right? Like now it's about Burks. Well, he's like back end of the first. Well, now he could go 18 or 19 or somewhere around there. Like this ratio is shifting by 15 to 20 picks, right?
Adam, this is where the Giants zag. This is where you zag.
Well,
And because
everything is dropping now, right? Everything else is falling.
what if Kenyon Green or Zion Johnson or one of those guys is going to be sitting there because everyone is falling in love with all the wide receivers? Sky Moore moves up, Christian Watson
Yeah,
moves up.
yeah, that's
All these
nice.
guys continue to move up. Offensive linemen are going to be a relic. And all of a sudden you look at it and say, man, if we put Zion Johnson at the guard spot, this is something we mentioned about a week ago.
Yep.
Imagine putting Zion Johnson next to Andrew Thomas and having Evan Neal and Glowinski on the other side. Man, you'd look at it and say,
I
the
happen to
Giants.
like, by the way, and I'll probably be wrong. It probably would be Zion Johnson. I happen to be a green man myself. I like him there. But
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, I feel the same way that I did about Aquanu and Neal. Like, I'm okay with either of them at that point. But this is going to be one of those situations where pre-draft, Adam, everyone talks about, hey, this guy's a first round pick. This guy's a first round pick. And I told you, there's like 40, 45 first round picks.
right.
Someone's going to have to
There's
fall.
only
Like,
32
there's
selections,
only
correct?
32 spots, so some people are going to have to fall. It's clear that a guy like Linderbaum is probably going to fall at this point. Like, he's moving back. Look at Kyle Hamilton.
They got
Kyle Hamilton is a guy that's falling too.
15th overall for Houston, a fourth rounder, and then 2 selections there. I'll see if I can get that back up two additional selections here in the trade up for Philadelphia. Let me just
Oh
see.
yeah, so
And
it's
two fifth rounders.
two fifths and a fourth to move 2 spots. That's a great move for the Texans. If they're like, hey, we got 3 guys very close on our board, let's just trade back a pick or two, pick up some
You know
more
what else is good
assets.
about this too? This is like that difference of I think where you talk about like the Eagles, whether or not we hate to admit it, they're competitive, right? They could be a 10+ win team this year. The Houston Texans, they like some things. They think they maybe stole something in having Mills as their franchise quarterback, but they have a lot of work to do, right? So they don't need this one piece that someone wants to come up for, but they really like the idea of getting bonus picks. And by the way, only being 2 picks back here at 15.
I'm really curious to see what Philly's going to do here. Like, are they going to go Treylon Burks and just quadruple down on wide receivers? Are they going to go with Jermaine Johnson? Do they want to trade up a couple picks because they wanted an edge rusher? Like, I, I'm
See the
genuinely
falling
curious.
talent ratio here too, right? Like as the talent slides, you get more intrigued to move up. I mean, listen, I'll keep saying Hamilton's name just because he's going to be out there, right? He's now the guy that's being watched here in the first round. How far does Hamilton fall here?
And this is why I didn't want Kyle Hamilton.
Well, you could have saved him a lot of misery if you just took him early. Well, you don't think about the individual, do you, Andy? You
No.
selfish son of a gun.
Well, only when it's Sauce Gardner.
The Eagles are selecting Jordan Davis, defensive tackle. I said, right? I said that for the Saints here, but they go with the big boy, man. They go with something that's going to really bolster that defensive front. Man, that's you know what? You know what that is there? That's to your point about wide receiver run. We weren't going to be that aggressive and move up. We end up seeing that this talent is right there waiting for us. Let's go pursue him. He's a heck of a player, man.
And you think about a
Hate to
guy
see
like
it. Hate to see it to Philly.
Fletcher Cox getting a little bit older, like
Yep.
Jordan Davis, a freak of nature with the way he ran the 40. He's going to be a stalwart athlete along that line for a while.
All right,
That's
Andy,
a
we're basically,
it's a problem pick.
we're almost halfway through here. You take the reins, man. You chat it up. You tell the people what you want to know about. I'm just going to go ahead and make myself a gentleman's cocktail and be right back into the conversation.
You go make that happen. So the Jordan Davis pick is interesting. We talk about the defensive tackle, defensive line for the Eagles. This also is a reaction to exactly what the Giants have been doing by bolstering the offensive line. The Eagles always like to win in the trenches. I mentioned Fletcher Cox before. He is one of those guys that just moves the needle when you talk about being able to get to the quarterback, get some pressures. Jordan Davis is the guy, for anyone that isn't familiar, ran with the combine, ran a ridiculous like 4.5 40 as a defensive tackle. It was absolutely insane. He is a power guy. He's athletic. He had an 82 Pro Football Focus run grade. He was everything you could imagine and more from the defensive front. I think he actually, could have been a consideration for the Giants if they traded back. But what eliminated him from even being a consideration for the Giants was the Giants picking up the 5th-year option on Dexter Lawrence for about $10.5 million. And that was important for the Giants to be able to go into this draft knowing, okay, we have a defensive tackle, we have a nose tackle, whatever we want to play Dexter Lawrence at. We have that settled. We're good to go. We feel confident there. It allows the Giants to focus on other areas. Now, the Daniel Jones thing is completely different. They still have the ability to franchise him, and the difference is about $9 million for the Giants. That felt like a foregone conclusion. The Dexter Lawrence piece, he's good, not great. He's been okay, not stellar. It was tough to decide whether 10 or $10.5 million was going to be worth it for him. But I think Joe Schoen and Daboll and Wink Martindale looked at it and said, we have a young talent. He's a guy that is contributing to this team. He's probably only going to get better. Wink Martindale thinks that he can get more out of him than he did before. I think Wink's excited to work with Dexter Lawrence. That's why a guy like Jordan Davis probably wasn't going to be in play for the Giants. Interesting that the Eagles felt like they had to trade up to go get him. I guess they were worried about someone else grabbing him, potentially even the Baltimore Ravens in the mid rounds. So it is interesting to see the Eagles be able to do that.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, look at that. What I mean, instead of pouring cocktails, Adam's just literally taking shots. So he took 4 shots of alcohol and then ran back over the table.
Sometimes you got to really, this is about getting reps in, right? You're getting reps in on the podcast, getting reps in on the beverages.
Adam, I thought this wasn't didn't you tell me this is a non-cocktail podcast, or did you just say a non-alcoholic beverage
No
podcast.
one would
What were you saying
know,
before?
Andrew, what is in this fine chalice of mine. This is just delicious, pure, cut with a little bit of H2O cranberry juice. That's how I like
Oh,
to enjoy myself.
very nice. Very nice. I was just saying Jordan Davis wasn't going to be in play for the Giants, but he especially wasn't in play after the Giants picked up the fifth-year option on Dexter Lawrence, right? Like they
Yes,
shored
yeah,
up
that's
another
that's another shift
year
there too.
to be able to say we don't have to worry about that position. So even if he was in play, if the Giants traded back from 7, he wasn't really going to be a guy the Giants were targeting just because they were pretty good at it. And it looks like the Eagles had to jump in front of Baltimore because they were worried, as we mentioned before, Baltimore loves those massive defensive linemen. They said we got to get in front of Baltimore because if they take Jordan Davis, then he's not going to be there for us a couple picks later.
Yeah, one, and I'll be interested to see where the pick is in for Baltimore here. So I'll be curious to see where they go now. Um, you know what's funny too? We're talking about like best available. I'm just thinking about this here. Obviously, we know Kyle Hamilton is there just from a talent standpoint. Jordan Davis goes off the board. He was the second highest there, and behind him, Jermaine Johnson is still going to be there.
Oh man.
You talk about whether or not Wink Martindale. It's not his system anymore, but they like a certain style of player. This could make a lot of sense for them right now. And then my curious thing was going to be the couple of names I want to mention here in terms of best player available. Just going off of ESPN's board right now, you're talking about Trent McDuffie, the cornerback. Like, when's the next team that looks at cornerback and says the value's coming up here? Trevor Penning, Draxton Hill, and then Nakobe Dean. Before we get to our favorite, Devin Lloyd.
I mean, Devin Lloyd or Jermaine Johnson for the Ravens just feels like they would both immediately be amazing for the Baltimore Ravens defense. Like, it would just be so typical that like Jermaine
Well,
Johnson
by
would
the way,
talk to.
any defensive player that gets taken by the Ravens, you think is going to be amazing, right? You're like, oh, he'll be great.
It's like for all those years when like Bill Belichick drafts someone, they're like, Bill Belichick just knew. He just knew.
Which, by the way, Mac Jones, not like it hurt, he seemed to know.
Right. Yeah, I tend to think that Baltimore. Ooh, what would Baltimore do in this spot?
Well, old Rogers up at the
I'm going Jermaine Johnson here. I'm calling it now.
okay. Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton. There you go. The man that you refused. You refused to give that man his flowers. And now finally his name gets called. And if anything, Andy, because he was selected by Baltimore, don't reverse now. Because he was selected by Baltimore, that's how good he's
Great
going to
sneaky
be.
pick. Great sneaky pick. You had to know that he was the guy. You know what I mean? You
You
had to
had to
know.
know it. Production's 91, athleticism is a 74, and overall 90. Obviously, versatile player listed as a safety, but he can play down in the box. He's a big player. You have guys listed at the linebacker position that don't have the same height and weight that this guy brings to the table. So obviously, a lot of opportunity, and that's just about value. He's clearly not. I think he'll be happy being a Baltimore Raven. I don't think he's entirely satisfied that it took until the 14th pick of the first round.
Yeah, I'm curious, knowing that safety has been a strong suit with Weddle and Ed Reed and other places in Baltimore. Adam, I'm going
Yeah.
to pop out for literally
Oh, sure
1
you are,
minute.
buddy. You
Do,
gotta wet your whistle too as well. While you do that, Andy, we'll talk about obviously Kyle Hamilton, an 88.5 PFF coverage grade. So these are the things you're talking about. When you're looking at a guy like Kyle Hamilton, the position value is not necessarily the same at the top of the draft for some of these other teams. It's also about need, right? Like if you're sitting there, whether you're the Giants or any of these teams at the top of the draft, you're sitting there talking about, well, yes, is safety a need for us? Sure. But we also need offensive line. We also need edge rushers. We also, and then not in this draft class, but we also need a cornerback, a quarterback, right? Like these are the things we're talking about here. 6'4", 220, by the way. So, I mean, he's only, 10 pounds lighter than some of the guys that get listed at linebacker in the modern NFL now. So that's why you don't end up taking a safety or seeing him go in the top 10. But it's why, again, middle of the first round, yeah, there's tremendous value here. And they're showing these highlights of him dropping back in coverage, ranging, completely across the field here to close the gap on a wide receiver that's showing the Florida highlight here, breaks up that pass, maybe even an interception on that one there. So there's a lot of opportunities here. They're also highlighting him coming down on special teams coverage. Maybe not something you anticipate him doing a ton of at the pro level, but he has that speed. He has that range. It's a quality selection. Obviously, like we say, certain teams, when you hear them make their pick, you feel like that player is going to be successful. Likewise, On the other side of the spectrum, someone who struggled a little bit, and that's going to be the Houston Texans, but they did find a diamond in the rough in Mills. They feel like they have their franchise quarterback. So what do they end up seeing here? They can go either way. Jermaine Johnson can make a lot of sense for them to help bolster their defense. We are getting into now, if it's me, this kind of collection of players here that we look at and say, the defensive value keeps getting better and better because of the wide receivers that have been taken here and now some of the trades we're seeing. So we're watching Hamilton get his interview, Andy. But if we think about Houston, I was saying again, like now it feels like the only reason that I feel like in the same way positionally Kyle Hamilton fell, this is the same way. This is ageism. This is the age of Jermaine Johnson is keeping him
I
from
knew
going
it.
as high as he should. And you and I know this better than most. But I wonder if, Houston could be a good spot. Houston feels like I was saying, you think about really well-run franchises, they find their guy. Houston maybe is trying to turn this new corner for themselves. But here, like you could name anybody here over the next 10, top best available players. And I go, that sounds great for Houston because they just have the need. It's not like unlike the Giants, right? Name a player. I go, well, we need it.
Right. Treylon Burks could go, right?
Wide
Like
receiver Marquez Brown is going to the Cardinals and a 3rd-round pick. And the Baltimore Ravens are receiving the 23rd overall pick from Arizona. So Arizona, the Baltimore Ravens will be back in the 1st round here at 23. Arizona is going to get another wide receiver, and they're also going to pick up a 3rd rounder.
that is a very big trade. So Hollywood Brown, who was on the Ravens during this offseason, he's been
Kenyon
like
Green. I told you this kid was good, and he was deserving of going higher. The Houston Texans at pick 15 take Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green at 15.
Played 4 positions across the offensive line. This is just my personal opinion. I always had him higher than Zion Johnson. I just liked him as a prospect and what he can do for you. Do I think 15 might be a little bit high? Maybe. But we've talked about this before as far as where these positional groups are. Remember, after Zion Johnson and Green, whatever order you had them in, then you also can throw in Trevor Penning, certainly, which maybe we're surprised to not see him here, but he's been a falling name. Green has been a rising name. What is the drop off here?
You wonder if the Texans are thinking that Kenyon Green can play offensive tackle. Like
he played 4 positions, positions across the offensive line. Yeah, maybe you think you're getting a steal here, right? You're stealing offensive tackle value in the middle of the 1st round.
Because he's listed as a guard. That's where most teams project him to be, is like a really good guard. And they're like, he could probably stretch out to a tackle. I'm shocked that he's going. This is one of the first real surprises. Like, I didn't like Olave at 11, but like, okay, you like
wide
him.
Receivers, they're all in the mix.
Yeah, there's like 5 guys that you could kind of flip flop on your different boards. Fine. This is a surprise. Like, he's projected to go 15 picks later than this, 20 picks later, and they went up and made sure to get him, middle of the round. That is surprising to me. And shout out to Lucas from Brazil. I mean, unbelievable to be able to be watching Go Big Blue. With Lucas tuning in right now, Adam, I have a question for you. And we're going to turn it back to Big Blue for a second.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you with what the Giants did at 5 and 7?
Are we asking Lucas or me?
I'm asking you.
I want to hear from Lucas too, so please get involved, Lucas. How happy am I? No, I honestly, I'm ecstatic about it because, again, regardless of what I was thinking about from different players and what the Giants could accomplish, what have we talked about for the last decade for the New York Football Giants? We can't get after the quarterback, and we can't protect our quarterback. We literally can't do the 2 things that are imperative to having success at the NFL level, right? So you automatically take, and by the way, this is why you like getting that plug and play right tackle, because you just feel it's such an easy step in and be effective. And then likewise, to your point, you feel really good about Azeez Ojulari from last year. How much easier does his job become when you have a guy like Thibodeau across from him? Like that's the big thing that you can look at this and say, whether or not speculatively Hutchinson and Walker, whatever, the bottom line is you did the bookend piece on the offensive line. You did the bookend piece on the defensive front 7, right? So no, you have to be really excited about this. And we talked about this before, going back to Super Bowl champions for the Giants seasons. What do you accomplish when you're better up front? You make everybody else's job easier. So to your point about having some cornerbacks on this roster, guess what? Whatever we think you're capable of, it should be a little bit easier now because you have guys that get there quicker, moves the quarterback off his spot a little faster, and doesn't let him get through his progressions. No, I absolutely love it. Again, I said there was a momentary just disappointment because I had become very attached to Sauce Gardner. But at the end of the day, they checked two of the, or not even, I'll put it this way. I really like Sauce Gardner. I think cornerback's a need. Edge rusher and offensive line were the two biggest needs for this team, and they checked those boxes.
I agree with everything that you said, and to me, it's a 9.2 out of 10. And the only reason why I'm leaving a little bit of room there is
Okay.
because even though this was my ideal setup with these two going, the
What
other
about a
thing is
trade?
like,
Little trade down? A little trade
yeah,
down?
like a trade down and still being able to get one of these guys, like trading
Nine,
down,
maybe to nine.
yeah, to 9 and still being able to get Evan Neal would have been incredible. Like there's like a little things that could have happened. Aiden Hutchinson could have fell. Sauce Gardner could have fell, and someone could have wanted to come up and get him, and maybe you could have flexibility. There's still a little room, but in terms of the players they selected, I'm above a 9 out of 10. Like this was my ideal scenario anyway.
Well, let me ask you a question here on that though, because we're talking about a player. We keep saying like maybe Jermaine Johnson here, maybe Jermaine Johnson here. What the longer that he falls, and it doesn't matter now, but would you go, oh, so the Giants could have traded back with the Ravens at 14 and still gotten Jermaine Johnson? Like, you know what I mean? We could have Neal and Johnson and also a pick in the 60s or 70s in addition to what we did, or something in next year's draft class as well.
But that's the what if situation that you just can't, you
Love the
just
what
don't
ifs.
know. You
What if?
well, you could have traded back to 14 and they could have all been gone. And then you're sitting there saying, are we taking Kenyon Green at 15 and hoping that he can play offensive tackle as well as Evan Neal can? Or are we reaching for
Yeah,
Mafe at
yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think a guy like Jermaine Johnson, like the difference between, we'll find out, right? Time will tell. The difference between a Jermaine Johnson or a Kayvon Thibodeau might be marginally closer than the difference between an Evan Neal and a Green, right? Like that, and that's the point. You can't afford to go too far back and find yourself saying, well, what did we do? We took ourselves from the top 10 percentile. Now we're living in the top 20. That's a pretty big drop off when you're still doing the same positional need. Washington, by the way, division rival, is on the board and their pick is in.
I expect them. I mean, I expect them to go wide
What do you think? Yeah.
receiver.
What do you think? Them to do?
I think it's Treylon Burks because, and the only reason why I'm saying that is because the Terry McLaurin situation. They're going to have to pay him now like 30 something million dollars. He's not happy there. They haven't gotten it right with the quarterback. I'm interested to see what they do here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, boy, what a shame for them if they don't end up. If they're making a move here in preparation for losing Terry McLaurin, like that's, you know what I mean. I love McLaurin as a
I
receiver.
know, but look at Tyreek Hill, look at Devontae Adams, look at
Yeah,
Debo.
yeah.
Like they're all
Boy,
making moves.
the amount of times that you have to prepare for a one contract rookie deal for players, isn't that depressing? The Commanders are going with Dotson out of Penn State, the wide receiver. How about
Wow.
that? So, dude, like, just think about this, right? And this is where I think I'll bring it back to Olave here for a second. Everyone had their perception of around where this wide receiver class is, but there are some different things happening here. Dotson's a guy that they're talking about back end of the first round, maybe even into the second round potentially. Instead, you now see two wide receivers moving up the board here considerably. And Treylon Burks, who again would also have been coming up to this point, hasn't been taken. I'll be interested to see what happens over the next couple because maybe they'll all still end up in what would be what started at 7 and could be over by 18.
I mean, Adam, it's funny because I just mentioned before with the run on wide receivers like Pickens, and I even said Dotson may go in the first round.
Yeah, yeah.
He went 16. He went 16.
Well, I tell you what, I can't remember what the over under was on first round wide receivers, but there was no world where any
the
over.
over under was 6. The over under was about 5.5 or 6, depending on what websites you saw it at.
There could be
We already
10.
have, yeah, we already have 4 or 5, maybe. Like at this point, yeah, there's 5 that have gone. So you're saying with the next, 16, we're halfway through, and 5 wide receivers have gone.
And just think about Burke still being out there. Think about the fact that a guy like, now the question becomes, right? Like Christian Watson was rising. A Sky Moore could be rising, right? Like all the names that we talk about now could be very quickly moving up here. Pick 17 with the Chargers is now in as well. So we'll see what they do here. I have to think about too. Now,
The Chargers have pretty much everything that they need. They traded for Khalil Mack. Like I'm
quick side
wondering.
note here, though. Quick side note here, though. The New York Football Giants now need to be preparing for how they defend against these. There's wide receiver groups out there now inside the division, right? These guys are picking up players for themselves here. We'll see who the Chargers go with, but that's a very dangerous team when you add him with McLaurin there in Washington, at least offensively. Chargers, Zion Johnson, 17. And this isn't too far off. As high as 20. That's right in the wheel. But I said, right, Green goes at 15. And so to your point, why they really Green that high in the draft? Well, guess what? You're probably only one step away from Zion Johnson going, and then the next move goes. Trevor Penning arguably falling a bit here on the draft board, who is regarded as a tackle as a prospect.
I mean, Trevor Penning is being sent into purgatory right now. That's
now, and you know what? Not for nothing here. We're talking about the offensive line and these players like the Giants. If they were thinking about adding a guard here, we mentioned Parham, guard center. We mentioned a guy like Cole Strange out of Chattanooga. These are guys that we talked about at 67 and 81. Unless you're comfortable either moving up or targeting whatever, you might have to take that off the board here for the Giants, because obviously, even if Trevor Penning falls, well, we're not taking, and we'll take our third tackle that will plug in here on the line. I guess maybe the only argument you would make is that there's some versatility you have on the interior, but it's going to be hard pressed here for the Giants to go offensive line.
Yeah, I don't see it. The run on wide receivers and offensive line now makes me think, where do the Giants go? They could look at cornerback.
Look at the division, right? Competitive at the wide receiver position. Maybe you try to add some, and maybe you catch a benefit here. The Elams of the world, McDuffie hasn't been called yet, right? So when we talk about
Gordon is more than likely going to be there at 36 now, unless something crazy happens.
That's really nice. That would be a really nice, fall of the board, regardless of what we think about the internal players. If you still want to add a cornerback, maybe you get lucky there. Right now, top available players over on ESPN's big board, you're talking about Jermaine Johnson, Trent McDuffie out of Washington, Trevor Penning's there, then Braxton Hill, Nakobe Dean, Devin Lloyd, Malik Willis is right in that range. So it looks like if that was the target for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they may be able to sit there and have their kid fall to him. And then Treylon Burks is still sitting out there right now. He's the last high profile wide receiver until you get down to Christian Watson and Sky Moore listed back to back there, the 22nd and 23rd best remaining players available right now. So yeah, Burke seems to be that next big name at that wide receiver spot that you think would fall. The Titans have made a trade. So they've come up. Titans trade AJ Brown to the Eagles for the 18th and 101 overall pick in the draft.
Oh my!
And now the Titans are on the board. If the Giants aren't looking to get a cornerback, they damn well need to start, because you now just have two divisional opponents who already had talented young wide receivers and are now poised to add now two more. Now, AJ Brown, not the same player that he once was, but both these teams are stacked from a weapon standpoint offensively. The Giants they need more. Right? Great to add Thibodeau. Awesome. You're going to try to move these quarterbacks off their spot. You need more guys here. You need to get a player in the secondary here when you come up in the second round. I know it's not going to be till tomorrow night, but I don't see how the writing can't be on the wall for this.
I mean, insane. Like the flurry of activity that's just been happening over the last couple of picks, peek behind the curtain here. Adam and I were like, after the Giants pick, how much excitement will there be? Like, thinking about some of these teams that are trading. And all of a sudden, the Eagles are making all these trades back and then trading for AJ Brown. Dallas hasn't even picked yet. The Commanders just made their pick. Like, there's crazy things happening right now.
Yeah, let me ask you a question here, right? Because we've been talking about, hey, the Giants, it's a great opportunity. They do a great job at 5-7. But when you see all this activity, right? Do you feel like, again, when you're in the top of the draft there, nobody really moved around the top. Everyone stood pat for the most part. But do you feel like, hey, man, like the action was there? So now the Giants may have loved what they accomplished, but it seems like they could have, if they wanted to. People were willing to dance, right? People were willing to dance. It doesn't mean that it wasn't the right move to stand pat and make these choices, but it looks like there was movement, although it didn't start until you got towards closer to 10, right? The top 6, 7 picks were all kind of like, here's the best cream of the crop. And then we'll see how many people want to move around.
The problem in seeing how this board fill out is the Giants would have had to trade out twice. Like, they would have moved from 7 to 13, and they would have been in like this wide receiver purgatory, and they would have
worked
had
those
all
mock
these
drafts before, yeah.
And they would have had to trade back again, because that's where the value seems to be. Like, are you kidding me? Eagles got AJ Brown for 18 and a third. Like, that's insane. I mean, there were rumblings that AJ Brown was not happy there. And then he went on Twitter. He's like, I'm okay. I'm fine. It's like, no, there was clearly some issues. I think He obviously is going to be one of the next guys up to get paid something like 25, $30 million a year. And guess what? That's now the Eagles situation. And as much as I fear AJ Brown, like he's a competent wide receiver, they now need to pay him $30 million a year. And I don't know if he's a $30 million a year guy. Like, I think he's really, really good. He probably would be the best wide receiver on the Giants, but like 30 million is a lot.
Do you think that and this is for the fun conversation of, right? You said trading down multiple times. And let's do it in the way that I think would make you feel the best about getting Thibodeau. When you see the way the offensive line looks here, we've now seen Zion Johnson and Green go. But when you see a player like Trevor Penning sitting out there, the double trade down where the Giants at 18, at 19, at 20 get Trevor Penning, pick up a ton of assets, and still got Thibodeau there at the top of the draft, right? Like these are all, listen, it doesn't matter because what I want is not the question marks. I want the boxes checked, but it's interesting to see. To me, it's interesting to see like how these things are unfolding here, where you go, well, how do you feel? Again, where's the hierarchy of the board? How good do you think Trevor Penning is? Because all of a sudden, if you're telling me I get 2 extra picks this year, a couple extra picks next year, and I still get a starting right tackle, these are some of the things that these are the difficult questions that have to be asked when you're inside of the draft room.
So it's tough in the heat of the moment to figure this out. But to be honest with you, I would actually have rather traded out of Kayvon Thibodeau and gotten Jermaine Johnson with the 20th pick rather than
Yes.
trading out of
Yes.
Evan Neal and getting
Okay.
Trevor Penning. So for me, if you said the Giants could have picked up a first rounder, a third rounder, a fourth rounder, and this, that, the other thing, and they ended up with Evan Neal and
Neal and
Jermaine
Johnson.
Johnson out of the thing, you'd be like, how did that happen? Like, what world did we come into? And that's me as like the biggest Thibodeau supporter of a lot of people out there. Like,
Yeah.
but the value there would have been insane. But that's the tough part about this is like you don't know where the run is going to be. You don't know what it's going to be. And this one was the influx of wide receivers between pick number 8 and 18. Like it's happening. And clearly, the Titans are picking right now. They have to pick a wide receiver with Julio Jones being a shell of himself, AJ Brown being gone. You'd have
Go
to
to
think that
Burks
they
here.
replace him with Treylon Burks, unless I'm just losing the plot and teams are just doing crazy things. I don't understand.
It's Treylon Burks. It is Treylon
All
Burks.
right, okay, all
Unless
right.
there's a good chance here that I completely lost my mind and I don't
like
know which way is up right now.
like Adam, we
Um,
run a football podcast. If this isn't Treylon Burks, I'm like my head is exploding.
and he just
Like
slowly takes off the
yeah,
headset and walks away.
they're like Matt Ariza, the punter out of Arizona. I'm like, well, that's it. I'm gonna hang up my
Yeah.
headphones.
The other thing that I'll say too is as they talk about, Treylon Burks here, 6'2",
Oh, is he
225,
wasted? Is he
obviously out of
drunk?
Arkansas. Big, what was that there?
Is he drunk? There's a bunch of red solo cups at the party that he's at, and he looks pretty excited to be drafted right now in all white.
I always say it's a good sign when your draft pick might be getting a DUI later that evening. I'm just joking.
Uh,
No,
the NFL Network, by the way, just did the Treylon Burke like good
Eagles agree to
speed.
a 4-year, $100 million contract extension with $57 million guaranteed to AJ Brown.
Holy mackerel. Adam, the best part about this is the comp on NFL Network for Treylon Burks was AJ Brown.
Well, no, if
AJ.
you're the Tennessee Titans, you are like, yep. And by the way, to your point, the cost, right? This guy wants money. Well, what do? I'll give him to somebody else. They'll pay him, and I'll go ahead and draft the guy that I think can do exactly what he does inside of our system. Yeah.
This feels like a win for the Titans. I'm
I
just
got to
gonna be
tell you,
honest with you.
very interesting here when you talk, because I was saying before about, well, where are teams in their hierarchy, right? We're rebuilding, we're working towards something. That's why you can trade out, etc. Well, the Titans want to compete though. Like they still want to be competitive, as do the Philadelphia Eagles. So they're like, if you're the Eagles, like you trade up for, you make this happen. I mean, you trade out and make this happen. But I don't know, like if you were maybe just take the wide receiver, like what are you doing with, and then you're spending money too. I mean, again, it's dangerous division here, a lot of competition, but the draft is the way you build success, they say.
But Treylon Burks, they got a first and a third for AJ Brown. But like it's more than that, Adam. It's Treylon Burks at a minimum salary and the third
Yeah, a
round.
rookie contract. Yeah.
And if AJ Brown was turning around saying, I'm ready to get my deal re-upped. I am not going to play another snap for you unless I get 25 million a year. Like if you're the Titans, you got to sit here and say, we got his replacement, we got extra assets, we reset the clock, and we don't have to pay a wide receiver $25 million a year. I it feels like a good deal. And you know what? As much as I hate the Eagles, they've been struggling to have a number one wide receiver for like a decade, like since Terrell Owens was there at the end of his prime. Like they needed to go do something because they were terrible at drafting wide receivers. Like
Oh,
whether it's
let's brass tacks this here. I'd rather the Eagles have AJ Brown than Traylon Burks. If I'm, like I'd
oh
rather.
really? You'd rather them have 25 million tied up in AJ Brown than have flexibility with a young guy like Burks? Interesting.
And even just any like the proven stature, like I think AJ is farther than closer to his prime, right? So like there's the unknown of when you bring in young talent. The pick is in here for the New Orleans Saints at 19. God, I'm so tantalized. I don't think it was Michael R that said it a while ago. Like any chance the Giants get back into the first round here, like I'm so exhausted by this entire process that I can't even really like would it blow my mind if the Giants did something like that? Probably not, but it does feel like, by the way, when we're talking about the two things. One, far easier to move up the board than to try to move back down the board. So that's why you're seeing teams go after and get their guys. And then the other thing is some teams, a lot of these teams we're talking about are the ones that feel like they're ready to compete now. I think the best sign of what the Giants are doing here as far as where they headed, it's that they know we are further away than we are closer to being competitive. The most important thing we can do is add quality players and know that we're going to need to add more quality players and then see how this season goes. Even teams like the Eagles who made the playoffs and lost, or even Washington who went and got the quarterback, right? Like these teams want to compete this year. That's why they're moving around this board here and trying to target and get guys and make it happen for themselves. The Giants, listen, you pick at 5 and 7 for a reason, right? I mean, it's not because you're a lighting the world on fire and people fear you around the NFL.
I was going to say, I thought that the Giants were going to be far and away the winners today. And then you look at some of the moves that are being made, and you're like, man, there's a lot of trades. There's a lot of assets moving to and from. Depending on how all this shakes out, like, I don't know, it feels like a pretty good win for Tennessee. A lot of people will say it's a great win for the Eagles because they traded back and then used those assets to be able to get AJ
Sure,
Brown.
sure. Way to
But,
dance, way to dance.
but,
And then I think
but
the
25
GM
million
of
in
the
cap
Eagles
space.
has the most. He has the most trades in the draft, so this is in line with what they've done historically under that regime. So, yeah, and you know what's funny, man? Like you said, Giants win. Big win at the top of the draft here. It may end up being like, yeah, solid. Like because now you'd say, well, there's a lot of like a lot of things could have happened. Who knows? And I wonder if a lot of these teams at the top maybe sitting there thinking like, oh. Well, like Carolina Panthers are a good example, right? Now they take their offensive linemen, right? They feel good about that. And then you look around and you see how much movement you're getting here. And I think it does give you at least a little bit of pause, right? Where you go, huh, how much, what could we maybe have done here? Like, could we have had a couple of options on the table? Um, Shout out to Lucas real quick, who just also asked us if we think the Giants can get back to the playoffs. A lot of stuff happening around the division right now. Kind of hard to think that the Giants are going to get there in a crowded NFC. The Saints, however, at 19 will be going with talk to me.
What's the verdict on the Saints? And then I have something for Lucas.
Trevor Penning, the tackle out of Northern Iowa, comes off the board at the 19th overall pick. We know who he is, 6'7", 325, excuse me. He's a nasty player, plays hard-nosed football, obviously a good player. We wonder how far he would fall. That's not too bad for him, I don't think, at this point. And he seems pretty satisfied as they show him up on the big screen. What do you got for Lucas?
Lucas, I think the simple answer is when you think about the Giants replacing they have five draft picks in the top 100. Those five guys are expected to impact the team and potentially be starters from day one. When you think about there's 11 guys on the offensive side of the ball and 11 guys on the defensive side of the ball. You're talking about almost 20% of the roster gets turned over with this influx of talent that the Giants are getting. It's why in the NFL, and not necessarily in basketball, you see these teams go from first to worst very quickly, is because you can turn over the roster that much faster. Whereas in the NBA, you only have five guys on the court, and a guy like LeBron James or Kevin Durant or whomever for historically over the last decade, like if you have one of those guys, you're making the playoffs, you're a top 2 or 3 team. It's not the same in the NFL because there's so many guys that participate and you can get so much turnover. With the additions that the Giants made with Glowinski and other players along the offensive line, you're talking about 7 or 8 starters changing over from the year before. There is a chance that the Giants can make the playoffs. I don't believe in the Washington Commanders and Carson Wentz. I don't know if Jalen Hurts is the guy. They went 9-8. They're a mediocre team to me. Really, it's the Dallas Cowboys and their progression and whether or not we think they're going to win the NFC East. There is a chance that shoring
Well,
up this
let's
offensive
put it
line and
this
getting
way.
edge rushers, right?
Let's put it this way. As Lucas says, he does agree with you here. And let's put into further context. Listen, I like being an optimist as well, but I think it's like, you mentioned the division, and that's true. I don't know how much faith I have in what the Eagles are, up or down, Jalen Hurts, the Washington football team, or the Commanders, as we say. But when we think about, you have the extra wild card spot, obviously. But let's just talk about the NFC East here. Let's have a little fun in between picks. The pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers is in. Do we think, real quick, do we think it's Malik Willis? Do you think they go? Are they going Malik Willis? They sat there and they got him.
No.
Okay. Inside of the NFC, we talk about Packers are obviously going. The Buccaneers are obviously going. These are division winners. The Cowboys, you'd like to think, are probably going, even if it's not going to be division winner. Philly's going to come on there, and then the Rams. So those are your division winners. You can feel comfortable saying maybe that goes the same way or otherwise. The wild cards last year were the Cardinals at 11-6, a little tumultuous for them right now. The 49ers 10-7, they have some things to figure out as well. And then it was the Eagles. The question becomes really, when you talk about other eliminated teams, it's the Saints, it's the Vikings, and then Washington was right there, followed by teams you don't think are going to be on the upswing, in the Seahawks, in the Falcons, the Bears, maybe. And then you get into, wouldn't you know, at the bottom with the Panthers, the Giants, and of course, the Detroit Lions. So the question you have to ask yourself is, can you be better than the product that the Saints put out on the field, that the Vikings put out on the field, and that, one other team is going to bubble up out of that group, and then you need to get over one of those wild card teams. It's not impossible, but wild card is obviously the route I think you look at first for the Giants, because inside the division, what would you, in this moment right now, Andy, you'd say, if we go 500, you take it, win your home games, lose your road games. Like, you'd probably sign up for that, and at that point you're 3-3 and everyone else is in the same kind of boat in the division. Then you go outside of it. And listen, it's hard to tell. You have a lot of picks here in the top 100, as you mentioned, right? 3 more here in the top 100 for the Giants. Things can look very differently depending on how they go.
Yeah, well, the Giants ended up beating the Saints last year. That was one of the surprise things. They went to New Orleans and they beat them. So that's one of the teams they would compete with. Can the Giants get a better record than the Eagles? I think they can. I don't know if
Oof.
it's a 50-50 coin flip, or if
Right.
you would favor the Eagles right now. I think the Giants can be better than the Eagles. Can the Giants be better than the Washington football team? I think so. I'm not high on Carson Wentz. So when you start talking about a couple of teams that were just a little bit above them, I think the Giants can be better than them relatively quick, especially with the addition of an offensive lineman and being able to get another edge rusher, getting a new play caller in here, getting a new defensive scheme. Like, there's so many different variables that could make the Giants better faster than you think.
Well, here's one of the things too, I'll just throw out there as we wait for this Steelers pick to be made official here. One of the other things is, and I was just talking about this with Mike earlier today, you go, okay, so the Giants, everything was a disaster, the line, the injuries, everything else. It's basically saying, like, do you think that a new regime, along with these draft picks, what is it worth? Is it worth 2 wins? Is it worth 3 wins? Right? Like, that's really the math that you're trying to do here. And it just depends on if the players that they get, and the secondary matters now in a really big way, because what we could be looking at right now in this moment, as we look to ahead towards the second and third round picks that the Giants are going to make, you're talking about, okay, you got the offensive lineman. That's cool. But, like, weapons, right? Do we have enough weapons offensively? And then defensively, do we have enough weapons? Because we could be moving towards hoping that phase one is, let's be able to be in games with scoring, right? That's what you want to do first, because we didn't do any of it last year. If you can do that first, then you can worry about just being competitive and have Wink kind of dial it up defensively and see if you can keep yourself in some games. So that's the first thing that the margin, the swing margin from year to year, right? Not a lot of teams jump up 4 wins or 5 wins on a year-to-year basis. Not that it can't happen.
Well, I mean, you see that wild card teams and different divisional winners like flip flop, especially in the NFC East. I just think that there should be positivity. The needle is pointing up
Oh, of
now.
course,
Like
100%.
like when you look at what happened with the Giants at the end of the year, where the Giants are QB sneaking on 3rd and 7 to get field
Smart plays. Those are
position,
smart plays.
losing games with Jake Fromm, you're like, this is rock bottom. Like, we're here.
Well, okay. By the way, let's go ahead and put the ultimate caveat in, right? If you would think you're going to be competitive like that, it's all on the shoulders of Daniel Jones. If Daniel Jones turns this corner into this new regime, then yeah. But if he's not, like, you don't win, you don't compete for playoffs when you don't have a quarterback playing at a respectable level.
Right, but at the same time, you saw what Jake Fromm and Mike Lennon could do, and we both feel confident that
We
regardless of
saw,
what you
I know,
think.
but we saw Daniel Jones the year prior when he wasn't winning games either, is my point. Even with Daniel Jones, you weren't winning games. It's not about Jake Fromm. And again, the Giants maybe could have won a couple more if they had had Daniel Jones all season last year. But again, you weren't winning games with Daniel Jones, right? And you hope the team is better. Listen, it's all positive. It's all positive on draft night as the Pittsburgh Steelers are desperately trying to get this pick out their mouth. It's Kenny Pickett, baby. They go with the quarterback. They go with Kenny Pickett. There it is, my friends. That's a New Jersey, right? New Jersey native, Kenny Pickett.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, Pitt Panther stays in the city that he went to college in. Does this kind of feel? I mean, Aquanu went to Carolina from NC State. Pickett staying there as a quarterback, like
In a weak draft class, go with the thing the fans will like. Players staying at home. Hutchinson to Detroit. Iquanu stays in Carolina. Yeah, why not? No, I mean, listen, if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, though, you have to have some level of confidence that this can be the player because you're under no obligation to take the quarterback here, right? Like, understanding they feel like they can be in a competitive mode right now. It's why they signed Mitchell Trubisky. But I mean, let's be realistic here. You're not, you signed Kenny Pickett. You hope maybe he can come in. Maybe he can be the starter for this team, but you didn't have to take him here, right? You could have added any number of weapons on either side of the ball and then waited to see what happens next year. This is what happens to teams, though, that are fringe playoff when you're picking, 15 to 25 in the back end of the first round. You don't have the luxury of thinking, well, a year from now, we'll be in a really high spot. No, like the Giants, depending on what happens, they could still be in the top 10 next year. That means you can go pursue a guy. You're going to give up a heck of a lot more in next year's draft class to go get a quarterback in the top if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. So here, you stay at home and you take a shot on a kid.
so. Adam, obviously, the Pittsburgh Steelers moving on from Ben Roethlisberger had the tragedy with Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah.
They have signed Mitchell Trubisky,
Mhm.
on a 2-year, $26 million deal with certain guarantees here or there. Now, knowing that they got Kenny Pickett, do you think that Kenny Pickett starts week 1, or is it Mitch's job to lose right now?
No, I don't. I think it's Kenny Pickett's job to prepare for and then step into when the time is right. But that's kind of my point. Like if you're Pittsburgh here, there's no obligation. Now I know Kenny Pickett, they regard him as being the most like NFL ready quarterback here, right? Maybe they talk about Matt Corral sometimes too a bit, but Kenny Pickett can walk in there. No, I think is I'll put it this way. Kenny Pickett can walk in, play consistent in camp, and be named the starter, right? Like that's what he has to do. Mitchell Trubisky, I don't think can necessarily do anything to keep himself the starter, right? He can do things to lose it. Kenny Pickett can take it over from him, but I don't think this isn't the same thing as like, hey, veteran quarterback, he's our number one on the depth chart, and we'll see what happens. I think that because again, Pittsburgh is a team that can compete right now. If Pickett shows he's capable of it, you're hoping to catch a little bit of lightning in the bottle here and maybe get your next franchise player.
Imagine so the funny offseason free agency piece was the Giants were interested in Mitch Trubisky to come in and potentially compete with Daniel Jones for the starting job. And he decided to go to Pittsburgh because he thought this is my best opportunity to start. Now the Pittsburgh Steelers come in and they draft Kenny Pickett, and maybe he won't even get a chance to start for Pittsburgh.
The Chiefs have acquired the 21st overall pick from the Patriots. The Patriots doing the Patriots type thing, trading out of the 21st pick overall. That pick is in, and we'll see what the Chiefs came up. Remember, they had 29 and 30 at the back end of the first round. So you kind of thought there'd be an opportunity here for them to move up the board and really target a player. Interesting to see who they have in mind here. Jermaine Johnson still on the board. They could use some help at cornerback. They're one of the partners, right, for the Giants when you talk about James Bradbury. Maybe McDuffie is at the right value mark here for them now at this point in the draft too, right? So, Braxton Hill, obviously safety, but can play down in the nickel package as well. And then yeah, and
Sky
then it's
Moore. Sky Moore might be the guy. I'm
that's
telling you.
interesting there. Yeah, how high? How high? Yeah, how high is that next little group of wide receivers? Right, it all happens 7 to 16 there, 17 there. Now you're talking about was that little four? You get 4 picks off, 4 picks off, and we're right back in on wide receivers.
I mean, Sky
And
Moore.
and Green Bay is there at 22, right? So if you want a wide receiver and you know Green Bay is looming, this is where you have to get to if you have your guy you want.
That was exactly what I was going to say, Adam. Is that Green Bay needs a wide receiver? There, Sky Moore is 5'10", maybe 5'11", but he's a burner. 4'3" type of 40 skills. Like he is a good replacement for Tyreek Hill. He's not Tyreek Hill. Clearly, he's not. But when you're saying we're trading out of the Tyreek Hill business, we don't want to spend $30 million on a wide receiver. What if we could get 80 cents on the dollar and
Sure.
and pay a tenth of what we need to pay that we would have had to pay to Tyreek Hill? I think that's a great move for the Chiefs. I could see them taking someone like Sky Moore. Christian Watson is another name that you mentioned. These are all names we thought we would go in the second round, but now with the influx of wide receivers going so early, to me, this is kind of where the pick goes. Are you thinking if I said to you it's either wide receiver or every other position, what would you
You're
say?
taking the field like
Yep,
golf. You taking the field or are you taking Tiger?
the
Yeah.
field or
No,
wide receiver. What would you take?
I think it makes sense for it to be wide receiver. It's like you say, right? You lose Tyreek Hill, you need to replace it. I know they brought in some players. Who they bring in from Pittsburgh, right? They brought in
Juju
um yeah, you
Smith-Schuster
bring him in, but nobody thinks that that's the guy that
and
replaces the
McCole
production there.
Hardman has been there for a while. You
Sure.
still have Travis Kelsey, but you're like, yeah, that doesn't.
You want to stay that team. You want to stay offensively explosive. That's your model. That's your brand. We run and gun you, and that got a little bit softer lately. Ha ha ha! It's Trent McDuffie. Goodbye trade with the Kansas City Chiefs for James Bradbury. They come up for the cornerback, so you should have taken the field on that one. I did mention his name. Just to be clear, I did put it out there. I need to now. This is it. I have to part ways with you now. Your pick predictions were very strong at the top, but this is where
uh,
Adam needs to go with his instincts.
yeah,
5'10", 93 out of Washington. Good player. I wasn't in the market for this kind of guy for me personally. But if you're Kansas City, you're trying to balance the books. Remember, the other thing we couldn't do was stop anybody ever defensively. So we also want to try to make it easier for Mahomes to have success and not have to bail us out every time.
yeah, I was pretty good in the top 10 picks,
Yeah,
Adam. I
you're
thought the
failing. You're
Giants
falling off now.
I thought they would take Evan Neal. I thought they would take Thibodeau. We got both of those guys, which I felt really good about. The wide receiver early and even Cross for Seattle felt pretty good. Now I feel like it's all going awry. Like I can't believe the Chiefs traded up for a cornerback. You think after losing Tyreek Hill, they'd be in the market to be able to get another explosive wide receiver,
Sure.
especially knowing they could have traded like a fifth round pick and just taken half of James Bradbury's salary and
Yeah,
had
but yeah,
a
but you know what though? But I'll tell you why this makes sense for them though. They have another pick here. Like, right, they have another pick it back in the first round, so they can wait there and say, is it Sky Moore? Is it Christian Watson? Do you go down a little bit further into that wide receiver group? Like, they
Pickens
can
or
still go
whoever.
get the
Yeah.
guy. What's that?
I said Pickens or whomever,
Right,
like
right,
one of those
exactly, right.
guys
Like,
that
yeah,
they
there's
like.
there's 3, 4 guys that are around that grouping there. So if you feel comfortable about waiting these picks out now, what happens next year? If the rush happens here, starting with Green Bay on some more wide receivers, maybe. But again, this is what I talked about, right? The Giants cornerback, like you see where it's going, and this is the time to get it because if you're Kansas City, well, when's the next time we get a chance to come up here? Sky Moore is listed as the best available wide receiver on the board, followed by Pickens, excuse me, and then John Mechie the third as well. So that's the next collection of players there. The Green Bay Packers pick is in already.
They're like, how quickly can we put in for a wide receiver? I mean, Aaron Rodgers probably signed that deal being like, you will take a first round wide receiver for me, right? Like, you
They
will
pick at
help me
28
out.
as well, so obviously it could be open here. I mean, they to your point, 100%. Now, so they can pick and choose here. Players on the board still at this point. You do have Jermaine Johnson and Braxton Hill, Nakobe Dean, Devin Lloyd, right? So they could bolster either side of their line here, and then you talk about still Andrew Booth, the cornerback, a Tyler Linderbaum. Just run down this list here. The next wide receiver, as far as where it says it is, again, 18th and 19th best player available, respectively, rate one after another, Christian Watson and Sky Moore. So, if we're talking about the draft order right now, and where it's going to go. I'm a little curious that's what I'll be curious to think about is we're sitting here saying, what's it going to be? Green Bay, Baltimore, they traded away a wide receiver. Dallas needs a wide receiver. So that makes it that would make me think this should be wide receiver for them here because you have a couple of teams right behind you that are going to be in the market for wide receiver. So you could lose Watson, you could lose Sky Moore. Is Sky Moore the guy here to you? Like, is he the next guy right here?
I think Christian Watson makes more sense for Green Bay. I think Sky Moore makes more sense for the Chiefs. That's the way that I just think about it in my head in terms of their traits and their capabilities.
A big
Sky
body
Moore,
guy replacing Devontae Adams, obviously.
yeah, Christian Watson has a little bit more size and athleticism. I think Sky Moore to me is a guy that can blow the top off. He's got top line speed. He's not like a bigger guy. To me, it makes more sense to fit them that way. But who knows? I mean, the Green Bay Packers lost a lot. They lost Zaire Smith. They had to release a bunch of different players to be able to free up some space to do
Real
what they
quick here,
did
I'm
for
just gonna
Aaron
throw it. I'm
Rodgers.
gonna throw it in real quick here. George Pickens maybe here kind of models after like a Devonte Adams in the same way, maybe a little more proven pedigree over Watson.
Yeah, this feels like I mean,
Well,
Devin.
you're off base, and I shouldn't bother. Quay Walker, linebacker, Georgia to the Green Bay Packers.
So I was gonna say Devin Lloyd was gonna be the last thing I was gonna say
Yeah,
is like it's totally Green Bay to just
Quay
like go
Walker
through the
comes up over top of him
trenches.
and Kobe Dean too.
Unbelievable. Devin Lloyd is still there. Adam. I mean,
What's the
I'm not.
ratio? You know,
I'm not.
remember, Michael Lahr said, should the Giants trade back up into the first round? Like, what's the ratio here? When does it feel tantalizing?
I mean, Devin Lloyd. I mean, even N'Kobe Dean. Like, I'm not. You like N'Kobe Dean, I think, more than you like Lloyd. I love me some
No, no, no,
Lloyd.
no, 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 no. Devin Lloyd's my guy. Yeah, Devin Lloyd's my guy. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Well, I'm
yeah.
saying
N'Kobe
the
Dean is good, but I just
Adam, I'm saying, I mean, Devin Lloyd, we're 10 picks away from the first round being done. There's still some wide
yeah. No,
receivers
by
that
the
you
way, by the
know are going
way,
to be taken.
in a couple of these simulations, he was getting taken at the start of the second round. It came up there, and I almost kind of dismissed it, like I don't really understand. Green
Yeah,
Bay
there's no
Packers just
chance,
in a
right?
trade here. There was a trade. It just said a trade just came in. I switched over from Green Bay Packers to the Minnesota Vikings. Got to keep an eye on this here. This may have been a pick.
The Vikings might have just traded up from 32, which they got from the Lions when the Lions traded up to get Jameson Williams.
Well, so now it's switched over again here. Now it's Buffalo is up at 23. So Buffalo is at 25. They've come up 2 spots here, and they're on the clock. I
No,
just need
they
to
have
finish.
they have 23 and 25.
Oh, so they came. Okay, so they're doubling down back in there. I thought they maybe just moved up 2 spots there.
What
But
on
you are correct.
earth?
So Quay Walker to the Packers. Now you're going to have Buffalo Bills bookending the Dallas Cowboys. Um, so again, so the wide receiver run, now it's standing pat here. And if you're Kansas City and if you're Green Bay, now 28 and 30, right? And now you're looking there and thinking those could be the spots. The question mark is, again, the Bills came up here, but Dallas is a team that could use a wide receiver. The Titans already took theirs now, so maybe that feels a little more comfortable. And then now the Patriots are at the back end there. The Bengals are there as well. And then obviously, this still has the Vikings there at 32. So I think that was just a little bit of a hiccup there on the broadcast.
Yeah. Yeah, Buffalo with the 23rd pick, and then it goes to Dallas, but we haven't seen what the compensation was yet. I haven't seen it. I don't know if you
No,
have.
nothing up yet as far as that goes. Um, First team to finish with the number 1 scoring and total defense and have 0 defensive players selected to a Pro Bowl, the Buffalo Bills. That's what they call about team building. That should be very positive for the New York Football Giants under Joe Schoen. They also signed Von Miller to a 6-year, $120 million contract. Yo.
Yeah, I mean, what direction does Buffalo go here? Like, what do they
They need a
need?
cornerback. They need a cornerback. So
So
maybe
does
this is for Booth,
Elam?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I think right now when you're talking about best available, you're talking about Andrew Booth from a pure cornerback position. Elam obviously is among them there, and then you're into, it's Booth, Elam, and then Kyler Gordon is the next one up, right ahead of McCreary. And Booth is, let's go overall here. As far as Booth is pretty high up right now on the overall board. Um, well, I mean, I say overall, but Braxton Hill, obviously safety, can play some nickel there for you as well at the pro level. But you're talking about the seventh best player in Booth, and then you've got the 10th best player available in Elam. And then you go down a ways until you get to Kyler Gordon. No, Kyler Gordon, 14th best. So, depending on how this shakes out here, again, cornerback value could either be there for the Giants or could fall. Looks like what could be falling for the Giants is linebacker value, but that we could end up getting some inside linebacker value, maybe at 36.
I mean, I talked about Christian Harris as my pick at 36. It may be that either Nakobe Dean or Devin Lloyd may continue to fall. Which, I mean, what
I'm
a
fine
what
with
a
that.
what a dream that would be for Giant fans. If we got Nakobe Dean with the 36th pick, and you said we got Thibodeau, Neal, and Dean with our first three picks, as a Giant fan, you have to be thrilled with that. Like how else could you done it? I mean, maybe if Elam falls to 36 and you get your cornerback, like would that be the optimal? I don't even know another scenario that you'd be as excited as what I think the Giants are looking at right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess it does depend on how you felt about a Watson or about a Moore, right? Like, I think they'll be gone here. 23rd pick for the Bills. The Baltimore Ravens get the 25th overall pick and a fourth round pick. So they gave up 25. That'll go to Baltimore now, and then just a fourth round pick to move up 2 spots here. So not a lot of capital to move up the couple spots there just to make sure you get the job done. Now it'll be interesting to see what they moved up here for, just ahead of the Dallas Cowboys. If that's relevant, we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean the Bills took Gregory Rousseau last year, defensive end. So you think they wouldn't be in on Jermaine Johnson unless they're like we lost because we couldn't get to the quarterback against the Chiefs. Like I I don't know. They don't need that
I
much. You
think I
talked
think a
about cornerback.
cornerback here.
Yeah, cornerback seems to make the most sense, right?
I would assume, right? I mean, they have some talent there collectively. It feels like the linebackers are coming down the board a little bit. I'm gonna assume it's cornerback, and it's just a matter of which one. I wonder how much they split hairs between Elam and Booth at this point.
Also, they're about to bring in the Buffalo Bills pick. If anyone that's out there listening to us on YouTube has any questions about the rest of the first round, the Giants picks 5 and 7, any
Oh yeah,
questions
yeah,
about
yeah.
what they did,
We're
like feel free to throw them out. We would love to answer any questions that anyone has. I mean, we think that it's exciting to talk about these, but if you're dialing into OGP and you want to hear a little sweet Adam whisper some sweet nothings about what's happening at
That's right.
36, just
That's
give
right.
us a shout. We'll let you know.
Yeah, and it's almost with every pick that comes in here, kind of crystallizes 36 as well for OGP. The Bills pick is in, and they will go with. We've been off on like the last 4 picks here, so I mean this is just total chaos. It is, and I thought Elam over, and it was Elam over Booth. So they go with Kaiir Elam. They get their cornerback. That made sense. So positionally, we definitely got it right there from that standpoint, and this makes sense. I think for the Buffalo Bills, can't risk Dallas, who could certainly use some defensive help as well. So you go up and you get your guy. You like him, and then that's where I think when you heard those rumors about the Giants being interested in Elam, it was only talked about in a trade down scenario where they were still going to be in the first round, because you weren't talking about him in the second round. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the Bills making that selection, I'm now we sit with Dallas, division rival. This is probably the reason why we wanted to stick around in the first round and do this is because this is going to be an interesting pick. Do they go with Jermaine Johnson, who's fell down the board, and have Micah Parsons and him like as a tandem after losing one of their other edge rushers in the kerfuffle that they had with the Denver Broncos? Like
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
it, it could be Jermaine Johnson falls to them, and nothing would make me more angry than seeing Dallas get a defensive end that was a top 10 talent that has a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Like, I don't, I, that, like, no, thank you. Please
Mhm.
send that to someone else. I,
And I guess additionally, you could think about offensive line here for them, right? They do have some needs there. Last big one name out there would be Tyler Smith out of Tulsa. So
yep.
they could certainly go that way if they're looking to bolster that up. And arguably, between the two, you do have some talent there. You need the help on the offensive line. I wouldn't be shocked if they went offensive line here, only because down through the top 25 available, no other offensive linemen are listed there. So if you're Dallas, like if you're pulling the trigger now or you're seeing what happens. Let's see what we
Yeah,
got.
but Jerry wants a corner. Jerry wants a wide receiver. You know he does. Like Jerry just likes the glitz and the glamour. They trade away Amari Cooper. They re-sign Michael Gallup. They have CeeDee Lamb. Cedric Wilson, I think, left. So, like, they have a little bit of an opening. This would just be a perfect Jerry pick to be like, who's the next wide receiver that I can turn into another superstar for Dallas, right?
By the way, DG Griffin, who was at the start, he was the number one person that came in here and watched the draft. And listen, to your point, man, you care about who the Giants take, you care about them getting better. This is the thing we were talking before about. Well, comparatively, once the first round's done, will you reflect back and think about what the Giants could or could not have done? If you put the blinders on and you just say the Giants came out of the first round with Neal and with Thibodeau, with an edge rusher, with an offensive lineman, done deal. You're really happy with that. I think what'll be interesting here is to see how things unfold as we move towards the second round and where that next value piece is going to be for the Giants. And that includes, I don't know. My inclination would be to move further away from wide receiver for the New York Football Giants, right, and start to talk about the value that is falling here. Hell, why don't we talk about Jermaine Johnson falling all the way down here? Maybe he falls all the way out. I think he'll go here, but I mean, famous last words is Dallas will strut up, right?
I mean, Adam, it's funny. We talk about Jermaine Johnson, and I thought I was going to have to like eat my own words when we were talking about how much I loved Kayvon Thibodeau over Jermaine Johnson. I'm like, Jermaine's 2 years older. He was at Independence Community College when, Kayvon Thibodeau was the number one recruit. And then when he sat out a year, you had Kayvon Thibodeau as the Pac 12 All American 10 sack guy. Like, I was so set on Kayvon Thibodeau, and I was like, well, I'm going down this route, whether we like it or not. Now here we sit. Jermaine Johnson still isn't gone. We're at the 24th pick. I think this is shocking because they didn't even have odds on FanDuel of whether or not he would go in the first round. Like they were like, no, we're not putting that on the board. We're not stupid. We're not going to give you free money. And now here we are, 8 picks away. And there's a chance that Jermaine doesn't go. I mean, I still think he's probably going to end up in the first round because edge rushers have that value, get that 50-year option. But I mean,
Yeah, but
man,
you're
this
getting
is
dangerously close to teams again now, comparing that with Ebikidi, right? Like Ebikidi was right there on the fringe of the first and second round. So if he's fallen this far, now there's nothing to stop a team from saying, well, where. And by the way, if Ebikidi is there, so say you're picking at the back end of the first round here, and you say Jermaine Johnson's still there, I have Ebikidi who's 2 years younger, right? That alone might be the reason to say I'll take him in the first round. I'll have the 5th-year option on him, and when his first contract's up, he'll be 26. Whereas you're talking about Jermaine Johnson being 29 or 30, right? So, I mean, it's a big difference.
100%. And it also may listen, edge rusher is expensive, but now we realize wide receiver is even more expensive. And you may see more people trade up into the first round to get that wide receiver because they realize if you get the 50-year option, it's at like 10 or 12 million dollars. You don't have to pay that guy for an additional year. It's a huge savings. So where we thought it was quarterback before, wide receiver is the one in vogue right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least 2, if not 3 more wide receivers go with the last 8 picks in the first round. Because all these teams also are really, really good and they just need like either one more weapon or one more defensive stopper. And it feels like, especially when you look at the Packers who trade away Devontae Adams, you look at the Chiefs who traded away Tyreek Hill, there's openings for wide receivers for both of those teams. And they're in prime position to get one where they get 5 years of team control.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, to say nothing about the New England Patriots. They're back there at 29. You know what I mean? Like I know they
They need
brought
another
in
wide
some
receiver too.
talent.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could certainly go that route as well. So you're right. Yeah, I think at least 2, and you could certainly make a case for 3, depending on how it shakes out. Let alone if there's a potential trade back here and somewhere in it. The Viking, interesting to think about the Vikings who moved back there, like that's a little bit of a signal as well in terms of where they think they are, as far as competing, looking for the playoffs, etc. Like when you jump out like that, it means that you think you need a bit more than just one key player at a certain position there. Oh, the
So,
Cowboys is finally in here. What do you think?
yeah, I was going to
Sexy
say,
pick, wide receiver, or
I mean, it would be a very typical Jerry pick to do a wide receiver. I mean, Jermaine Johnson has been sitting out there for a while. Getting a pass rusher in Dallas seems like a
Tyler
smart.
Smith, they went with my boy. I told you, sitting out there, offensive line. All right, I'm back on track here. I'm starting to percolate. I'm reading the tea leaves now. Not a lot of options out there. By the time you get
Unbelievable.
back up in the second round, you're a clear big step down from the offensive line class. This is a guy that's going to plug in there for a team that organizationally has been so good replenishing that offensive front. We know it's suffered over the last couple of seasons.
Oh man, I guess you can't be surprised because they lost Lyle Collins to the Cincinnati Bengals, right? And so they
Hey,
did
this
have a
is
hole. They needed to fill a void, and it seems to fill it. Also, Tulsa's in Oklahoma, close to Dallas. It's like the same connections of players that they see constantly.
well, you're
We've
on that
seen
now,
that.
right? Yeah, you're on it.
Oh,
You're on those
oh,
regency bias, right?
the antennas are up right now after Aquanu and Kenny Pickett, and now Tyler Smith.
Full
Like
percolation, yeah.
it's happening all over the place, Adam. So for me, this does make sense, especially with the Collins move. They couldn't figure out the situation with him. He had to move on to Cincinnati. This is a perfect replacement for them. I'm a little
It,
fresh, a
let
little
me ask you something
frustrated.
here. Is Malik Willis going in the first round?
Maybe there might be a
Right.
team that trades
Decisive. I know someone could they potentially trade in here. Or
right.
how about this though? Let me float this idea where I was just busting the chops.
The Titans maybe draft Malik Willis at the back end, and they let because there's so much money that Ryan Tannehill is obligated on the hook for after this season, but you can get out of it because it's not guaranteed. Maybe there's a scenario where they draft Malik Willis and they say, "Hey, sit behind Tannehill. We're already changing it over because we got rid of AJ Brown anyway," and they usher in a whole new regime.
I've got a much better scenario there for the landing spot for Malik Willis here, I think. I'm going to go ahead and suggest that the New York Football Giants, when they come up in the second round, what they'll be talking about is how Malik Willis is going to be competing inside the conference. Why not a team? We talked about the team that was there at the top of the draft and was at the back end at the 32nd pick overall in the Detroit Lions. Could make a lot of sense for them to sit there and take Malik Willis. Why not the Minnesota Vikings to take Malik Willis inside of that same division? We know that Christian Kirk is there. We know that he is the unsexy the quarterback of the NFL. And we know that he gives you unflashy but relatively consistent performances. Malik Willis isn't ready to dive in right now. I mean, they're a team that one of two things. They're in a potential position there, maybe to take a look at a player like that, or to be in the prime spot to trade out with somebody. So both sides of the coin. If you're Minnesota and you traded way back there from 12, you moved yourself out, you picked up more assets, you want to prep for next year's draft class, like we talked about with the Giants potentially in some trade down scenarios. Now you're there at 32. If somebody wants to take a flyer on a Malik Willis, you're in the spot now to say, sure, what are you thinking about giving me here? They could pick up some additional assets. So I kind of look back around there because nobody else, it's not gonna be the Patriots, it's not gonna be the Packers. I don't think that I mean, it's just diametrically opposed from the style of play here for Tampa Bay, though they certainly could think about it. But yeah, so Titans, I think, as Andy said, could be an option there. And then obviously we could consider the idea I'll pass this off to Andy here for a brief moment. The other one that I was going to say, Andy, so I give me your takeaway. I said, you said Tennessee Titans. I said the team that was at 32nd was Detroit. The team that replaced them is the Minnesota Vikings. Their choice, bringing a guy behind the all-impressive Kirk Cousins to learn and build up, or be in the prime spot to say somebody wants to look at him and you want the fifth-year option, obviously, because he's going to need a year to develop. We're right here at 32 for you. Come on up and take a look.
Yeah, I think the latter is the really smart move is because they just re-signed Cousins to another deal, Adam. And so the interesting piece to all this is I don't necessarily see it being that Minnesota would go extend Kirk Cousins on a multi-year deal and then go draft Malik Willis. But at 32, they're in the last spot in the first round where they can look around the league and say, hey, if you really are in the market for a quarterback and you want to make sure that you get that 50-year option because it's way cheaper and way easier to negotiate with your player, come talk to us. We're the team that you need to have. And there's a couple teams that come to mind, like Carolina not drafting a quarterback early. That's an interesting spot. Seattle could end up trading back in. Maybe they're interested. There's a few teams. I mean, the Texans seem to like Davis Mills, but maybe they want to move back up. But yeah, the 32nd overall pick is a really interesting one because it is the last time where you get that guaranteed fifth-year option. Now, as I mentioned before, as Adam was just mentioning, I actually think Tennessee is a perfect landing spot. And I think Todd McShay was someone that pointed this out
Oh,
on a
big deal.
previous.
Todd McShay says it, so you just think it's a good idea? No.
Well, no, he pointed it out on a different podcast that I was listening to, where he said, "Listen, Ryan Tannehill's contract is okay for this year, and then next year it balloons to like 35 million or 40 million, but like there's not that much guarantee after this year. You could very easily draft a quarterback and groom him this year, and then all of a sudden you get 4 more years of team control
Yeah.
of that quarterback. And if you're saying Malik Willis is a little raw, Kenny Pickett was ready to start right now." You don't need Malik Willis to start for the Tennessee Titans. You could sit him behind Ryan Tannehill for a year and learn. And then next year you come out and you have 4 years of team control of a guy that learned under your system.
How about this? Let's turn it back to OGP here for a second while we wait for the pick to come in from the Baltimore Ravens, which might be coming in here any second. But let's go over to the depth chart for the New York Football Giants. The offensive line will consist of Andrew Thomas, Shane Lemieux, John Feliciano, Mark Lewinsky, and Evan Neal. That's your left to right offensive line right now. You can think about obviously having Matt Pert still on the roster and Ben Bredesen and Gano, who we brought in as well. But there you go, man. Reframe your mind around that. Going to have 2 new starters mixed in from free agency with the addition of Evan Neal as well. Listen, if Shane Lemieux can come back and be anything close to the form that we got from him in his rookie campaign, we really have something there on that side of the ball. And then let's just go ahead and reframe here on the defensive side.
Wait, Adam, before you go into that, let me just talk about the offensive line,
Please
because
do.
you just mentioned what we're looking at. Can we just remember that last year, starting from the center, we had after Nick Gates's critical injury, we had some form of Billy Price,
I like that.
and then Will Hernandez,
Sure.
and then
Don't
Nate
don't not say his
Solder,
name.
and then
Yeah.
Nate Solder was our right tackle. So have the Giants improved their offensive line by taking those three and changing it out with Feliciano, Glowinski, and Evan Neal? I mean, this could be. I don't want to speak in hyperbole, but like this could be you snap your fingers in one off season, and Joe Schoen has accomplished what Dave Gettleman couldn't do in 5 off seasons, right?
Well, and let's put it this way too, right? This is again a lot of injuries. We all know that, right? So a bad spot to be in. Certainly, it took a lot of players throughout the draft, but this could be snap your fingers and they're a competent offensive line, right? Like, and that's when you're the worst. All of a sudden, just being pretty good and having a 5th-round guard in Shane Lemieux, that's okay, right? And having some veterans, that's okay. Tyler Linderbaum, the center from Iowa, goes to the Baltimore Ravens with the 25th pick here. So we thought he was going to fall a big ways. The dominoes start to fall there. But yeah, just let's stay. We can stay on OGP here, man. Yeah, 100%. Right. This is just consistency again. Glowinski, Feliciano. Are they better veterans than the other veterans that we were rotating through last year? Yes, I do believe they are, right? So now you add in a really talented player at the right side. You don't think you're going to plug in a 3rd-round pick. We all were hopeful for Matt Pert, but guess what you usually don't do is find a starting bookend right tackle in the 3rd round. So this is the move you had to make. We know we had Andrew Thomas. So yeah, this could be night and day for the Giants just from a consistency, right? That's the other thing too. Remember when we talked about how, well, they threw Matt Pert in a guard for some reps, and then then we were losing a little bit of Shane Lemieux, and then, all of a sudden we're flip-flopping guys all over the line, and we're just trying to get by possession to possession. What you really want is, hey, man, when we hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley or Matt Breida, whoever, that we know the handful of yards right around the line of scrimmage are going to be available 80% of the time. When we turn around and we think that we have ourselves in a position where Daniel Jones needs a few extra seconds to buy himself some time in the pocket, that's going to be there because it's not going to collapse from the outside here. We think that there's going to be time for him and room for him to step up, go through his progressions, and give ourselves the best chance to assess where the value of this player is. So that's phase number 1 here when we talk about the New York Football Giants. The other side of the ball then, when we talk about Kayvon Thibodeau, who they obviously took there at the 5th overall selection there. And right now, when you plug it inside of the 3-4, we know we're going to have Dexter Lawrence. Right now, it's Moa. This is why I think you still sit here and say, hey, if you can find yourself a defensive tackle somewhere in this draft, you want to mix them in here. And then Leonard Williams. weak side linebacker. That's where we're going to put Thibs right now. So you have Thibodeau, Tay Crowder, and Blake Martinez. And then really the strong side linebacker that you're really excited about, Azeez Ojulari. I think to your point, Andy, when we talk about this, this is where, as the Jets traded up here to the 26th overall pick, they are now on the clock. So they came back into the first round for their third first round pick. Interesting. We talked about the possibility of the Giants doing it. The Jets are doing it. We'll see what they gave up to get there. But the Giants now, I think this is to your point, man. When we read that depth chart, this is where you go. Now, do you want to maximize what Azeez Ojulari and Kayvon Thibodeau can do? Just real quick, 26th and the third round pick at 101 for the Jets, second rounder, third rounder, fifth rounder for the Tennessee Titans. Second rounder is obviously 35th, just ahead of the New York Football Giants. So a little bit of
What do you
asset
think? What do you
swapping
think
there.
about? Yeah, what do you think about the trade value that just happened to be able to have the Jets move back up to the 26th pick? Do you feel like they gave up a lot? It like what would that indicate if the Giants wanted to trade up right now from where they are?
Yeah, I mean, same margin. So that was second. So the Giants give up their 36th there, and this is about even money here. Maybe they get away with the 81st, let's say. That would take 36, 81, and 147. Now they got back a second. I think they got that back though. The second rounder there in return, the Jets did. So let me just confirm the full scope of what that swap was, because they came up to 26, but they also got, real quick here, the Jets got back the 26th and also the third round pick. Okay. So they also got 101. So that's what you're talking about there. So swapping third round picks and then also giving up your second rounder and a fifth rounder. That's not a ton, man. That's not a ton to still be in your third round when you get there. And then you're essentially saying, hey, 36 be damned. We're going to pick again in the first round. If you told me there's a player there, I mean, let's have the conversation when it comes to the Giants. Who's a player on the board? And by the way, ties into what I was about to say. You're still this one player away in that defensive unit from saying, let's maximize what Thibodeau can do. Let's maximize what Azeez Ojulari can do. When you talk about best players available, we've been saying these names now for a while, right? We're talking about the Nakobe Deans, the Devin Lloyds. We're talking about defensive value here, or a cornerback potentially as well. Do you think the
Yeah.
Giants should potentially be considering that?
Well, as an aside, right now, just knowing that the Jets are pinging New York style situation going on here, I think they're taking Jermaine Johnson right now. I think
Yes, because they
that's
were
the
they were
move.
talked about him higher in the draft as well. Yeah, boy,
They had him
having
high at
two giant potential picks, right? Two potential giants will be playing in the same stadium if this goes that way. That's a really good call there. Yeah.
and they may walk away with Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson in the first round. What a
Yeah.
home run that could be for the Jets. They would improve their team drastically with one round of the NFL draft. Like
And guess
this
what?
to,
You'd almost sign up for that from the Giants side of it if you could have, right? I mean, that's not a bad haul for the Giants.
So Adam, I've been swinging and missing consistently when it comes to these late, first round picks. This one feels like a match made in heaven, though. They were talked about as high as 4 taking Jermaine Johnson. And then they were saying 10 is definitely in play. And now here we sit at 26. Like, you got to think they're trading up. They get their edge
You got to
rusher,
be
they
right
get their wide
sometime.
receiver. Yeah,
Jermaine Johnson it is. Jermaine Johnson it is. You got there. Oh, nice suit on Jermaine Johnson. Good for him. I like that. Yeah. So you get back on the right side of things. Jermaine Johnson, a little bit older. And, again, let's contextualize it back to the Giants just in the sense of, we talk about the Jets. Listen, man, we know how competitive that division is going to be for them, but they're in the second year of Zach Wilson. They want to surround him with wide receiver talent. They've done that. They want to make their defense better. Like, these are the moves that a team that wants to be competing right now, right? Like, that's why you come back up, so that you've added 2 weapons on the defensive side of the ball. Like, this can be a good defense now this year in the blink of an eye after just one round, by the way, and they still have more picks to make this draft. Really strong draft for the Jets so far.
Yeah, I was asking about the trade up scenarios because it does impact the Giants. Like, what would the Giants have to give up? Looks like
Yeah.
there's like a swap, maybe a third or a fifth to be able to move back in the first round. That's what the Giants would be dealing with if there's a guy that they like. I mean, there's still a bunch of guys out there. Like, I mean, Devin Lloyd, Nakobe Dean are just kind of sitting there at the linebacker position. That to me is exciting as a Giant fan. I mean, we're 10 picks away, and there's 2 game-changing linebackers that should have gone in the first round that are still there. I like Christian Harris, but not as much as I like Devin Lloyd. I mean, Devin Lloyd, I'm curious to see when he goes. the teams that are remaining in the first round either need a wide receiver, need kind of fringe players, or there's someone that's going to trade back up in the first round and get their quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised if both of these linebackers end
Sorry.
up missing the first round and dropping into the second round.
Well, by the way, from a Giants perspective, this is probably the ratio here, right? Like, you don't think Jermaine Johnson is necessarily coming, if you're the Jets, you're going to pursue this talent. Could have been a top 10 guy, right? Top 15 talent. You're stealing him here. If you're the Giants, to your point, is Lloyd better than Harris? Oh, yes, we think so from a prospect standpoint. But if you see some of these guys also falling, this is the hard math that Joe Schoen is doing. Do I need to go get this guy? Or do I sit here and maybe this guy just comes to me at 36, right? Every pick that goes by that Dean and Lloyd are still there, and maybe a couple of these cornerbacks, is another step where Joe Schoen says, we might just get the value here. Like, and now the only difference being is getting that 5th-year option on one of these players if you move up, right? So that's probably a little bit of the ratio here that they could be working. I mean, do you move up for a linebacker? We always say inside linebacker, it's not as valued as a position. The Giants have that need. How much better would that make this defensive unit with Ozulari and with Thibodeau? Certainly. I mean, listen, but why not? I'll throw one out here, man. Best players available. It goes right now. It's Braxton Hill, Nakobe Dean, Lloyd, and then you get into some of these linebackers. I mean, what positions are automatically you wouldn't go up the board for right now? And by the
Safety.
way, let me throw in a little extra caveat that Boye Mafa is listed as an outside linebacker on best player available, not as a pure edge rusher. So you can think about him maybe inside of that role a little bit more.
Well, safety is the thing I still am not interested in. And you saw the slip from Kyle Hamilton. Everyone is realizing that the safety position isn't as valued right now as wide receiver is. Wide receiver is going crazy. So for me, I hope that we don't trade up or reach for any kind of safety, but the linebacking position and the cornerback position right now seem pretty like in play for the Giants at 36. The wide receiver position has kind of had a crazy break. If the Giants really do want to trade Darius Slayton and they have questions about Sterling Shepard and they don't know what they're getting in Kadarius Toney and they really feel like they need to do something, we talked about before, wide receiver, we have plenty of other needs. Maybe all of a sudden, like Joe Schoen and Daboll look at the wide receiver room that they inherited. They're like, no. Wide receiver is a bigger need than even cornerback, and you guys don't realize it
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah, Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in, so we're gonna get to that. Looks like they're taking a break here, though. It's 27th pick, and we'll get to it. Yeah, it's interesting, man. You're right. And again, like, I'm gonna keep throwing this name out here, just because he continues to be on the board, and maybe the 5th-year option on him would be fun. I know you talked about re-signing Dexter Lawrence or picking up that 5th-year option on him, but let's talk about that depth chart again. And when I say the name, when I say something like this, the linebacking group now has on the outside Azeez Ojulari and Thibodeau. When you go up in the front of that 3-4, maybe we're talking about Leonard Williams, Travis Jones, and Dexter Lawrence. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's something there where you go, hey, now all of a sudden we're coming at you up the middle, we're coming at you off the edge, and then we'll let Wink Martindale do his thing in the secondary.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I feel like picking up Dexter Lawrence's 5th-year option. You have Leonard Williams, you have Dexter Lawrence. I know that in a 3-4 you need 3 guys, and we don't really have one yet.
You don't even have depth behind those guys either. Like, who comes in when Dexter Lawrence needs a breather? Who comes in when Leonard Williams needs a breather? Let me just go ahead. And you're justified in your point, but it's Raymond Johnson the third, it's Nico Lalos, and it's Justin Ellis behind David Moa. That's the depth chart of the entire front of this defense right now. It does not inspire a lot of confidence just in terms of when somebody needs a breather.
I know but we've shown that we can replace it and still get some value. We let Dalvin Tomlinson go, and we were like, this is a
And it
travesty.
fell apart.
Well, but then we had Austin Johnson come in and he performed admirably, and he got a multi-year $7-8 million a year contract to be able to move on from the Giants. And we're like, it's going to fall apart again. It's like maybe they figured out that's the one replaceable piece that they can like find a way.
Well, remember too, like, right, and Dave Gettleman classically like you said, he doesn't like to give out those second contracts across that front there necessarily too. And that's a question too. You're right. And it's like, where's the philosophy here, right, in this new regime?
But I agree that they need to address it in the draft. I just think it's going to be significantly later. Neil Farrell Jr. out of LSU. I've talked about him
So ways down the
before.
list. Yeah. Yeah. I like
Yeah,
him though.
he is really far down the list. He's a fifth round kind of guy. He is the perfect guy to plug in and be able to like keep the engine running in that spot. I think there's just other premier positions where the Giants need help. Linebacker is still one that I still think they do. They're going to need a cornerback after James Bradbury, even though I love Robinson and Williams that are going to be coming in. Wide receiver, as I mentioned before, there's still three or four other spots. We even talk about guard. Like we still have that open guard spot where like, can Shane Lemieux be the guy? I'm not sure yet. We invested a fifth round pick on him. Is he the guy? I don't know. Throw another fourth or fifth round offensive guard
Ah,
in there and mix it up.
yeah, I get your thinking on that, but I think for me, especially, it's either live with this result because he's maybe we stole something here in Shane Lemieux carrying him over, or you want to take one a lot sooner, or you just say, guess what, next year we're earmarking whether it's free agency or the draft, we're going to pick up a guy top of the draft or a stud on the free agent market because guess what too, let's talk a little bit big picture here. Remember now, you're still another 2 years away from having to really pay Andrew Thomas, right? You're just getting into the contract now for Evan Neal. You have veterans everywhere else. When you go into free agency next year, you might be able to pick up a guy on a 3-year deal at a pretty significant cost to solidify a guard position for yourself or the center. And then hey, 3 years down the line, that money comes off the books, and I'm rolling it over to some other players, right? So that's that rolling wave that I think you want to have if you're Joe Schoen too. So it'll be interesting. There's names we've talked about. I'm still very curious, like Parham and Cole Strange. Don't forget Jordan Renan. He mentioned the other player, not Renan, out, his other counterpart, Gadecki, as being like, hey, maybe there's something there, right? That you could potentially target. It's just, is it 67, 81, 112?
You know what the other interesting thing is, and this is something that I haven't really thought about or haven't talked to you about, Adam, is the idea that you don't want all of your really good players or your young players to be the same draft year. Like you just don't want that because then you have to
Jacksonville
pay
Jaguars,
all of
just
them.
real quick. Devin Lloyd.
Ugh.
So if you were thinking about it, right? If you were thinking about it, 237, 6'2 3/4, 4'6". It's one thing that pessimistic. Mike just texted me. He said, I was saying we're in this discussion. He said, I probably just stay at 36. Didn't realize that Devin Lloyd isn't maybe the quickest guy in the world. And listen, there's difference between right 40 times speed versus football speed. We really liked him, and this kind of speaks to it though. If you want to get him, you have to go get him there. But back to your point, as you said, you want to be staggering these big paydays that you have to have on your roster. And that's part of the process that Joe Schoen needs to work through here as well. It's also a reason maybe why you pick up that 5th-year option on Dexter Lawrence, because if your intention is to keep him around long term, will you push off that really big number for one more year, knowing that you're going to add in some pieces here next offseason, let alone if it works out with Daniel Jones or you franchise tag him, right? Like there could be some pretty big paydays here coming up for Big Blue just on the existing roster as it stands right now.
Well, that's what I was mentioning right before Devin Lloyd got selected is like you don't want all of your players like it's nice to hit on a draft class, but you don't want all of your really good players to have to be all paid at the same time because that means the money like will all hit at the same period. You kind of want like Andrew Thomas to come up and pay him and be able to
Sure.
move money around when you have cheaper guys like Evan Neal who on his contract or you draft a new quarterback instead of Daniel Jones. You need like strafed like areas of guys that you really think are going to be the future because if they all come up the same year, you have the same problem of like we got to pay them all 20-30 million dollars and like that eats up all of our cap and we also don't have the like specialty of being able to move them from year to year in terms of when the cap hits most important.
Oh, of course. And at some point too, you go, we can't sign them all, right? You
Right.
have to make hard choices, right? And that's why I always like, especially across the offensive front, let's have now we're 2 years apart on Andrew Thomas and on Evan Neal. Now next
Perfect.
year we can add in a big time guard or center in the draft and say now he's a year behind. And you can always roll these waves over, and then you try to push that pause button. Then you fill in stopgap guys that money comes off the book on veteran deals. So yeah, I agree with you from that standpoint. And again, this is like from the new regime standpoint coming over from Dave Gettleman, like it's more than just do your draft pick, are their draft picks terrible? Did you make bad signings? Like it's about how did you structure the organization to have sustainable success. And Jerry Reese ran into this problem on the back end of his tenure, and Dave Gettleman did it in very short amount of time. When you just start pushing and making these moves, cut to, you've really damaged yourself to be able to make positive decisions like right now. Right? The Giants didn't have any opportunity to bring in just some stopgap players this offseason because they didn't have that flexibility.
Adam, let me ask you a question.
All right.
We are excited about what's happening. We're talking about cap space and moving all this around.
Love cap space.
Serious question, heart to heart.
Mm-hmm.
Does any of this matter if we don't have the right quarterback?
Yes. Yeah, it does. It really does, because this is the difference. The reason why you're judgmental about, even regardless of the player, about drafting even Daniel Jones. Like I remember saying at the time, you have so many flaws. The judgment was, why are you taking a quarterback? The line is still broken. Don't worry. Even though we wasted the back end of Eli Manning with bad offensive line play, we'll figure it out here. We took Saquon Barkley, even though he doesn't have anyone to block for him. We're taking Daniel Jones, even though he doesn't have anyone to block for him, even though he doesn't really have pass catching consistent weapons, right? You can do it this way. I like doing it this way. Not a good QB class, not ready to move on yet. Put the pieces in place, and you know what you get to do? Getting the franchise quarterback is always key. But you can also drop in a veteran quarterback and be consistent and be competitive and be a team that wins a couple of divisions and goes to the playoffs. Is it the end goal of having your next young franchise quarterback? Maybe not. But when you have this much talent coming into a team over, I'm going to give it this year, next year's free agency class, and the draft, it looks a whole lot different to give me veteran QB X and let him come in on a 2 or 3 year deal and have us be more competitive. Oh, 100%. 100%. This is the right process that you're in. It's just the problem is saying be patient, everyone, after this much frustration.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more, because people are always like, if you don't have a quarterback, who cares? Whatever, blah, blah, blah. And they just gloss over all the hard work that goes into everything that happens here. Two examples, and they're two completely different examples. One, look at the Tampa Bay Bucks, right? They had Jameis Winston, and they were trying to figure it out, but they're like, we're going to get Devin White. We're going to get Mike Evans. We're going to have Godwin. We're going to build this thing up. We're going to get JPP from the Giants. We're going to figure this thing out. And then all we are is a quarterback away. And if we kind of get the right breaks, maybe it happens. And it did for them. And that was great. And then the second one is, look at the way that Cleveland has set this up. For whatever you think about Deshaun Watson's off-field stuff, they have built this team up where this team is stacked. They have a good offensive line. They rebuilt their secondary. Myles Garrett is tremendous. They built this up where Cleveland is a desolate place where quarterbacks would want to go. And Deshaun Watson, without his off-field stuff, is a top 5 quarterback potentially in this league. He's like, I want to go to Cleveland. And that's what you want. You want to be a destination where if like one of these things goes a little bit awry for a star quarterback, you're the place where they're like, I want to go there because I still have an opportunity to win. And like, that's what the Giants need to build. It's like, if Daniel Jones isn't the guy, make this place as attractive as you can to big name guys that are like, you know what? I'm not happy here. I could do this in New York.
And by the way, man, listen, not to, this in this moment could be a bit of a difficult comparison to make here, but obviously cover the Nets on the Locked On Nets podcast. Like that was the process. The process was build up your organization to the point where it's an attractive destination for the key players you want to drop in. We'll just say Kevin Durant. We don't have to mention necessarily Kyrie in this conversation. But by the way, you live with the results, right? Once you right now, Cleveland's actually a really good example, right? Is Deshaun Watson the perfect player on and off the field? Maybe, maybe not. But guess what? You build yourself up to a point to attract a top piece of talent. You pay the big money, and then and you go for it. Like that's the whole objective is to build up to a point where you think you have a chance to win it, and then you live with the results. You turn back around and you say, "What's the next phase for us?" And not for nothing, look around some other teams that did it in different ways, like the Green Bay Packers.
Look at the Denver Broncos.
I was going to say dropping in a player like Russell Wilson 100%. But think about, I was going to say the other side of it is too, like the Green Bay Packers drafted Aaron Rodgers somewhere off in the distance. and he ended up being Aaron Rodgers, right? Like when you're in a well-run, we as Giants fans, it's hard to think about, oh, there could be a QB prospect in the third round that could be a franchise quarterback. We can't even get one at 6, right? But
Right.
if you do things the right way and you believe in your scouting department, you can find those players, and a quality team around them takes a top 20 quarterback, makes him a top 15 quarterback. And as you've said before, right? Does this quality organization take a Daniel Jones and make him the 18th best quarterback to the 14th best quarterback? Maybe that's enough, right? At least in the short term, you'll play with those numbers, but you're putting the pieces in place. That's all that you can do. All you can do is try to make the team better. And the Giants did that now in the first round. Hopefully they'll do it here tomorrow and on Saturday.
And that's the thing is like if you can't get your franchise quarterback, build the team up, build the depth because there's
Oh my
going to
God. The Packers took Devontae Wyatt. The Packers did not take a wide receiver with either of their first round picks. Like I am floored, man. And you know what? I had this thought, and I'm not saying they won't get one here in the second round, whatever, they'll make moves. But I had the very specific thought around, hey, Aaron Rodgers basically said, I want to be paid. And the Packers said, we're going to do it. And you know what else that means? We don't have any money for stuff. So you're going to lose Devontae Adams. You're going to get your paycheck, but it's not going to look like what you think. We're going to keep building our team the right way because we can't mortgage the future just to satisfy you in the short term. I am shocked by it, but they make themselves a better defensive team, I guess. Man, oh man. Man, oh man, that's my first like holy crap shock of the first round. 2 first round picks, and the Packers do not take a wide receiver with what we think are quality wide receivers on the board.
Adam, this one is another one where it's like remove what you think about the player. Like Devontae Wyatt is a good player, right?
Sure.
Like he's potentially a first round draft pick. It has nothing to do with the player himself and everything to do with what on earth are the Green Bay Packers doing. And it's like, yes, maybe this is like, hey, we're just trying to improve this. Aaron Rodgers doesn't run our team, this, that, the other thing. But like Alan Lazard, Sammy Watkins, who's a shell of himself, and Randall Cobb, who is like at the end of his career, are the 3 wide receivers that you're giving Aaron Rodgers, who's the MVP of the league. And like when you gave him a number 1 wide receiver like Devontae Adams, they flourished, right? So like, are they saying, Aaron, you're so good that you could just make this hodgepodge of wide receivers look amazing? Or are they spiting him? Because this literally makes no sense to me that you're not taking a wide receiver in a position where clearly wide receiver is something that you need. You're right. I am shocked on this one. I honestly don't understand it. And
And
this
remember
goes
here,
to
the Green
this
Bay
goes
Packers just quickly, they pick again at 53 in the second round and at 59. So you can theorize here that they do have 2 picks that they can charge up the board in the second round and go get a wide receiver. So maybe we have to push a slight pause button here. But I just again in the old, you can think you can go do something until all of a sudden you can't do it. You were there, you could do it, and you chose not to.
So this goes on a little longer thread that I want to pull on for the Packers. I know that this is OGP, so I'll keep this short. But like this is also why Aaron Rodgers is frustrated, right? Because like he's playing at his peak and they end up trading to get Jordan Love in the first round. They waste a first round draft pick on a quarterback who sits behind him. Wait, that's first. Second is like they sign Aaron Jones to a multi-year $14-15 million annual contract. And then in the second round, they draft AJ Dillon to back him up. It's like you guys aren't addressing the actual issues that we need if you want to win the Super Bowl next year. You're making us a good team and we're balanced like throughout and we have replacements when people go. And like that's what you have to do because Green Bay is not a destination. But if you want to win this thing, you got to do what the Rams do. And as you put all your chips on the table and you say, we're going to trade for Matt Stafford. We're going to go get Von Miller. We're going to go get Odell. We're going to do anything to win. The Green Bay Packers are very content just being like relatively competitive. That's what it feels like to me.
Well, okay, so the quick thing on it is the Green Bay Packers are not built like most NFL teams, right? They can't just go throw the money, right? We know they're owned by the people, and there are restrictions there financially from that standpoint, though it's not as dire as maybe it sometimes is perceived to be. The other piece to me is, and I'm not making I'm not making any bones about it. You had Devontae Adams, so it's not like you didn't have an absolute elite stud number one wide receiver, right? Like that's a part of that here. I get being frustrated about taking them, but we just said what are you trying to do? Build up the team, make it really good, and drop in the quality quarterback. Guess what? We have the quality quarterback, and we keep trying to fill needs. Now, do you mismanage some of them? Jordan Love, like you don't even have to take a wide receiver there, but you could have done something else, right? Doesn't have to be
Anything,
wide receiver. You could have
anything.
made the team better. Like so that
The guy doesn't take a snap during the regular season, and he was a first round pick. Literally, a punter would have helped him out more.
and
Like
that's
that's how
yeah. So
bad
there's
that
that
is.
piece of it, right? And then to your point, it's like Aaron Jones. I totally get it. And then quality, you're going to pay him because he's really good. I like AJ Dillon, but how much later could you maybe take a back that then addresses, or vice versa? You took Dillon, so then why'd you pay Jones? Let's go ahead and recycle this thing out the door. So there's discrepancies in it, and I also do sometimes take the step back and just go, let's just be clear here, though. It's not like the Pack. I get that they're not a perfect team, but when you have Aaron Rodgers and you do a lot of things right, he's supposed to fill in the margins for you. In a lot of ways, he has, right? I just think that there's a couple of those key issues there. Doesn't have to be, and that's maybe I never framed this the right way. You didn't have to take a wide receiver when you took Jordan Love. You just had to not take Jordan Love. You had to take a
Right.
defensive player,
That's
an
it.
offensive
That's it.
lineman, like add more talent to the roster that has a real impact. Because to your point, the only thing I agree with Aaron Rodgers being frustrated on is don't take something that doesn't help what we're doing, right? That's the only thing you can't do. You can't give me this future thing because when I was drafted, Aaron Rodgers, I was taken way back somewhere else. It didn't actually hurt Brett Favre's ability to win.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
good one. That was a good one. And that's a good way. As we get to the back end here, we're going to wrap it up when the first round ends. But that's the way you have some fun, is by the Packers just not disappointing. Cole Strange, we talked about the run. He just went to the New England Patriots at 29. So you
Cole
talk about offensive
Strange.
linemen. You talk about adding. This is a guy that was really rising up the draft boards. He had overtaken Parham on a lot of draft boards. When we were talking about 67, 81, I started to say, like, hey, I think Strange is above him here. This is where the Giants are going to be in a hard spot adding another offensive lineman in this draft.
Adam, you and I both, when we were going through this, said we had Cole Strange sitting there at 81, and we were pretty excited about it. And we said he's moving up the board. And we said, would you take him at 67? And we both said, if you like the guy, 14 picks, go get him at 67. And we felt bold and we felt
Yeah.
confident that, like, moving up to 67, Cole Strange, do your thing, Mr. Adam Armbrecht. And here we sit,
Just
first
40 more
round,
picks.
29
Just 40 more
picks.
picks. Just 40 picks higher. We were almost
40
there.
picks earlier. If you ever just understand that there's like 3D chess going on that we are not privy to, this is it. Because Cole Strange, and you know what?
It's only because it's
Shame.
the Patriots, though, that it makes total sense.
Well,
Right?
I'm not. I'm going to go there next. The first thing I'm going to say is shame on the scouting community. Shame on them.
Right.
Shame
We can
on
only go so deep, right? Like we're using every
shame on
resource at our disposal.
shame
And
on Todd.
nobody said top 40. No one said top 40, Cole Strange.
Where was Daniel Jeremiah on this? Where was Todd McShay? Where was Mel Kiper Jr.? Where was anybody on this one? Because you know
Very
what?
fair.
We look at some tape. We're like, oh, that kind of looks like a fourth round guy. I don't know. Like these guys do it for a living, and they're like, yeah, he's around the 80th pick. Maybe he goes like 5 picks earlier. He went 29th. They completely missed the scouting department on this, and it's ridiculous.
Well, a little bit that's interesting about it as George Karloftis from Purdue goes 30th to the Kansas City Chiefs. So they give themselves some defensive strength there. It is interesting about when you hear about, again, rising names, right? Rising names that you start to hear about. And sometimes it can feel a little bit like, yeah. So Malik Willis, little action here. No, Malik Willis, we're waiting on him. But yeah, this is you when you hear a name rising and think about Watson, right? Like this is a guy that was talked about closer to 100 than the first round. Now we're waiting for Christian Watson's name to get called to see what's going to go on, see when it actually happens here. But when you hear about guys that are on the rise, it's like the scouting is trying to catch up with the guys that are falling, right? So you know that Cole Strange is getting better, but how many guys are tumbling? And then to your point about the variable factor is the wide receiver run. Now you would have thought that triggered things a little bit differently, but I'll be very curious to see the way other offensive line prospects go here, right? Because to me, the Patriots charging up for that or making that move there at 29 says there has to be a gap here in talent, because otherwise, why would you make a move that looks like a guy that could have been there at 50, was talked about at 81, and you take him at 29?
Well,
And
so I
fifth year
wanted to
option, fifth year option.
I wanted to address base coming back in. Thank you for coming back in, letting us know that you're still here. Malik Willis, my answer is no. And the reason why is two things. One is I don't think the Giants are ready to trade back in to get Malik Willis when they have Daniel Jones, they signed Tyrod Taylor, they signed Davis Webb, who is about to be a coach in Buffalo, and they convinced him to come here. And so they feel like their team, if they're not going to compete this year, is kind of set in the quarterback room. So I
Malik Willis
think,
at 36, though.
well,
I know you want the fifth year. I know it's a bit of a, it's a bit,
but that's the thing. If you're going to take him at 36, then you should trade back and get him at 32 because they'll probably save you $25 million if he ends up working out. Like, that's a pretty big situation. But to me, the way the draft board is falling right now, we're 6, 7, 5 picks away from the Giants right now, and Nakobe Dean is still on the board. Christian Watson's still on the board. Sky Moore. We don't need Ebiketie necessarily, but he's still on the board as
I
a
almost
top
threw that
talent.
out before of being like
There's
he's a
just
different type of guy than Thibodeau. Like, all of a sudden you just think about there's 4 linebacker-ish players and they're just kind of coming at you. Like it's wave by wave.
The cornerback Gordon is still available right now.
Yeah, Kyler Gordon's a nice one, man.
There's 4 or 5 guys. It'd be nice if we could dodge a couple more bullets here, because then you'd be sitting really pretty. But right now there's like 5 or 6 picks before the Giants go. Man, there's 4-ish guys that I would be very happy with the Giants taking. Malik Willis is not necessarily one of them. If the cupboard was bare, I would probably say, you know what? Maybe we should trade up for Malik Willis, reset the clock.
Well, if Daniel Jones isn't here and you have Tyrod Taylor, you go, hey, we get fifth year option on Malik Willis. Let him develop behind our veteran. Yeah, and that, by the way, right, wrong, indifferent. Like, this was my thing about early in the offseason. We said, hey, if you can trade this guy for a bag of balls, just so that you have this opportunity, if you like, you know what I mean? Just so you have that flexibility. And it's fine. You've made the assessment and you want to ride it out here, but that's a little bit of the difference.
And
yes, Nakobe Dean is still on the board. Correct,
don't say it too loud. That's why I whispered it and I moved on, because when I said Devin Lloyd was still available earlier, all of a sudden the Jacksonville Jaguars heard us because they watch OGP, and the Jacksonville Jaguars were like, "Oh, let's just take Devin Lloyd." So we feel the same way.
Right? Someone stays up on the board here for a while.
Right now, like, I mean, this would literally be a swing and a grand slam for the Giants if they walked away with Kayvon Thibodeau, they walked away with Evan Neal, and they walked away with someone like Nakobe Dean. The Giants just have a couple of picks to navigate in order for that to happen, but it's getting closer to a reality. Like, he could be there, and man, that would be a nice setup for the Giants' first 3 picks.
Second best player on the board, player out of Georgia, I say, ties 2, as we know. 1, Azeez Ojulari on the roster, right? 5. Now listen. This is why when we talk about Lloyd, we talk about Nakobe Dean. Let's have the discussion, friends. 5'11", 229, right? So let's just put that in context. We're talking about an inside linebacker. We're talking about a guy that's 9 pounds heavier than Kyle Hamilton, the safety out of Notre Dame. Right now, again, he's been a really reliable tackler in his career. Obviously, he's really good in the zone. I think what you like about it is the idea that you can have him line up there. If you think about the linebackers they have right now on the inside, you don't have a lot of guys that you say, quick, get the running back out of the backfield when he goes out for a passing route, right? That doesn't exist right now. And it's not an assignment that you necessarily even want to say, Xavier McKinney, get down in there, or pulling in one of your corners, right? So that's the real value of this kid. And the coverage skills make it kind of this, I got an inside linebacker, but watch him cover a tight end. It's, so I think the size makes it hard to cover tight ends to a certain extent. There's real value, there's real speed, there's real talent there. Interesting. Be very interesting to see if he continues to fall at least out of the first round. Let's go with the starter. He gets out of the first round, and then we see what happens.
Yeah, and now we have Cincinnati coming up. the pick is in for Cincinnati at 31. So no one decided to trade up for a quarterback. That leaves Minnesota, to your point, Adam, as the only pick left if you want that 50-year option. Curious to see what the Bengals do. They obviously don't need a wide receiver. I mean, do they need
Now
a
we got Bazier though.
linebacker?
Bazier go now he wants a Jabo as well though.
Oh, I mean,
That
Jabo.
That's but this is the ratio though. Here again, we were saying before about a guy like Ebikidi. You already you took once you take Tibbs, you start to get into this thing. You know what I mean? Like I think you have to start to do that ratio of need and fit and everything else. We talked about this by the way, Bays, before you got back in about maybe Malik to Minnesota, time to learn behind. Obviously, like prep behind there, or Minnesota being in a prime spot to trade out for somebody. But yeah, you know what? Like let's just like I, Nakobe Dean is, it's a player, it's good. I get it, and I would like it. But the interesting thing to me is like I'm still to me, I want to love it here, right? Like I like Nakobe Dean as a prospect. I don't know. Like if he falls to 36, the value market there, but is there anybody else when we're looking at best players available? And you said defensive end is what Ebikidi gets listed at here. Kyler Gordon, the cornerback room. Do the wide receivers? What if Christian Watson and Sky Moore both make it to 36? Right. I mean, now if you're me, I thought that Christian Watson was the dream within the dream that died long ago. If all of a sudden he's there at 36, that could certainly change my approach to what I think the Giants could do.
I mean, the pick is in for the Bengals. They're clearly not going to take a wide receiver.
I
So
bet they go maybe safety back end of the defense. Maybe they
no,
paid their safety,
they
right?
just
Yeah, they paid
they
their
just
safety.
paid
That's right.
Jesse Bates. I mean,
Oh,
maybe.
haha, Draxton Hill.
Oh my goodness. Good. Thank goodness.
Well, by
I
the way, yeah,
am.
because when Justin Pennick said and I'm not knocking Justin Pennick for liking him, but then we talked about him being a possibility for the Giants. I was like, I don't want Xavier McKinney light or another version of him. Like I want if you're gonna go safety, you better tell me it's a thumper. You better tell me that Lewis Seen falls here from Georgia, and then you could tell me that makes a lot. That could make sense at 36 here.
Oh, that's a big worry for me. I forgot about Scene still being there. Like
But
he might
but
be a
this is the
guy at
difference
36
for
that they
me.
draft.
When we talk about like who we're taking where, this is the difference for me of when you don't get Sauce Gardner at the top, now you can tell me that value in the secondary can be found. Now you can tell me there's higher profile players or better fits, certainly. But if at 36 you start talking about some of these safeties that are out there, I'm not going to be disgusted by that. There's guys that I like later in the draft, certainly. And again, would it be the first one on my board? Maybe not, but he's going to be right there in the group, right? He's going to be in the group of players that you feel pretty darn good about. And if you read up on Lewis off the field and just his attitude and where he comes from and his background, man, there's nothing not to love about that kid.
Well, with Daxton Hill going and seeing his athleticism, and Kyle Hamilton just went like 15 picks earlier. Like this is why the safety position to me is like my bugaboo, and maybe this is the hill that I'm going to die on. Is like you can't take a safety that early. You just can't do it. It doesn't work out very well. We talk about positional value. 15 picks later, you get Daxton Hill over Kyle Hamilton. To me, that's way better value, and I think you can continue to get that value as you move back, on safety in the later
Well,
rounds.
let's think about that too, because maybe it's like Kyle Hamilton shouldn't have been that high, right? If you put him in the 20s or whatever, then you feel great about it as a prospect. And if he goes a little bit higher, okay. But the fact that he was getting listed so high makes it it's a weird conversation to have around the position. But it's like likewise,
Vikings
was that?
Vikings pick is in, Adam. The
Oh, here we go.
last pick of the first
Boy,
round
friends. All right,
is
well,
in. Yes,
listen,
I
we've
want to
got a
set the
lot
scene.
to talk about. We'll be back in tomorrow around it. Let's go ahead and just remind everybody, obviously, big success for the New York Football Giants. They get their right tackle, Evan Neal. They get their edge rusher in Kayvon Thibodeau. They feel great about it. You addressed key needs on both sides of the football. As this backs up here, that's right, Lewis Seen. You say his name out loud. You say it proud. As the final pick will come in here, we'll let you know. I'm going to be coming right back in tomorrow night. Andy's going to have a nice little experience with his father tomorrow. So we appreciate that he gets to go do that. We're excited for him. I'm going to come back in and cover the second round and the third round. It's going to be exhaustive, just like this was. It's going to be a lot of fun. And it looks like, at least in this moment right now, Some of the big wide receiver prospects will still be there for the Giants. All of, except for Braxton Hill, the safety prospects are going to be there. Some inside linebackers are going to be there. So we'll reset the table a little bit. We'll talk about some of the names that I had mentioned. By the way, when we sit here and we remind ourselves that here are the names, right? Jones, Ebikidi. Now, maybe Ebikidi doesn't need to be there as high anymore. Woolen, Anderson, right? Pierce certainly are players that we're talking about. Nick Cross would be a little bit further back here. So we have a lot of options. There's a lot of quality talent there. By the way, one guy that's not going to be there would
Cole
be Cole
Strange.
Strange right there in the middle. Not going to hear a lot about Cole Strange, although a guy that I turned myself onto late here as we wait for this pick to officially be announced, worth mentioning it. This is going to be right there. Izudu. Look up Izudu, offensive lineman, a little bit later in the draft. Certainly some talent there.
Wait,
More a guy you're going to think about developing him,
Adam,
developing him
did,
in behind the veterans on the interior, and then having some real fun with him maybe next year for the New York Football Giants. So
did
still,
you just mention Azudu turning you on? Is that what you just said to everyone? You
the
said
bottom line
lately
is,
I've been turned
buddy,
on by
when we're
Azudu.
talking
Is that?
OGP, when we're talking New York Football Giants, yeah, that's right, buddy.
I
I
mean,
dial in. I
it,
dial in. I turn it on and then I turn it up.
it's tantalizing when you say that a particular fourth or fifth round pick is turning Adam Armbrecht on.
I
Like
don't know. I
that's
don't know if
when
that was the words that I used. I think you may be having a bit of a moment over there. I think you may be. I don't know if the podcast is getting to your head, if the nondescript beverage that is clearly just orange juice is maybe the receptors aren't quite firing the way they used to. The bottom line is, friends,
you said
we've been
I've
sitting.
been turned on to.
Oh yeah,
So
on two. I've been
yes,
turned on to. Yeah,
on dash dash
two.
dash two. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
two.
yes. I get it.
When we come
I
back
get
in
it.
tomorrow, we'll talk about the second round. We'll talk about the third round. The Giants will pick at 36, at 67, and at 81. Maybe there is an attractive player at the top of the second round. We talked about this a little bit. Trade down possibilities for the New York Football Giants, modest moves back to get themselves additional assets. Certainly a possibility. The Vikings selection is in the final pick of the first round. Roger Goodell, to a sea of booze, announces that the Minnesota Vikings select Lewis Seen. So you don't have to worry about him being on the board there in the second round. They get the safety at the back end of it. That's really good for the New York Football Giants. If you're a fan of the Giants and you think they have bigger, badder needs, taking one more of these players off the board, obviously, I'd mention safety that's in that mix there. So it looks like maybe the Giants will go away from that just from where the value on the board is. Now we're talking about what position do we want to target. So we'll break that all down, friends. I'm going to tell you right now, checking out the time here, 4 hours and 36 minutes later. Boy, friends, it really flew by. I can barely even remember how dry my mouth is right now from having these conversations for over 4 straight hours. Andy, obviously, always, and myself really appreciate everyone that came in, that got into the conversation. Everyone, if you enjoyed this, come right back in tomorrow, 7 o'clock. We're back in on the action, maybe a little bit ahead of that as it kicks off at 7. We're going to do this whole thing again, man. The Giants are getting better. That's what's happening tonight, tomorrow, and on Saturday. The New York Football Giants are getting better, and they'll continue to do so as we head towards the weekend. In the meantime, like the podcast, follow us here on YouTube, get the podcast with the Need Fulfilled. Follow us over on Twitter at One Giant Podcast. Tell your friends about it, man. We're trying. We're doing the work, and we want to keep making this thing bigger and better as we work through the off season. And as always, now more than ever, Andy Makowitz wants, needs, and nay demands the people know.
Oh, boys. As always, let's go Big Blue.